Good morning, gamers. Welcome to Gen Con TV. Welcome to celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons, our fun little mini-series on the history of the game that changed the world. I mean, can you imagine, like, 51 years ago, we were all war gamers. Well, yes, I think I might have been the... No, maybe a couple of these guys were. Yeah. No, I was the only one at this table that was a war gamer 51 years ago. You guys weren't even born yet. Oh, that sounded so patronizing. Sorry. So here we are celebrating this game. You know, yeah, we were all just war gamers before, and then this crazy thing called Dungeons & Dragons came out, and changed the world. It changed our community. We're all running around as thieves and fighters and magic users and doing crazy shit. And and of course, the game just inspired all sorts of other games that came out afterwards, and led to things like Magic the Gathering eventually, and Warhammer, and just all sorts of other role-playing games. You know, like GURPS, Call of Cthulhu, and thousands of others since then. And it's had this impact on culture, outside of our community, in video game culture. I would say that's the earliest huge influence that we look back at. Levels, character classes, stats of characters. This all came out of D&D, and now it's just normal parlance throughout the entire video game category. And now we got celebrities playing it, and we got streamers like me, and streamers not at all like me, who are saying, wow, this is fun. I can play games and be on TV. Well, kind of, sort of. So this year, being the 50th anniversary of Dungeons & Dragons, we decided a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, I guess, let's do a series about Dungeons & Dragons and it kind of came out of this idea, like, there's a lot of things we're going to do at Gen Con, but there was like, well, we want to do more than just what we're going to do at Gen Con. I want to do something in my studio where I can, just kind of relax a little bit and do something more at a leisurely pace. And so we came up with this idea of doing 6 episodes, each focusing on a different edition of Dungeons & Dragons, starting with the original D&D. We had John Peterson here. We couldn't, obviously the designers of Dungeons & Dragons are no longer with us, so we had John Peterson channeling, the D&D historian channeling Gary and Dave. And then for AD&D, we had Luke Gygax channeling his father. And ever since then, we've had people who actually worked on the design of each of these editions. So I'm very proud of that. And the most amazing thing, you have to take the small victories, because this is like nearly impossible. We actually were able to schedule them in order. That is really what I'm most proud of, this whole thing. It wasn't like, well, Mike's not available that week, but I guess we could do it right after 3rd edition and come back to 4th, Yeah, anyway, so we didn't have to do that. So today is the series finale of this series, and of course, 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons is what we're here to talk about today. And we have with us, we have lead designer Mike Merles is here with us, and Rodney Thompson, who I understand did a tremendous amount of the work of designing the rules of 5th edition. And so that's really fantastic. And we have 3 of my favorite streamers are here with us today too, Megan, Bryson. But Damon, I should let you guys introduce yourselves. And I never bothered to prep you on where the camera. You 3 know where the cameras are, but you probably figured it out. There's cameras there. Yeah. For you, when you introduce yourself, you'll talk to that camera over there.
I'll look for the red light.
Yeah, look for the red light. There you go. Not the green one.
Red means go.
Red. Yeah.
So we're actually on camera. Yeah. This isn't just us hanging out.
Oh no.
Oh, I didn't tell you that.
We're all wearing fire.
You didn't really know what the release form was about.
I've been in a cave for the past 20 years.
Yeah. What is this thing on my neck? Okay, so let's do introductions. I am Peter Atkinson, your host today. My pronouns are he, they, and I wasn't involved with 5th edition, but it's my studio, so I get to be here, and I've played it a lot and really love it. So, Rodney, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure, no problem. Hi, I'm Rodney Thompson. I use he, him pronouns. I was fortunate to be on the design team for 5th edition, and I've been designing games for about 25 years now professionally. And now I work at Bungie on the Destiny video game franchise.
I am Megan Kariminosser. I also use she, her, just like everyone I've already talked to. I feel the intros every time. You said our names, and I was like, nice.
Don't have to do it. You could just pass. Yeah, pass.
You just put it on the screen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they keep having me, but I'm so glad that they do, because I like playing D&D. It's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Bryce Bebop. I use he, they pronouns, and I also play a lot of D&D. And I'm used to introducing a character, so Damon.
He's your
I'm your character?
I'll be playing Damon.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Damon Van He. I use he, him pronouns. I will be Bryce's character for the duration of this conversation.
Yeah.
I am a writer and game designer here in Seattle, and I didn't work on D&D. But I like playing it a lot. I've played it for a long time. That's me.
And I'm Mike Merles. I use he, him pronouns. And I've been working on games for about as long as Rodney, since the late 90s, 25-ish years, 26. And I was on the team that made 5th edition. I was the design lead and the sort of overall project lead. And I don't know, at the time it was kind of like, there's a lot of stuff had to get done, so I just kind of threw myself into doing what we had to do. So in some ways the titles are just kind of this big, messy soup looking back on it. But we had a great team, and it's I would not have guessed that 10 years after we launched the game, like, I'd be sitting here like, it's been 10 years since this game came out, and people are still playing it.
It's only been 10 years?
Yeah.
I mean, no, because it's been
To be pedantic, it's been 9 years, 11 months. Because in July was when the starter set came out.
Okay.
So,
Already
That
lying.
Oh, okay, that makes
exactly. That's just what I do.
That
Yeah.
sounded wrong, but 9/11.
9/11.
Too soon, right?
We just started.
what was I going to say? Oh, shit.
So sorry.
Well, whatever. Yeah.
I should do a shout out. So currently I work at Chaosium on Call of Cthulhu and RuneQuest. So you should
yes.
check those
Oh,
games
cool.
out.
Oh,
'cause
excellent.
they're
I like
really super fun
RuneQuest.
and awesome.
And there might be a lot happening next year.
Yeah,
Oh,
there'll be
really to those
anniversary
guys.
coming up.
Yeah. Not to try and tease what might be our legacy celebration in 2025, but it does occur to us that let's see, White Moon, Red Bear. No.
White Bear, Red
White
Moon.
Bear, Red Moon came out 50 years ago next year.
That's Greg Stafford's game, the first game that used
First,
Grandpa.
Greg Stafford, the legendary Greg Stafford. I do know thank you. We bought just enough time. I better say it quick before I forget again. I just want to say hi to everybody in chat. I see Stefano and Danny and Steve and Dragos, Armando, and yeah. So I forgot to warn you. I'm going to interact. I'm going to interrupt us from time to time with friendly chatter from the chat. And Jimbotron just joined us, so there we go. Okay, yes, hello. Anyway, great, a wonderful reception from chat this morning. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All right, to talk about 5th edition. So I think each of these, what makes sense in each of these cases of each of these shows is to really start having a conversation about a particular edition. We kind of need to talk about what the state of Dungeons and Dragons was before that. Like when did people at WotC start talking about a 5th edition and why?
So curious.
And we had
Well, it's, I remember in 2008 when we launched 4th edition, we had an event at a club in downtown Seattle called Numos. Do you remember?
I was there.
Yeah, I've gotten messed up there sometimes.
Numos is great for that.
Yeah.
Not a sponsor.
And so there was, as part of the launch, we had 2 adventures we were running. We were at Numos. I think it was free. People just had to show up. There's only limited how many people could show up. And so there was an adventure you could play, and then you could also fight a white dragon. And the adventure seemed to go well. People seemed to like it. But I think I ran some of the white dragon fights, and it was already starting to be clear, like, oh, something might be kind of off because this is like the launch event. People should be super excited, and they're fighting this white dragon. And a similar thing had happened at Winter Fantasy earlier that year when we had done a black dragon fight. People were taking like far longer to finish the fight than I think we had planned for. I think we had planned, like, it's a 1 hour slot, and like people were hitting the end of the hour, and the dragon was still like at more than half its hit points. The players had used up all their powers, and they were just, and that wasn't every table, but there was enough tables that was happening that I started to get this sense of like, okay, what's going to happen? Because like, and the players weren't like, they were getting kind of like bored, and it was just like, what's kind of happening here? And that was when I think we started to see some of the challenges that 4th edition would have, which really, to my experience and the kind of the market research we did, was just, things just take too long. It's complicated. It's if you want to embrace the complexity, it was awesome. It was super fun. And because you'd embrace it, like that sort of white dragon problem maybe didn't come up because you were playing in a really optimal way. Like you kind of got, here's how my powers work and here's how I should use them. And if I use this power and you use that power and you use that power, then we're going to defeat this thing in 3 or 4 rounds. But if we're not thinking that way, then you may end up with, I worked on Magic for a few years, and like one of the things, it's almost like if you played Commander, imagine a bunch of people who haven't played Commander before, they're new, they built decks that don't have a good end game. So then you end up just, we're going to win because whoever draws last will win because everyone else gets decked out because we're just going to go through all 100 cards because there's really no way for us to actually win. And in some ways, I think that's what happened with 4th, was for people who came to it, who didn't, really want to embrace the tactical side of it and understand how powers work together and how to optimize for damage output, you could hit these situations where, this is just taking forever. This is really sloggy. And so that was like, at launch, I could kind of see it coming through. And, but it wasn't like I went to work on Monday and was like, okay, 5th edition, here we go. Right? Yeah, but it was like, this could be like, I'm really a little bit nervous about this. Like, where's it going to go? So the...
we just have somebody who's just joined us who wasn't invited. Don't worry, they're being escorted off the. They had a safety vest on though.
Yeah, that was
scary.
That seemed official.
It's a mayonnaise commercial, everyone.
Yeah.
Thought it was the 4th edition police coming.
That white dragon fight was my baby.
Okay, please continue.
But, so I actually kind of curious, Rodney, did you get any vibes like that yourself, or was it?
Remember, like at the time, I was actually still working on Star Wars Saga Edition, and I did that through the whole lifespan of that product line. So to me, I was very much on the outside of like the core experiences. It wasn't until the Star Wars brand ended at Wizards that I moved over to D&D. And so for me, a lot of the challenges that I think Mike's talking about didn't become apparent until a couple of years later to me because I wasn't really working on it. But I think one of the things that I eventually sort of learned, A, by virtue of getting to play in an awesome campaign run by Chris Perkins that ran all the way up to 30 levels, but also B, by getting to work on D&D 5th edition, was that a lot of choices have been made that had expanded the total scope of complexity of the game. So things like, it's going to go to 30 levels now instead of 20, and every magic item has its own powers and things like that. And like in isolation, any given one of those, totally reasonable idea, right? But then once they all got combined together, and especially once you got into higher levels, you started seeing the mental bandwidth that it took to run a character get really, really high, right? And some people really liked that kind of thing. Some people didn't like that kind of thing. And I think when things really kind of clicked for me was when I realized, we haven't given people a lot of choices or a lot of ability to opt in or out of complexity when it comes to your characters, especially. And I think that was the moment that kind of clicked for me. It was like, we've sort of flattened everything, so people who want something more complex don't have a choice to opt into that. Some people who want something less complex don't have a ability to opt into that, right? And like that was the kind of click moment for me. It was like, the opt-in, opt-out nature of D&D through the class structure and everything traditional wasn't as strong in 4th edition, I guess is what I would say.
Did any of you play fourth?
Yeah.
Or okay, yeah. So what was your what were your experiences with it? Like, had you played third before and then come?
I played third and 3.5. Those were my starters, and then I went to fourth, and I liked it for what it was, but it felt like it didn't have enough role playing in my mind. And then when the board games came out, I was like, this is perfect. This is exactly what I want for the encounters. And so, like you guys were saying, that like if you weren't optimizing not greatly, that's not a word. If you weren't optimizing really well, then like, oh yeah, it's going to take us a long time. But if you have a bunch of like-minded wargamers or people who are used to playing other war games, who are like, you do this, I'll do this, you do that, we could one-shot or two-shot this guy. It became a much more a better strategy game, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because I think that kind of plays back, Rodney, you're talking about the complexity that, people, and I've heard a lot of people have that reaction. I've had also people say, well, like, I thought there was plenty of role playing because I felt like I could really make a unique character. But I think it kind of came down to when you're engaging with the game system, like, where's your bandwidth going? So if you were like, oh, there's a lot of powers, I have to really think about these, then I just don't think you maybe had as much energy to, like, role play or to think about your character.
And certainly, fourth certainly had its fans. Derek was here, not as a designer, but like what he views as like somebody who was a fan of the edition. I'm like, oh, play fourth edition. Yeah, I'm there. Derek Gooder from Gen Con. And he just absolutely loves it. Thinks it's the best edition ever. And we also have a comment from Dragos von Dragos. I liked the tactical aspects of fourth and the concept of minions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it definitely had its fans. I'm curious about, like, I'm reflecting back on a couple things that Rob and Andy were talking about in terms of the fourth edition, how there was a goal of targeting, like the elephant in the room at that time they talked about was MMOs and the explosion of MMOs on the market, and how there was like 1 million people playing basically D&D in a way online, and how let's design an edition that goes after that market. Was there a sense that didn't work and that we should, was it ever part, I mean, what it felt like as an outsider, that fourth edition was a great tactical game. I mean, I could see myself, there's an alternate timeline where I just went into a whole hog because of the tactical elements of the edition, but I was just not really into playing D&D in any form at about the time that it came out. I was like on my deep dive into indie RPGs, I just discovered Burning Whale, and I haven't played a lot of like Ron Edwards games and Jared Sorensen's games and stuff. And so, but there was like this sense that it didn't feel like a real natural extrapolation of prior editions. Like if you have this arc of editions of D&D, and I say that freely, comfortably, because Rob and Andy were saying that's exactly what we were not trying to do. We were trying to create a very different game, and that there was this sense of like, no, that third edition, I love this part where they said that third edition was this most excellent simulation. I'm fine with that. I am totally fine with third edition being thought of as an excellent simulation, and how can you possibly improve on it? And it's, okay. And so that they had to go in a different direction. So I've always, was there a sense that within WotC, in thinking about doing a fifth edition, of like, we got to get back to something that feels like part of the narrative, the arc of what D&D has always been?
Yeah, I think so. I think one of the memories that I have from really early in the fifth edition design process was we had like a 2-week span where we played through every edition of D&D, and different people ran different editions. Like Rich Baker ran 3.0, and I can't remember who ran which ones. I think Mike ran AD&D, or no, you ran OD&D, right? And like we literally played through every edition of D&D, like a 4 to 6 hour session over the course of a 2-week period, right? It was very compressed. And the cool thing about that compressed timeline was we really got to see, what are the through lines through every edition of D&D? What is consistent? What has faded away or what has been introduced? And so you could really compare and contrast everything. And it wasn't even necessarily just saying like, okay, well, what have we, what's different about 4th edition versus all other editions? It was really, you could say like, oh, in the transition from 2nd to 3rd edition, this was pushed sort of to the side and this thing was elevated. And in the transition from AD&D to 2nd edition, this thing changed, right? And so we really had context for what the different editions of D&D had done that I think, we all sort of assumed that we had from, we've all played D&D before. We've all played it for a long time, right? But doing it in that compressed timeline with each of us having the goal, everyone that was running a game had the goal of like, hey, you want to give the most iconic experience possible of this edition, so we can all kind of talk about feel and aesthetics and game design tech and mechanics and things like that. I think that was one of the most formative parts of the design process for me, and that was kind of after we'd already made the decision to go into the 5th edition design process, or we knew it was knocking on the door anyways. But like that was a big part of the early process, I think.
Oh yeah, and a lot of that was I remember diving into the sales numbers that we had. So we had everything from late 2nd edition onward, and I think we had some numbers about 2nd edition in total. But like you mentioned, like the sort of the evolution of the game, you could see just from the raw numbers that for the staggering majority of people, like they only ever bought a player's handbook, and that was it. And so I had the sense that like if you bought all the 3.5 supplements, that like then 4th edition made sense. Like if you had Book of 9 Swords and you had seen how like from 3.5 there was like minor actions had been added, or swift actions. Yeah, swift actions that became minor actions, I think, in 4th. So if you've been keeping up with everything, that made sense. But if you had only bought a player's handbook, it was very jarring to take that 3.5 or 3.0 player's handbook and then put a 4th edition handbook, a player's handbook next to it and say, oh, you're going from this to this. You didn't see the pathway between the two. So I think that was also something that we learned. And, okay, so what is like the customer experience? Like people are playing this game. What to them feels like something that's very relatable. There's this like acronym MAYA, M-A-Y-A. It's something like most advanced yet acceptable. And it's like this design principle, like this guy from the 50s, this guy who designed all sorts of stuff like mugs or like stuff we use every day. Like this is his, I can't remember his name. Yeah, there are simple things that we constantly use.
Mug.
Yeah,
I'm okay with this. Yeah.
with a great logo on it. But
Gross, not acceptable.
But yeah, I think 4th was like, it was very advanced, but I think for people who were grounded in 3rd, they didn't quite see the connection. There wasn't a bridge there for them. So a lot of the 5th was like, okay, what is that bridge? How do we build it? While also everyone's off playing Pathfinder, because that was the other thing that happened to it at the time, was someone, Paizo took the 3.5 rules and made that recognizable step that people embraced. So we're also having to deal with that. We knew we couldn't just go out and do whatever we wanted. Like, yeah.
I think there was also, talking about that bridge concept, if you were an organized play player, there were certain elements that you, I think, were more accepting of in that transition from 3rd to 4th edition. Things like the much more predictable encounter length, things like that, right? That predictability was something that you wanted for organized play because you wanted something that was consistent. And if you're going to run a 4-hour adventure 4 or 5 times over the course of a convention, you wanted to know like how long each encounter is going to take. You don't want to run it too short, too long. You want to give people their money's worth at the show, right? Or if you're running it at like a local store or something like that. So I think that, especially the difference between like the highly invested organized play player versus player who maybe was just the player's handbook purchaser, your typical experience of playing the game could be very different in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And that's something easy to overlook. The D&D Encounters program was started under 4th edition. And then eventually we moved away from it. But it was every Wednesday, I think it was, like local game stores had a snare that like lasted an hour or two that you could play, and you'd bring your character back the next week. And that was probably like by far the most successful organized play program I've seen for a tabletop role-playing game.
Yeah.
Because it was regular and it was an hour or two, so like you knew what you were getting into.
And at the friendly local game store.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, okay, so the decision gets made. We're doing a 5th edition. Is that what happened? Is there a moment here?
Yeah, I'd love to hear Rodney's take on what happened. Was there ever a moment where someone said, "We're doing 5th edition; it's now official"? Or
So there's sort of there is. I remember one meeting that we had, and I even remember the meeting room it was in because it was the one right next to the elevator that would always get super nuclear hot as the day went on because of the elevator. Anyways, so we're in there, and I remember it was me and you. I want to say Rich was there, and Bill Slavacek was there. And somebody else, and we were sort of having this discussion about like the complexity level of 4th edition and like what should we do next. And I want to say this was post D&D Essentials design. I think we'd already done that, and we were having this sort of argument where we were trying to decide like what's the right next step. And it was, to be clear, like the friendly like, okay, we need to decide what we're going to do, advocate for your ideas kind of argument, not like I hate you and you're dumb kind of argument, right? But like we were having this argument about like what we should do next. And at one point, I think Bill said like, well, are you saying that we need to do a new edition of D&D? And everybody just kind of went,
Are
you saying that? Guy who's all of our bosses? Yeah. So like I remember that moment where it was like, yeah, maybe we are saying that. I don't think it was necessarily like, okay, and then now we're doing 5th edition, but I think it was a kickoff for like the R&D process at that point where we were like, okay, we should start working on whatever the next evolution of the game is going to be with no like set target date or anything at that point. It was just like, we're going to start on this. So I remember that point.
Was there, just to hop in before you get too far, was there ever a conversation about doing like a 4.5? Or just was everyone's thoughts about 4th edition enough to justify jumping straight to 5th?
So Mike might be able to speak better to this than I can, but I will say from my perspective, we had done D&D Essentials, which was our attempt to introduce more of that like opt-in complexity or opt-out complexity, et cetera, at that point, and we made things a lot easier to pick up and run, and we had made an effort at something that had evolved the 4th edition rules to mixed reviews, right? Because the people that really like 4th edition, they were like, this isn't really what I want. And the people who didn't like 4th edition were like, this isn't really what I want. But, like, I actually am very proud of those books. I got to work on them. So, yeah, like, we had kind of already tried that a little bit. And also the nature of 4th edition made it harder to do a 0.5, I think, because, by that point, even just like 2 years in, we had produced literally thousands of powers across many different classes, right? Yeah. And to try and then iterate on that in a way that was like a hard break, I think would have been pretty destructive to the game community, because at that point it's like, okay, well now literally thousands of game mechanics, just can't use those anymore. So
that was, I think, what happened with Essentials. We tried to make it backward compatible, so it wasn't like a 0.5, like the core, like to Rodney's point, like all the powers still work. You could still use your player's handbook, but I think it fell victim again to that sort of bridge concept of, okay, so if you saw 4th edition, you liked it, great, what's next? And then you get Essentials, you're like, no, this is not what I want. But then if you were playing Pathfinder at the time and thought, okay, what's the bridge? Well, Essentials was still not close enough to what you wanted. So I think it just ended up in this unfortunate middle position of, I mean, it as a product, it actually sold fine. Yeah. It wasn't a huge hit. It wasn't enough that we stopped having conversations about like, what do we do next?
Sure.
But it also bought us some time. Like, okay, it's selling well enough that like, it's not like, I think it did better than what a fourth edition expansion would have done in that product slot.
Oh, yeah.
But it wasn't like, hooray, like everyone's coming back. It was more like, oh, okay, we got some people back, but we also lost some people, so it's just kind of a wash.
Staying on the radar.
Yeah, yeah.
And I feel like we were really happy with the books themselves, the Essentials books themselves. Like, I still to this day, when people are like, oh, what are the products that you're the most proud of having worked on, right? I still say like Monster Vault for Essentials is one of them, because like that, I think we may have done the best job of creating like a monster manual type experience, especially with the prose writing for the monsters that, compared to anything else I've worked on. So like, I'm very proud of the product at that point, but I don't think it moved the needle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, how does this now evolve into a commitment to do 5th edition and having a team and I'm looking to get to some of the conversations about, less about what 4th edition was and state, move into what's 5th edition going to be? Like the process of like, what is 5th edition? What were the goals of 5th edition? Like, we're going to do a new edition. What do we want to do? And like,
yeah, so there's actually a document. I don't know if I still have it. And I don't know if I distributed it to the entire team. I know I gave it to my boss. And it was basically, here are the 3 things that we need to do. Because that was one thing that struck me was we were at a point where there was just a lot of lack of clarity about where we should go next. Like, we had done Essentials, but that seemed to not be connecting. And so the idea was, all right, we need to do something, and it needs to bring back the fans we had lost. It needs to put the business on a good footing in terms of like, what are we doing? And I said, I'd done a ton of research into like the product sales and looking at what had sold well, what had struggled, like where was the core of the business. And so thinking, okay, let's reorient the business so it's going to work. Because one thing I think that was happening was, to Rodney's earlier point, we're releasing tons and tons of product. Like, we had done that for 4th, we had done that for 3rd. And when I looked at the numbers, it's clear like the sales tail off pretty quickly. Like, it felt like people were really excited about the core rulebooks, then they'd buy the next supplement or 2, then they just stop buying stuff. So solving that, then to me it felt like, okay, if we're doing a new edition, this is the right time to solve that. Like, what does it actually look like? And I think the kind of attitude I always had in the process was thinking the customer, like, we don't understand the market or the customer. So we have to go through and be very like curious about what's going on. We have to ask a lot of questions and stop assuming we know what's going to work, and stop assuming that, oh, this is what we did before, so that'll work again, right? Well, maybe it actually didn't work before. We thought it worked compared to what we had done, but it actually wasn't getting in touch with players. I remember, I have this very vivid memory of going into the archives and grabbing an issue of Dungeon Magazine. I think it was for a playtest or something, a little adventure. And flipping over, and it was an issue that came out when I was in high school. And I remember flipping over to the back, and on the back cover there's an ad for some new D&D book. And I realized, like, even when I was a kid, like, the ad just never registered with me. Like, it didn't even occur to me that I'd like be excited to buy this book and would run out and get it. Like, it just didn't click. Like, even though I was playing D&D all the time, the products just weren't. It didn't even occur to me to buy the products. Right? I had the game, and so I felt like, okay, there's something really deep there, because I'm at the point now where I'm working on this game, and I think back to my experiences with it, and I was checked out of the product, right? And I'd compare that to when I was before I worked at Wizards. And I was playing Magic, like a new Magic set came out, and I was all over it. Like, that's like was super important, and going to go out and buy boosters and all that. And and like playing Magic today, it's still something like, oh, like, okay, Thunder Junction's coming out, cool, right? I want to see the new cards, and I just didn't have that feel with with D&D. Like, why was that? And so that was also another big thing to think about, like, how do you get back in touch with the customer? Because it feels like we've lost that link. And it always felt to me that when D&D was at its strongest, like thinking back to the early '80s, because that before 5th edition, that was that was the last time it became mainstream. It felt like, oh yeah, that's when like Dragon Magazine was an event. Like, oh, I can't wait for the next issue to come out. We're doing Monster Manual 2. Ooh, I want to go out and get it. Like, that's exciting. And thinking like, okay, so how do we get back there? So that was all wrapped up in there too. Was thinking about not just the game design, but then thinking about how does the product fit in, and what's that mean for everybody? So, and I was thinking back to the 3rd edition launch, right? Like, that was, I mean, not to go like further back, but I was in the crowd when you did the announcement of 3rd in 1999, and I was back a year later to buy that player's handbook. Like, that was so exciting. It brought everyone together. So I was just thinking, okay, how do you do that? How do you get that community involved and engaged, and build on that?
Yeah, we. I want to say I'm gonna credit Michelle Carter with this one, but I think it was her. At one point we were in a meeting and she had said, we need to act like the shepherds of D&D instead of the owners of D&D. And so
I like that.
Yeah, and that really stuck with me through the whole process because it was like, okay, well, this is one of the goals now of the new edition is to feel like a game that's been shepherded, not owned, in a lot of ways. And so I always apologies if that was somebody else besides Michelle, but I'm pretty sure it was her because that's what stuck in my head.
She's getting credit now.
Yeah, but yeah, like being the shepherds of D&D meant. Things like we want to feel more like curators or more like someone who has taken this thing that is beloved, that is a part of pop culture, that's ingrained in like our social structure. Like, I mean, even today, most of my close friends are my D&D group, right? Mm-hmm. We want to take these things and we want to make the version of the game for them, for like the that people have fallen in love with. And then iterate on it, and then expand it. Yeah.
There's some interesting comments. Stefan Zaltar. He says he feels like Fifth went back to the core of what players liked about D&D, but made it different from all other games, role playing. And it says I remember there was a lot of time spent getting feedback from players for Fifth Edition. To your point.
Oh yeah.
That's
the root of the success, especially the first few years. Was just. I think it's the first time. I know there was a survey for second edition that was published in Dragon, and you had to fill it out and and mail it in. So I don't know how many responses they got. I would love to see that data. Well, very interesting. But
one thing I learned in the second edition panel that we had here, with the formidable Zeb Cook, who's a hell of a guy, so well respected, and because I was always kind of a critic of second and fourth. And I told, and I confessed, I apologized actually to the fourth edition team last week. I said, I'm so sorry for all the things I've said bad. And really, a lot of cases, once you hear what was going on behind, with second edition AD&D, they just had a very strict, we're not changing anything. Really. I mean, it's just like, you're going to go through and clean it up, and so it's like, yeah, weapon speeds are still there. The funky rules about modifiers to hit versus different armor, but they were able to call them all optional rules and stuff like that. So I think that every edition since then has had a much broader mandate in terms of the ability to make changes. Certainly, third edition we did because I said we could do. I said so. But I think fourth edition certainly had a broader mandate. And so at some point this does become an official product development process then?
It took a while because I remember. Wow, man, when did it so it became an official product. It would have been about a year before we launched the public playtest. We launched public playtest in 2012. So I think it was about a year before in 2011, it was an official, okay, this is something we're doing.
Yeah.
And we had done some homework. I remember, I don't know if Roddy remembers this. Remember the public playtest for Dungeon Command?
Yes, I do. Actually, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, because that was the dress rehearsal, if you remember.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Paizo had done their open playtest already.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? So they had done their Pathfinder open playtest. And then at the time I was working on board games, we had put out Lords of Waterdeep and we were developing Dungeon Command at that point, and so we were like, if we want to do open playtest, we should probably practice before we take the big swing with our flagship game. So we did the Dungeon Command open playtest, which is pretty crazy to think about. We're going to do an open playtest for our miniatures-driven board game, but we did it. So, and we learned a lot in the process. And actually, Peter Lee, who is sort of my partner in crime on all the board games, he ended up, learning a lot from the feedback process on that Dungeon Command playtest that then he turned around and applied to the feedback process on 5th edition as well.
Yeah, I remember Peter's data and how he could break things down. It wasn't just that we did a playtest. because you could just take a game and throw it online and let people comment on it. But it was, I think a lot of it was the questions we asked. Like, so if you took one of the playtest surveys for 5th edition, there was a lot of questions, and there's probably too many questions. And now, like, the secret can now be told. Like, I think really the only question that mattered was the last one, which was, is this an improvement on your favorite version of D&D? And like that was kind of it. Like, as long as people were saying like, yeah, this is better than what I have now, then I felt like, okay. The rest, like, there's lots of stuff we have to do. But at the end of the day, if people are saying, I like this better than what I've had before, even though when you'd ask them, like, I think the question before that was like, what's your favorite edition of D&D? And they would never say 5th edition. Like, it would bubble up, if I remember right, like, as we went on and went up and up. But I don't think it was, I don't know if it was ever the top selection. I think it was always running second to third, but I can't quite remember.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it wasn't going to ever be the first one before the game came out.
Yeah.
Right, because, production values and everything, aesthetics, that all plays into what becomes a full edition, right? So, like, just the rules. I don't think anyone's going to be like, well, I've got this fully fleshed out game over here with art and rule books, or this stuff I printed out. I don't think you're ever going to say, like, this one is my favorite, right?
But they would very decisively. I think at the end we had like some crazy high percentage of people saying like, oh yeah, this is an improvement on what I have.
Yeah.
So that was like, yes. But the hard stuff was like, I remember Peter going through, I remember the Druid is one of the examples of like, he could break down the data and show this version of Wild Shape is pulling down the rating of the entire class.
Yeah.
We can see the relationship between like, yeah, as this has gone down, everything has gone down with it. So that's what we need to fix. It's not just a matter of, well, this is like 80% positive and this is 70% positive, so we'll work on this thing. It's like, no, this thing over here is actually the pain point. So this is what we need to work on.
That's really...
Because he would take every single piece of feedback we had and then scale it against like how far it was away from like the median feedback. So we could say, okay, like this might look really good, but in comparison to everything else in this class or the section, it's actually very low. And then we would find like as we worked on the worst things, everything else lifted up.
Yeah.
And that's how we knew like, oh, we're like, so it wasn't just like, oh, we're asking you. It's like we had this mechanism in place that Peter built that let us like, I kind of thought of it as like, once we had that in place, like we're in this car and now we have a steering wheel. Before it, it's like, we have no idea how to make this car turn directions, right? Because but now, oh, we know if we do this, we can go this way. If we do this, we can go that way. And that's what really fired up the feedback process. And then you could see once we got like our feet under us, those numbers just started going up and up and up. And that's kind of when I knew like, I was very confident like within like about a year before the game came out that we were going to do well. I just didn't know we were going to do anywhere near what it became. Like that was, I never could have predicted.
Yeah, I do remember very vividly the last, I want to say, 3 to 6 months of the rules development and refinement process was a lot of me and Peter and Jeremy Crawford sitting in a conference room, and we would take the written feedback, like we always give people like a free form section at the end of every question, like, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah.
We would take all that for anything that was low, right? Anything that was showing that it was dragging things down, and then we would read through all that feedback and just going, piece by piece, class feature by class feature, spell by spell, and saying like, hey, this thing's rating low. What are people saying about it? Read through like, okay, well, this person said we should die in a fire, so forget that. But like, everything else, right? Sort of read that written feedback and then sort of suss out like, okay, this is what that low rating means to these people too. And it was very time consuming and sometimes very mind numbing, but it ended up drastically improving the way the game turned out.
And I think there are things we never, if we didn't have that feedback, I don't think we would have focused on some of the issues. Like, oh yeah, I remember, Peter figuring out that when we made characters simpler in combat, but more complex out of combat, that would, like, things would bounce up.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Which was complete opposite of, like, the 4th edition approach was like, oh, people want complexity in combat. They want to have a lot. And outside of combat, no, it's more freeform. People want, like, lighter, softer abilities that are more like, oh, you're interpretive rather than, like, my character's a chef. That's kind of like my general background. There's no mechanics, but I can just, act like I'm a chef, and that will be satisfying. And we found, actually, the opposite was true. People wanted, like, no, give me something specific that makes me feel like a chef. But in a combat, I am totally fine just swinging my weapon and just doing that again and again and again. Which
Or your cast iron pan.
yeah, exactly.
Which is every player that I have had at a table or in a game that I'm in who has a chef background. That's it's cleavers and pans all the way down, which I think is really lovely.
Ladle. Yeah. Nothing wrong with ladles.
Yeah, knives. I think might be
Okay,
practical.
Peter,
Yeah.
we're talking about hands right now. I'm gonna need you to focus on
Cutlery. What's wrong with cutlery? Stab him to work.
Yeah, try to start out with a spoon.
So were there? I'm gonna like pillars of sort of design philosophy, if you will. Like with fourth edition, there was like we want to make this accessible to people who play World of Warcraft. Like we want this to, I mean, fourth edition has been criticized for feeling like a video game in certain ways. Well, that was a design goal. I mean, they set out to do that, and third edition, well, we want to have higher numbers are always better, stuff like that. Were there some principles like this that were articulated within the process for fifth edition?
I mean, from our perspective, I think, and it's going to sound very simplistic, but like this has to feel like D&D was one of them, right? And that's somewhat nebulous, and it's hard to measure in some cases, but I think that was one of them. I think there was also a goal of we want to make sure that this puts a lot of control in the hands of players and dungeon masters at the table, right? Because one of the things that at least philosophically, I held on to as I approached the design of the game was, we can write rules, classes, and stats and everything, but that is never going to cover everything that's going to happen at the table, right? Like we can do our best to make something, useful, but we can't account for every situation in every game because players are creative and dungeon masters are creative and they're going to come up with things that we'd never thought of. So what we need to do is we need to create the tools that you can use to adjudicate like a broad variety of situations at the table and have it not feel like just, we're fudging outside of the rules, but it's like, no. These rules give you really broad tools to adjudicate things that are going to be very specific at the table. Whereas I think you can look at like third edition, for example, and talk about it being very good simulation, right? Third edition in some ways took a different approach to that. It's like, no, we want to give you as many possible pieces of information that you can use to adjudicate as possible. So I think there was just sort of that acknowledgement of like, we're never going to predict every situation at every table. So we're not going to try to do that. What we're going to try and do is trust our dungeon masters to make the right call at them in the moment and to give the dungeon master the tools to make that call confidently.
Trust that is revolutionary.
I don't feel like it is, but okay.
But it was. I mean, I think a lot of the design. I remember there was, especially in late third edition, fourth edition, there was this sense, especially in the business side, that one of the big limiting factors for D&D success was dungeon masters. So, if you make it as easy as
Ryan Dancy said, the most important part of the game you can't put in the box.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I think there was a lot of the design philosophy was, let's make it easier for DMs by essentially taking some of the burden off of them. So it's like, what happens if my character has fallen in a pit and someone dumps a giant bucket of water on the well, there's a rule for that. Just go look in the Dungeon Master's Guide and it'll explain it. The simulation, right? But what we kind of I think what fifth edition taught us was that people maybe didn't necessarily want the specific, like here is what happens next. They wanted something that said here's general broad rules to resolve things.
So give me an example. I'm really struggling to follow this here.
Advantage, disadvantage.
Advantage, disadvantage.
Just the one thing.
By the way, I think that was brilliant.
And it's from fourth edition.
It's from fourth edition.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you think that's okay. You're at the bottom of a pit. You're lying on the ground, and someone like dumps a bucket of water on you. You want to dodge? Well, just take disadvantage on your dexterity saving throw. That's it. Like because you're going from something that's very binary, right? It's on or off. So it's just yes, no for the dungeon master, rather than it could be anything from -1 to -10. So is it -5? Maybe, but it could be -4. And just saying, what if we just went with a lower rules resolution for the dungeon master? And then let them then feel like, I have like just a few tools in my bag. I can pick the ability of 6 abilities. Then I can pick a skill. and each ability has the skills attached to it. Then I pick a DC, and then I decide advantage or disadvantage. That's just the 4 things. Like if I can learn how to do those 4 things, I can now adjudicate anything that happens in the game. There's no sense of like, oh well, this is different, and this is much more like there's a lot more granularity I need to deal with. And I think that's one of the things that, especially in retrospect, like I think has really helped the game grow. Because one of the things I think we saw feedback from 5th edition early on was people saying like, oh, it's so much easier to DM. Like I feel like this system is so much extensible. Like it's so easy to build on it. It's so easy to improvise. And I think it was just narrowing things down. It's almost like this idea of a tabletop game is software that runs in your brain. Like, so you have to be able to fit it all in there. And like, video games, like you have space, like you can just add options because the computer does all the work for you. But, the human brain doesn't get regular firmware updates, right? Like we don't get like, the human brain, version 8 next year, right?
I know, that's a real shame.
We'll see where technology goes, right?
Yet.
Yeah.
We don't get those upgrades yet.
But yeah, you've got a. There's a design in. If you look at the skills for 5th edition, it's like they're within the bounds of like short-term memory, right? Like I think short-term memory is like 4 plus or minus 2 things. So the idea is like, well, keep it around 5 or 4 or 5, and then people can remember that if they look at a chart and then have to make a decision, things like that. I don't know if we're super like intentional about that. I think it kind of came out as we play tested and saw what was happening. But I think that's what a lot of the feedback was guiding us toward was, how do you make this a game that people feel comfortable running? That if they feel comfortable running it, then they have the bandwidth to like do the role playing or come up with an interesting, improv something, and then the players are engaged and they're having more fun. And I just think it's like this nice cycle that you can then fire up. That 5th was able to hit.
Yeah, and I think. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Just like from outside the process, 5th Ed feels much more streamlined because of that, and I think it lowered the barrier to entry or the learning curve, right? For then people who hadn't ever played D&D at all before, it's much easier to enter and not have to be like, oh, I have to look up every single interaction that someone has, or you know what I mean? That's
It's super approachable.
yeah. It's really, it looks like a lot when you're like, here's the handbook, here's the DMG, here's the monster manual. But once you kind of get through the first little chunk, that first hump of learning, it's extremely intuitive after that, which is I think probably why it got so super popular. So good job.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, those rules, like, that Mike was talking about, like, none of that's revolutionary. Like, we didn't invent those rules. Those rules have always kind of been in D&D. I think the difference is just the philosophy of embracing it and forefronting it was one of the differences.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a lesson that we had learned from 4th, where, like, it was like, oh, let's add this, and let's add this, and we didn't really have a chance to, like, sit back and go, okay, how is this going to work when someone's trying to manage it all, and they're not a game designer, or someone's so motivated they've signed up for a playtest. Whereas, like, 5th kind of, the open playtest, like, was a forcing function. Like, we had to grapple with, I mean, and even people taking part of that were motivated enough to want to go out and play it. But it was still like, these are people who have jobs, they're in school, like they're not spending 40 hours a week just thinking about this game. And I think that was a nice reality check for us to see like what was actually working. That was why we shipped, like, I think each playtest packet had a sample adventure. Remember we did the Isle of Dread, Into the Borderlands, had pre-gen characters. So the idea was just get people playing. Like, if we can get them playing and then we can get them giving us feedback, then we can see what's actually happening at the table, and then what does that mean for our design?
Yeah, and to that point too, actually, you're talking about people being super motivated and gathering your data from that, but I think because again, it's a little bit more approachable, then it can also then be a more casual game for some people too, which was harder earlier on to be like, you can go up to 30 levels and there, the magic system is like broad and stuff like that. And I think that does that too, where you can get as complicated as you want, but if you just want to be a casual player, it's much easier to just kind of like dip in every once in a while too.
Yeah. That was a big thing we saw, like looking at the market data and the research, like actually it's kind of funny, like I talked earlier about, most people buy the player's handbook. Most people buy nothing. Like the staggering majority of people playing D&D don't buy anything. They just show up at their, a friend's house or whatever and they play. Like they don't own a player's handbook.
Right.
They have their character probably written down on a piece of notebook paper and like that's it. And so yeah, when you're thinking about like people just coming in and just wanting to kind of hang with their friends and tell a story, like that I think it is still a huge part of TTRPGs. And I think 5th, like kind of bringing those people maybe more into the fold and feeling like, the first steps don't feel so daunting, so maybe I will buy a player's handbook. Maybe I will start like getting into it. Whereas before it may have felt overwhelming. Like they just, I'll just kind of maybe play casually, then I'll leave because I just don't feel there's a next step.
So if what I'm hearing you say, even though you didn't really say it, but you said it. I mean that having an easier game to play was a design goal. Like it was part of the philosophy of 5th edition in some way. Like we need to make this game feel more like D&D, feel more like 3rd edition perhaps. Feel more like sorry. I'm just
Or
being
any
funny.
of them really.
I'm just making
Specifically.
comedy, just adding levity. Make it feel more like D&D, but make it easier. Was a real conscious decision.
I don't know if I think we started knowing we had to make the game simpler and more accessible. And I think once we started playtesting, like I remember being in a meeting with, it was Peter Lee said something like, "Yeah, I'd rather have us fail trying to make the game more accessible and live with that than fail because we made it too hard for people to play." Because that's the other thing too, against the backdrop, like it's so funny, the human brain is so funny. Like you look back and like, oh, it was so fun and exciting. It's like, yeah, there was massive amounts of anxiety. Like I thought D&D was gonna die. You know? Like,
It's very stressful.
yeah, it was incredibly stressful, right? And like,
We could be the ones that killed D&D.
yeah, no, right.
Create a
I mean,
legacy.
who wants that on their resume, right? Like, oh yeah, I was like the last design lead.
I like the
'cause-
dedication though that you would put it on your resumes.
I did this. Just saying,
Yeah.
pretty much a big deal.
Yeah,
Other skills.
yeah, killing franchises. Yeah,
But there was this fear because Pathfinder was doing so well compared to D&D, or at least the perception was that it was kicking your ass.
I think it was bigger than that. To me, it was existential. It's like, do people want to play role-playing games anymore?
Okay, now that's that's been going on for a while. I mean, that was what we struggled with in the '90s too.
Yeah.
It was like World of Warcraft. Well, then it was EverQuest. I mean, video games, MMOs, are people. For me, in the '90s was like, even tabletop games, this whole category of what we do, are we just going to sink back into obscurity? Or not?
No, that was like a real fear of mine. I said human memory is so funny. It's like I just don't remember any of my anxieties. Like I guess they're too busy plaguing my current version to go back to my memories. But but yeah, I mean that was the real worry because Pathfinder was doing very well, but from what we could see, it wasn't growing the overall pie. It was reclaiming people who had played 3rd edition, and they were bringing their friends along too. But we weren't seeing like, the category as a whole was contracting. I mean, this is an era when I know people who had been running role-playing game companies were like getting other jobs, things like that. Like something that had been a full-time gig for them was becoming now part-time. They're going into video games. The online gaming was becoming a thing. Like Xbox Live, I think, rolled out in 2003. World of Warcraft, like we saw people like getting connected. And it was like, is this now going to replace playing a role-playing game? Like we'll get together on a Thursday night and we'll play on games online. Like we don't even need to drive to someone's house. We can just play. I can play a bunch of Halo, with my friends. And so yeah, I mean, for me that was like a very like existential fear, and it was incredibly stressful. Yeah, because you don't want to be the person who turns off the lights on something that's like, oh yeah, this was important to people, and sorry, like so. Yeah,
Well, it's interesting because that's so not what happened.
right.
I mean, so how's the? I don't remember the real timing here, and I'm hesitant to like jump this far into the narrative, only halfway through our time. But like, there's been this huge hockey stick, and D&D's had amazing growth under 5th edition, kind of like what happened with 3rd edition. Sorry.
Did D2 come out during 3rd ed? Does that line up nicely?
But that's not why. Really.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's a good, like, nice parrot.
Yeah. But I mean, so was that hockey stick happening? Did that happen after 5th edition came out, or it was kind of happening because like people started streaming a lot, people were going mainstream?
Yeah.
We were seeing it, like I think that one of the things we saw at Gen Con was that we're seeing, measuring our attendance numbers, as kind of an interesting metric of the tabletop gaming community as a whole. And it's at around 2012. We're like inching along like this, and all of a sudden we're going like this. And did that happen after?
It was a little bit of it was a slow boil a little bit
For a while?
So when in the launch year, it was like, oh good, we did it. Like, sold well out of the gate. really good reviews.
Good review wasn't. Yeah, it was generally well received.
Yep. And I remember thinking,
Yeah.
if we can just get back to where we were with 3.5, we'll be fine. The business will be fine.
Yeah.
And then the second year, in 2015, Player's Handbook sales went down a little bit versus the year before. But in past editions, they had gone down by like 50%. And in year 2, they went down by like 10%. So it's like, oh, that's really interesting. Huh, okay, well, it must be people coming back, maybe people coming over from Pathfinder. So we had good numbers in the first year, and we beat our numbers in the second year. And then 2016 beat 2014. And that's when it's like, wait, we sold more Player's Handbooks in year 3 than in year 1. That
Wow.
literally, I think you'd have to go back to AD&D, which is weird because the game had kind of launched, it didn't have
Right.
distribution.
Yeah.
But to find that hasn't happened since the 70s. And I think a lot was the Dallas Egbert case and all that.
Sure.
And but yeah, so this was like really weird. Oh, sorry, just a second. Dallas Egbert was like, it was the first time D&D. Yeah, it's like and it's an interesting name, right? He was a college student who went missing, and it was the first time someone blamed D&D for
Satanic Panic.
yeah, it's when it kind of
Okay,
started.
yeah.
Very
Gotcha.
early.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. It's on me. I should have said. Oh, like, not assume that it's some obscure name.
Yeah, I do actually. It turns out I didn't know the full name.
But and then 2017 beat 2016, and then 2018 beat 2017. It was like, this is like, I kind of felt like, am I writing fanfic here? Like, what's going on? Like,
Someone feeding me fake numbers.
So
Feels
this
good.
so that's really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Because you're right, that is unique. And that's a market, that's got to be a signal of the explosion of geek culture.
People desperate around 2016 to live in a different world
Weird.
for reasons unknown.
It's okay. You're with
Harambe.
Democrats here.
League table.
The 1,000-yard stare.
I'm curious
Everyone laughed.
what did the numbers do around 2020 with COVID
Yeah.
and everything
so
like that?
everyone, like tabletop role playing as a whole,
Yeah.
skyrocketed. Yeah. So I like to think of 2020, lockdown was the year we all became geeks. Right? It's like, oh, you can't leave your house. Where a geek is like, I don't want to leave my house. And
Yeah.
now it's like, no one can leave their house. So you saw like, everything geek, like obviously D&D, but other TTRPGs really took off too. The miniatures took off. The collectability.
That's a time where Gen Con tends did not.
Not so much. That's but you've had a bounce since then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so
we are. Last 2 years have been. Last year was a record-breaking year. For us. So
I think what we saw, and this is when I roll up my sleeves and start like fighting my anxiety, is like, wait, like we had all these people who got exposed to these games. And yeah, a lot of them, like if you've been following games, it's been really a bad year for video game. Like I got laid off in December because it's just like, oh, like everyone kind of came out of the pandemic, and numbers went down compared to the pandemic. So all these adjustments and stuff, but we also just have so many more gamers now running around, and the I think it's, especially video games, there's okay, so then we've had a downturn post-pandemic, but I think that's just because we're comparing to where things were in 2020, which is obviously, hopefully, we never see again a worldwide pandemic. But I think now, there's just this, if you had told me 10 years ago, there was another $1 million plus TTRPG Kickstarter. There's a game called DC-20 that's not even a week in, and it's already 1.5 million.
Yeah.
There's a 5th edition compatible one. I think it's rules what happens after your character dies? I think that one's over $1 million. I'm planning a Kickstarter, and I am if I just break 6 digits, I'm in really good shape. And it's so bizarre to think, if you told me, Mike, you yourself are going to launch a product 10 years from now, and your plan is, if I can just get 100,000 in sales, I'm okay. But 100, that's insane. Why would I be doing this? There's no way I can hit 100,000. It's just completely changed. There are so many more people now engaging with these games, and it's wild. How it is just combined with the internet, right? We thought online stuff and the internet was going to kill tabletop gamings, whatever. It is all the math. Yeah, but it's done the exact opposite now. It's opened up the floodgates, and now if you're I really want a role-playing game about being a puppeteer, in post-World War II Paris, it's oh, okay, well, you can probably get 1,000 people on Kickstarter to give you $50 each to make that, right? And it's wild, how it's changed.
Yeah, I think Luke Crane's doing that game.
Exactly.
Yeah, and not to mention even just the ability to play, because such a difficult thing for so many people is to get together, to physically play together. And I know so many people who just play together online all the time. So that's no longer another barrier to entry.
Yeah.
So I want to come back to because this gets into things like streaming and diversity and stuff like that. But I don't want to leave the realm. I want to kind of go back to the realm of design and especially Roddy. I understand you did a lot of the heavy lifting on the design front. Like what? Just talk to us about the game design.
No questions. Just go.
Very broad.
About game design.
I mean, we talked a little bit about wanting to make it more accessible,
Yeah.
which for sure was part of it. I think also there was a certain amount of trying to find ways to let the game get out of your way at the table as well.
Yeah.
One of the things that we needed was, I think, as we were developing the game, we needed to make a game whose rules could kind of fade into the background and let you focus on what's happening at the table, the story of your characters and things like that. And really, it can be everything from like game rules to even how we describe some of the rules, because I know one of the things that we argued over a lot and then very intentionally chose to do was, hey, we were going to say in the description of how you play the game, you're going to say what your character does, and then you and the game master or the dungeon master will decide what mechanics to use to adjudicate that, right? Which is just it seems like a very simple thing, but it was a very intentional thing to try and get the focus on the story that you're telling at the table. So there was a certain amount of, getting out of the player's way. I think also, this goes back to that 2-week period of playing every edition of D&D I talked about. One of the things we saw was in some editions, you could do so much more, tell so much more story, like as far as just like beats of things happening in the game in some editions compared to others. Because combat takes, 20 minutes in this edition and an hour in this edition and 30 seconds in this edition, or depending on what it is, right? So one of the things in my mind when we were designing it was like, hey, we need to make a game that has high beats per session, right? Like high number of things happen at the table that progress the story in some way or another. And like that really guided a lot of the philosophy behind it. So that, I guess that was one of the things that really stood out to me, I think.
I have a design question.
Sure.
This might sound like a criticism. It's but I am genuinely curious about this. It feels like 5th edition does not support upper level play as much as some of the prior editions. Like a lot of the decisions for your character are made within the first, 3 or 4 levels for everything. Was that an intentional choice or just a way of continuing to streamline what was there?
Or an encouragement to multi-class.
So I'll say this: we always sort of joke that the average number of sessions for a D&D campaign is like 0.5.
Exactly.
Right.
That's definitely a factor.
I have had tons of campaigns blow up on the launch pad, so this is not like these amateur gamers out there don't know what they're doing. No, like even everybody. All right, like everybody has games that blow up on the launch pad.
Yeah.
Most games, campaigns only run for a few levels, few sessions. So in some ways, it's just about prioritizing resources, right? Like where can we lavish the most attention on the game? Well, it should be in the area where people are playing the most and making the most decisions. Also, I think there's a certain amount of learning who your character is going to be that happens over the first few levels that doesn't quite happen as much once you get later into the game. Because like at that point, you know who your character is and you know where they're headed and what their sort of general archetype is at that point. But early in the game, at character creation, some things, but I would say over the first 3, 4, 5 levels, you're still making decisions about who your character is, not mechanical decisions, but aesthetic decisions and storytelling decisions, so that as you go across those first few levels, you're kind of filling in the blanks of your character mentally, and then you do that less as the game goes on. So I think that's why some of the decisions are peppered over those first few levels is because it sort of corresponds to the natural inclination of a player to say okay, I have the skeleton of my character at character creation, and then I'm going to really flesh it out over the first 3, 5 levels, etc.
Yeah. there's also the element of this was a moment where like my anxiety is stuck to my memory because it was so profound. The when after we launched the game, then we still kept doing surveys, right, and studies, and like, hey, what do you guys, everyone out there playing? How's the game going? And I remember this so vividly, getting one of these surveys back, and it's PDF, so going page by page. And one of the questions was, how long does your campaign last? And overwhelmingly, people said 5th level. We get to 5th level, it's like 2 or 3 months of play, and it ends. And I saw that. This is early on in the new edition coming out. I don't think we had yet, I think it was early 2015, so we hadn't yet seen, sales are doing well. And I just remember looking at that and thinking, oh no, like everyone is trying the game, then they're leaving. And I just sitting there in front of my computer thinking, oh, like, what are we gonna do? And then I flipped to the next page, and the question was, when a campaign ends, how long does it take before you start playing again? And the answer was 1 week.
Yeah.
And it was like,
Just the next time we get together.
yeah, and it was just like,
Yeah.
and it was just this like, whoa, and like I never would have guessed that, but it was so interesting, that there was this kind of treadmill that people would play from like levels 1 to 5, sometimes levels 1 to 10, and then they would stop and start over again. And I think, and then the funny thing is, like, people were fine with that. They weren't saying like, I hate this game, or like I stopped playing. They're like, oh yeah, that we just started over again. And I think when we asked like for more detail, there were typically things like the story was done. Our DM couldn't DM anymore, so we had to swap over. The school term ended, things like that. And it was like, wow, like, and people were like, not
It's life, not the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like one of the top reasons was like, oh, we finished the story. Like campaign was done. It was time to do the next one. And it was like, that is amazing. I could see how many. No, I think part of it may have been because we had Lost Mine of Fendelver in the starter set, which went to level 5. And so I think you had a lot of people playing that adventure and saying, hey, that was fun. Now let's make our own campaign. But it seemed to be pretty consistent. I think as in later years, we asked the same question. We still kept seeing the same thing. Like people just levels 1 to 5 again and again and again and again.
I got Stefan in chat. In AD&D, we used to start over every week. Yeah, that's definitely something. So I have described, I'm curious, I'm going to say something that I've said about 5th edition, and you tell me if it's true or not, because it's just me speculating from the outside. So I've always felt that each edition, first level characters are more powerful than the edition beforehand. And so you could graph power versus level, and that y-intercept is a bigger and bigger number with each edition. But I think that the slope was low compared to prior editions. So that like you start off in 5th edition pretty powerful as first level, but you don't grow to be, the 20th level character is not the monster that a 3rd edition 20th level character is.
Yeah, I think there's like, I think the challenge with it, so for myself, like running high level stuff, what I found is I actually designed this entire new like monster and DM system specifically to deal with high levels. Because what I found, it wasn't like, oh, the monsters in the monster manual are like wrong. It's just like, well, this monster, like, this like CR18 monster is designed kind of in a just like a optimal environment. Like, what does it get? By the time you get to that level, your characters are so distinct. Like players have made different choices and what they've decided to optimize for, or like not. I'm just purely role playing. The magic items they have, like I really felt I had to just take everyone's character sheets and like here is what this character is, then feed that into a model to tell me here are the monsters I should be running. And what I was finding, for instance, like the monsters I was running in my high level game were like had like 5 times as many hit points as things from the monster manual. Because my party was filled with people like fighter types who just wanted to get up and just like, pound things to hamburger, right? Like, so it was like, oh, I need to have like kind of like go lower on AC and saves, but higher on hit points. And now our 18th level fights feel really fun. And also I had to like really kick out, like, my damage output had to go much higher, but not as many, say, conditions, because they were playing more fighter types. So it was fun to them to get hit for like 300 damage. Like, oh, that felt like, oh, I'm down to 5 hit points. Okay, I'm going to heal you up. And then, things like that. As opposed to worrying about, oh, you're all spellcasters, so I have to more like counter spells and things like that. Because I just think that the characters just naturally, as you level, you get better and better at the thing you're good at. And I think the gap between characters gets wider, which, to go back, like why high levels, it's incredibly hard to playtest that stuff.
Yeah.
Because like one of the big lessons I learned working on trading card games is like, you could have a design meeting and in an hour and a half, you have built and play tested a deck because you just have blank cards. Like, okay, what if the card does this? Okay, I'll shuffle my deck and we'll just play it. You couldn't even make an 18th level character in an hour, right? Like, and then if you find, oh, this one thing went wrong, okay, now the entire test has to stop. As opposed to say, again, a trading card game's like, oh, that card doesn't work. Okay, just let's change number to 3. Now let's play again, or I'll change the casting cost for like a Magic card, right? Like, and you can just iterate so much faster.
Yeah, Scaff used to say any Magic card can be fixed by just changing the casting cost.
Yeah, no, that's good, right? It's, if I make that casting cost 40, it doesn't matter what, almost, depending on what deck I'm playing, but yeah.
Yeah, we did do some rapid playtests at one point. I think there was like I want to say almost a year span where every day we met for 1 hour, and it was just pure like 1 hour combat playtest, right? And trying to iterate as fast as possible. And we would do like, okay, we're gonna play the exact same characters for 2 straight weeks, right? And at the end of every session, we're gonna say like, okay, what felt good, what didn't, what was broken, etc. And we would make changes to the character sheets, trying to grab some of that TCG design philosophy, or development philosophy, I should say. But even then, like even trying to do like these really intense hour-long playtests, like it was still a slow process.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the biggest limiting factor to TTRPG development is just like, I think it's the reason why you see a lot of these games coming out now, like they're narrowing, like it's like, oh, it's like smaller math, like that DC 20 game I mentioned earlier. It's like one of the big selling points is, oh, there's only 4 ability scores. The math is streamlined, things like that. Because I think if you're developing these things, you kind of, like D&D is a real outlier in that, like it's got the tradition, the big fan base, but like if I was starting a game design today, I would not decide, okay, in our core rulebook, guys, 300 spells, 20 levels of play that last 2 years. Like, no, that's we've got 5 years and how many millions to develop this? Right? Like, like that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's tough. It's since I left Wizards in 2015, I've done a couple of my own indie games, and sort of like Mike said, like you can't do the volume that D&D does, right? Just because it's so hard to give real playtesting to a role-playing game like that. And even like adventures are a great example. Adventures take weeks to play through, right? So if you want to playtest an adventure, that's really challenging. And at one point, Peter and I built a deck of cards. We took a bunch of blank Magic cards and built a deck of cards, and it was like cards that were like lose 10% of your resources, lose 5% of your health,
like
etc. Basically, like it was all sort of possible outcomes of an encounter, and then we would go do playtesting of adventures. We would playtest all of the non-combat parts essentially that way, and then playtest the combat parts separately. But basically, we'd say like, okay, and here's a fight. You win, and everyone draw a card, right? And it was like, okay, I lost 5% of my resources. I lost 3 spells. There was one card in the 80 card deck that said you are dead. So there was a chance that you just die. And that one time, because like that stuff happens in D&D, right?
Actually, yeah, it's kind of the idea.
Although it was funny that like after the development process was over, that deck became a thing that Peter and I would use to taunt each other, because he and I sat across from each other. So like I'd be working at my desk, and then I'd look up, and Peter would just pick up the card that said "You are dead," giving me that death
And you're
stare.
talking about Peter Lee, right?
Peter Lee, yes. That's funny. Not that speaking yet.
Yeah, not me.
That's also touches on something that you talk about playtesting, like playtesting stuff for D&D for the DM is almost like it'd be like building. Hey, we're going to build a new expansion for Destiny. Then we're going to ask the servers, "Did you have fun?" Right? Like, did you have fun, host? Like, how did you even like? So there's even things where you could playtest an adventure, and I've seen this happen where like DM's like, "That was awesome. The players had an amazing time." And then if you dig in, you're like, yeah, it's because you did funny voices for like the bugbear, and like you completely ignored the adventure, but everyone's like, this is the best adventure. When it comes out, I'm going to buy it, right? And it's like, and how do you account for that? But it's also like, but you liked it, so you'll probably go out and buy a player's handbook, but
Not so full for data points, but also fun and exciting for the game itself that you can like. That can be the enjoyment, or hitting stuff with a stick can be the enjoyment, or whatever.
Exactly. So like, the playtest, it's just wild to think like, okay, how do you actually playtest an adventure and account for, does the DM have fun running it? Like,
Okay. I have a line of question for our players here, for you three.
We're in.
Yeah. I'm throwing you in.
I need Gatorade.
So, what do you like about 5th edition?
Always starting with me. You're looking at me pretty intently. Okay. Well, I think I actually kind of covered it. It's like I love how approachable it is, and it makes it really easy to like get other people into D&D. If anyone is not at this point, actually, which is kind of like you were saying during COVID, it just shot up because now I feel like every person I talk to is like, oh yeah, I play D&D, and I'm like, when did this happen? Like, I'm into it, but I was on the set the other day, and literally everybody was like, oh yeah, we have a game running, we have a game running. So we were all just talking about our characters like in the middle of a commercial shoot, which was such a weird,
So awesome.
extremely surreal to think about me 10 years ago or whatever. Like, this is gonna happen. I'm like, no. But I think that's really cool. I love that it's been approachable enough to then like bring more people into it. I also really I think I was saying to you when we were chatting over Zoom the other day, I've always been a theater kid and I've always been a huge nerd, and D&D is just the best combination of those things. And I like the tools that 5th Ed gives to sort of be as pursue it in whatever direction you want, so you can really like dig into the role-playing aspect or the mechanics of it.
Are there any mechanics though that you really like about 5th?
Oh man,
Do you like the advantage and disadvantage
I
rules,
do.
for
Yeah,
example?
yeah. I know those are like variant rules or whatever, but we always use advantage and disadvantage. But I think I like inspiration points a lot. I think that's a really fun idea to reward good playing too.
Yeah.
Or sometimes we'll give them to our DM. We're like, use that, but not for a bad guy, please. But yeah, in our house we run them like as heroism points. We call them heroism points, and you're like, okay, if you want to do something really heroic, you're gonna have to explain it, and you might still have to roll about it. But if it's outside the bounds of the rules, and you have one of those points, an inspiration point, you can spend it for that, which is I think kind of one of the possible uses for it. But that's made for some really silly, ridiculous things that we've been able to accomplish, and it's just a nice mechanic, I think. Yeah, within a game that has so many rules, to then be like, okay, but also it could just be cool sometimes. Rule cool for sure. Yeah.
How about you, Bryce?
Megan stole all mine. So I really do like how approachable it is. I was with a guy named Mark teaching 50. You were there. You were there too.
You were there?
It's a weird dream. We taught like 50 high school kids about game development and module design, and so a good half of them had no clue what D&D was. But by the end of the first or second week, they're like, okay, well, if this monster does that, then I want to be able to do that, and I want to do a horror game, so how do I make a creepy doll that drinks blood? Like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I guess let's work on that. So it was so approachable that even people who've never really played any board games, never really done any tabletop stuff, were just like, all right, let's get into this. We had a couple of groups that had special needs kids who were able to assist, play, and do the rules in math, which is hard for even some people.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like, oh, so, okay, I know you gotta go, but I just want to.
I was just looking at you guys who were bad at math.
I get it. I can see it.
Yeah, cool.
I just have a calculator at the table.
We all do.
Yeah. Oh, dang it. Oh, I forgot what I was going to interrupt with.
Okay.
I might interrupt you later.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yeah, that was fantastic getting to come down and be,
glad I'm not the only
a
one.
part of that. Yeah. For me, there's two parts that. So Peter knows this. I'm incredibly critical of every game that I have ever played in my entire life, and that's never going to go away, and I know myself. However, for 5th edition, I think for me there are two things that I've noticed about it kind of culturally that I think are deeply important. And I think the first one is it, regardless of what anybody thinks about it, it is an anchor point for the industry, and people are able to direct new players, old players, everything like that to D&D as the foundation for tabletop role-playing game. And from there, people expand what they're into and they reach for other games. And so without D&D, like we wouldn't have any other games. You know, like it would just the industry would collapse if there wasn't D&D. You know, like all of the indie stuff is just too indie to survive without that tentpole existing. And the fact that it has continued to do so for so long is really important, I think. For 5th edition specifically, I think it's a very gentle game. There has been, it's not antagonistic by nature. It is very much the storyteller and the players coming together cooperatively at the table to have a good time. It does not have that vibe of, I am here to make sure my players suffer. That isn't there. And so
That's the thing. I
That's
never
what
really
Peter's
quite
looking for.
understood.
but I think particularly now, given the state of the world that we all have to exist in, having kindness like that is deeply important, and that for me is a really like powerful through point that 5th edition has. And I don't know if it's just because that's how people decided to interpret it or not, because you can always have a DM obviously who's, you know, just going to be a prick about things, but like it feels like a nice game, you know. Like every time I played it, even with people who I know are sort of antagonistic in person, and I know that I am not necessarily a fun player to have at the table all the time. I like playing weird little dudes that don't go along with things.
I like dudes.
Weird little dudes. One of the reasons why I enjoyed prestige classes at a 3-5 so much is I just stack up all the weird little dudes in one trench coat and then just play it all at once. But I don't feel that I have to compete in 5th edition. You certainly can play it competitively, you know, but like it's just it's a welcoming game, it's a warm game, and I think that especially now is really, really important.
Yeah, and the community is really beautiful about that too.
Yeah.
I think, you know, if you go on forums and things and someone will explain something that happened in one of their games and it'll just be a torrent of comments being like, you're not actually, it doesn't need to be an adversarial relationship between the DM and the players.
Yeah.
It should be collaborative at its core. And then there can be clashes
There's
that
still
happen
combat,
within the game.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like keep it in the game. Like your goal is to I guess to your point, the DM is like the shepherd.
Okay, so this is the question back then. Okay, what Damon just said, was that by design or a happy accident?
I would say intentional, right? Like, you know, the thing I was saying
Yeah.
earlier about like trusting the dungeon master
Yeah.
and things like that. There was, you know, a very intentional decision to say like, no, like this is a collaborative storytelling game. This is a game where the dungeon master should be coming to the table with the goal of having fun and entertaining the players and being a collaborator, not adversarial, right? And given that, you know, that shaped not only like game mechanics, but also the way it was written, right? Like I think you can look, especially like the Dungeon Master's Guide. James Wyatt did some awesome writing for the Dungeon Master's Guide that really reinforces that. And like there's writing in the player's handbook when we talk about like, what is it like to play a game, or how do these rules get adjudicated? Like everything was very intentionally crafted to reinforce, hey, this is a thing where we're all coming together to have a good time, right? This is a collaborative experience. I think it was very intentional.
Yeah, there's in chat somebody's snap dad was reminding us that wasn't the AD&D game a TPK? Yes, it was.
Oh, that's too
Well,
funny.
we're talking about 5th ed now.
Exactly. But you know, and it's funny. You know, 5th edition shifted away from adversarial DMing. And Dragos von Dragos, my players constantly remind me that I'm not supposed to be for the monsters.
No, but I think it was like the one thing that stands out to me, and I think it's in the Dungeon Master's Guide, is when it talks about role playing, and it takes pains to say like you can talk in character, or maybe you'll just describe what your character wants to do, and like those are both ways you can do it. There's no right way. Everyone has their own technique, and I think that's something that comes up. I hope comes through in the game again and again. Because there is no like it's in some ways it's an art form, like there's different ways to use it.
Well, and I think prior to 5th edition, there's a lot of I mean, I know we've talked about accessibility and barrier to entry and all of those things, but I think there was a lot more on the player to understand the ins and outs of their character, to know what all of their spells do, to know all of these things, and that can be very challenging for a lot of people. And I know, like, I've had friends that were like, oh, it's too complicated. I can't, do all of this because it's just too complex for me to keep track of. Even if I'm playing a really simple character or, whatever, it's too intimidating. And I think 5th edition stripped a lot of that out, both mechanically and culturally, which I think is very good.
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, and I don't want this to sound like we're saying, like, oh, previous editions were written to be adversarial or to make assumptions about, like, okay, if you're the dungeon master, you should be trying to punish your players or anything like that. But in a lot of cases, it just wouldn't say anything, right? Like, it was just understood, because so much of D&D has been this sort of group culture, and even like game designers come up through the culture of D&D. Yeah. You could say, like, oh, well, it goes without saying that the DM's not adversarial. Well, we wanted to say it, right?
Yeah. Well, and like going all the way back, like coming out of wargaming, that is about winning. So like early editions are very much about how do you win and who at the table is going to win. And that is
it was.
At
It was
some
definitely
point,
adversarial.
for sure.
But I mean, not always, but it was definitely like there was a thread of logic that was around this idea that could the dungeon master create a dungeon that the players, and could the players then survive it, right? It was, and of course it's easy to just kill them off if that's what you really want to do, but to design traps and riddles and encounters so that it was a challenge to defeat them, and the art of dungeon mastering to some extent was getting that just right so that it was hard but possible. Right.
I think the sort of difference is that in 5th ed y'all took pains in the language itself to say this, you say what your character does, and then you and the DM discuss how that plays out. And same in the DMG, it'll say like discuss with your players and hash it out. So it's very collaborative.
There's a great post here I want to get from chat. It's from Nightbot, and it says the Chaldea Gazetteer is a collection of full-color maps from the world of Chaldea developed over decades by Peter Adkison for his D&D world, coming soon to backer kit.
Incredible.
Oh, that's a really good
So relevant. That's weird. It's very bot-like.
It's from Nightbot.
It's the middle of the day.
Hashtag Kalia.
Okay, back to the topic. Armando the Bard says, I believe the adversarial aspect in the origins of the game was due to the wargaming roots of the original designers. Yeah.
As we all remember from 51 years ago.
Yeah, 51 years ago. It was ridiculous.
I was very good at war games.
I was
Same.
So was I. So let's get to streaming, because you can't talk about how D&D has changed since prior to 4th edition to 5th edition, and how were you thinking about that at all, or did that catch you guys all off surprise too? Right?
Well, we did stream.
We
some
did stream.
playtests.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I ran the awesome Chris Perkins adventure, Lich Queen's Beloved, which was from Dungeon number 100. I ran a 5th edition conversion of that for streaming, and we did. We went 2 months. Like we were doing that during the development process, so like we knew about it and we were trying to do it, but it was. I mean, at that time, it was nowhere near the level it is now.
Oh yeah, it was just a meeting room with like a camera attached to a laptop.
Yeah,
and we're just playing. I think it was just one camera. Like I don't think we had multiple cameras.
At some point, we upgraded to 2 cameras. Oh. It was very fancy.
But yeah, I remember thinking back then, like, oh, this is a really useful tool to just like show people, hey, here's the games. You can watch us play, and you can kind of see what we think of it, and we can kind of talk about the design and sort of show it off. But like, at no point did we sit down and think like, okay, how do we optimize for this streaming thing? Like that would have been like, why would you do that?
Because it was too early. Right. I mean, the streaming. I mean, it's obviously started by 2014, right? 2014 is the year.
Yeah.
It's obviously started by then, but it's not. Nobody sees it coming the way.
There's so many other tools that needed to be
Developed.
Yeah, I was going to say invented, but that didn't make any sense because they existed already. But like developed and integrated, like VTTs sort of developed naturally, kind of on their own, in various as people are starting to collate some of the tools that they want to use and stuff. And yeah, it's I personally, I have like maybe half of my games are at a table and half are online, and I have mixed feelings about both. It's like so much easier to schedule stuff if you're just playing online. If like nobody has to leave their house, if they can just like roll out of bed, stay in pajamas, just like eat cereal while you're playing, like that's magic right there. Like that has done so much for people to continue to be able to play and engage with the game. I also, of course, just love like being in person with people and rolling real dice and seeing things like that. But it's like the longevity that comes from being able to adapt and integrate all of these tools that are around there, I think is really good.
Yeah.
Not to mention, because there's less and less now that nerd culture is huge and popular.
We
now.
win!
We win! I know we win, but also a little bit or whatever. It's fine. Like my childhood was for nothing. No, but there's still a little bit the idea of what it looks like to play D&D, right? And it's a bunch of nerds covered in Cheeto dust hunched over in the basement, which does happen. And sometimes you just gotta learn to eat Cheetos with chopsticks. But I think streaming also then sort of helped dispel that so that people could see the meat of what the actual game was, and that it's for everybody and everyone can enjoy it, and you can do the basement nerd thing, or you can do it online, or you can go to be in someone's kitchen, or maybe you're lucky enough to end up in a studio doing whatever, much more mentally accessible that way too, than sort of opening the gates.
Yeah, I think it just made it because, there was the old joke about, I think it was Everway, where it's like, if only we could put Jonathan Tweet in every box, like the people who play this game, because, he knew how to run it. And now you can watch Matt Mercer and go, oh, okay, like that's what it means to be a dungeon master.
Everybody was, I think, just so ahead of its time.
Oh,
in a
yeah.
way, right? You could give now you take today's culture of how people play role-playing games, and people would just instantly be able to play Everway.
Yeah.
Right? But it was too much ahead of its time.
It is streaming,
What's
right?
Everway?
It was an RPG that Jonathan Tweet designed in the early 1990s, and it was very free-form. It was very collaborative. It was, he has a reputation of doing this. He did Ars Magica. He did Over the Edge. He's a lot of his designs are
so
just
much.
like 10 years, 10 years too early.
I miss Ars Magic games.
Yeah, it's good.
So, I think the other big thing that is commonly thought of with 5th edition is that the market has become more diverse, and some people, I think, credit 5th edition for that. But were you thinking about that in the design, sort of like the diversity, in terms of ethnically, in terms of attracting a more diverse audience and, women and minorities, or is you getting some credit for that just because of how the market's changed?
Well, some of it's from how the market's changed, but I think also a big part of it was that I don't necessarily know that there was an intentional effort to attract, but at the very least to welcome, right? A lot of people from different backgrounds, and I credit a lot of that to the writing and to the editorial side of things, like folks like Jeremy Crawford and Michelle Carter did a lot to really drive like the choice of language, and our art directors did an amazing job of depicting people from different backgrounds, ethnicities, and things like that, because we wanted to say, hey, D&D is for everyone. It's for anyone, and it could be for everyone, right? So there absolutely was a lot of intent behind it, and then I think one of the things that was really beneficial about the way the design process went was, as we're designing mechanics, things like, the language we would use to describe a game mechanic could be changed to be more welcoming to people from different backgrounds, or we might make accessibility choices about like, this is going to be hard for people with, red-green color blindness to see, or things like that, right? So things that we had been thinking about for board games too, but applying it to the RPG space. So there was a lot of intent, and I think it kind of came from all quarters, not just obviously game design, but writing, art, all these things, because we all kind of agreed, like, we want this to be something that welcomes the whole community in.
And that's clearly the best thing that's happened in tabletop gaming, in the last decade or two, is just decade, I guess.
Yeah.
Better.
I was going to call out the art specifically because it's so instantly accessible. You know, you don't have to read through the book to catch that stuff, but just opening a book and being like, that's so refreshing to me. Like, they don't all look exactly the same. You know, like no shade on earlier editions, but if you look at those source books, there are some through lines.
It left some room
there's some
for
room.
improvement.
Yeah, there's some, and I mean, obviously the art team does beautiful work.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
No, it was very intentional because one of the things we found was if you could put in an art brief, like specify like ethnicity or gender, like a lot of times the artists are just going through so many pieces that they would start like defaulting to like a white guy. So one of the things we did very early on and kind of carried through was we took the Forgotten Realms and then we identified, okay, here's all the ethnic groups of Forgotten Realms, different cultures. And we did an entire lookbook, of like, here is this culture, here are these people, and built them all up. So then when we would do the art orders, we would specifically say, this is a woman from Termish who is dressed as a warrior, blah, blah, blah. So the artist would see the word Termish, like, okay, I don't know that. I have to go to the art guide, and then they would get the splash. So it would just,
That's great.
So it took a lot of work.
Gotcha.
And John Shinheady was the art director at the time, and he put a lot of work into that. Just making sure that we had that entire catalog, and then we structured things where the artists had to go for the reference. And I think that's how we got there.
Yeah, no, even in late 4th edition, I was working on a book as the lead designer, and at the time, designers often wrote up first drafts of art orders, right? And I remember working with art director at the time, and I remember him saying, "Listen, you've got to specify, if you want people looking like they come from different cultures and backgrounds, because a lot of times we'll use an artist who might be from a place that has less diversity than like the United States, right? So their default reference is going to be a little bit more homogenous than it would be for someone who's from a more diverse area. So it's not like this person is intentionally doing this. They're drawing what they know, right? So you need to be specific in your art order if you want to get that kind of diversity.
Yeah. This is close to a closing question. It's probably not the closing question, but we're getting towards the tail here. Looking back, anything you wish, and this is definitely for Mike and Rodney, what did you get wrong? What do you wish you'd done
See myself
differently?
out.
What do you look back and like,
Not to turn this into like a commercial, but so I am working on a book that's going to be crowdfunded probably later this year.
go
or
ahead.
Next.
We-
Yeah, did you hear that
Plug,
bot?
plug.
Nightbot 2
Look what it said in the
says,
chat.
Well, I don't have a link. I do have a Patreon, though, patreon.com/Mike Merles, so you can see some of the design. But it is funny going back, because I hadn't really worked on, I worked on Magic for like 4 or 5 years, so I hadn't touched D&D for ages. And it's been funny to go back, and I didn't know if I wanted to write the book. When I started off like my job search in January, and I was doing all that, I thought, okay, I'll take some time, start writing. I started writing a wholly new game, and then I was talking to friends of mine, they're like, oh, but if you want to make a big splash, maybe you start with a 5e thing. And it's like, okay, fine. I'll go back to the game I worked on, and I'll at least try. And it's been a ton of fun. Like, I think that's one thing we got super right is like, ooh, I'm going to make a cleric subclass. This is really fun. I get to like just do this, and it's super flavorful. But then I get to classes
maybe you
like,
misunderstood the question.
No. I meant to the product. I can't be like, it's miserable, I hated it, but it's going to be no. But then I get to like the ranger or the monk, and I'm like, oh, we just didn't really have enough. And I'm curious, Rodney, to hear what you think of this. I don't think we just had a good conceptual hold on, oh, what is the core class versus the subclass? Some of them, like the cleric and the paladin, like it's super clear. The paladin's like, you're taking an oath. It's like, oh, cool. So what kind of oath? So like, I can design like, oh, what's like the oath of the arcane? It's like, oh, magic should be preserved and just used correctly. And that's what my oath is, to make sure no one abuses arcane magic. Oh, okay, I can picture that character, and I'm designing the abilities really easy. Then I get to the ranger, and it's like, okay,
Like dogs.
Yeah, it's like, this ranger has a pet bear, and this ranger hits people hard with their sword. Like, I don't understand, like, the subclass. So it's been a lot of, and like, but what's been kind of fun now is going like, okay, now I have all this game design experience, especially trading card game design experience. Like, okay, well, what if the monk instead was doing this? Like, so some of the design, it's been fun to say, well, because the subclass is so flexible, I could say, no, here's a philosophy I'm going to use for monk subclasses. It's not what you see in the player's handbook. but here's how I'm doing it because here's what I see as the role it can fill. So I think that's something that I would, if I was going to say, hey, change this, I'd say have a very clear idea of where the class and subclass begins and ends, because I think that is when people do say critique, I think rightfully, like we didn't get the ranger right, we didn't get the monk right. I think that's one of the big problems. Is like, well, what does it mean? Like we don't have a crisp definition of the two. As opposed to like the cleric, which was a very popular class, it's still popular. It's like, oh yeah, it's pretty clear. Like I'm a god. Yeah, I worship this deity, you worship that deity. That's why we're different, and it clicks into place, I think, easily, both design and for players.
Although I will say, I mean, support the Patreon and make that, and it's gonna be super cool. But I do think that WotC has then did a pretty decent job with some of the later source books, like in Xanathar's and Tasha's and stuff, of like adding in subclasses for those things where it's like, maybe this one though, it like brings more to the table now. You have your base, and then it's like, ooh, now I have like this other really cool, distinct thing that maybe didn't exist in the original Player's Handbook, which is nice that they kind of are still feeling that same feedback and iterating on it. But patreon.com/Mike Morris.
Link in the doobly-doo.
Yeah.
How about you, Rodney?
You know, like Mike, I am actually pretty happy with the game as it came out. Right, like I think you know, we did a pretty good job as a whole. There are decisions we made at the time that were the right decision at the time that I would want to reinvestigate now, right? Like one of the things that I'm really hot on is this idea of like, what if we did the ability scores or the ability modifiers as instead of 10 and then minus 10 and then having it so that it's every 2, it was just 1 to 1. So right, like an 11 is a +1 and a 12 is a +2, and then you can do things like use the ability scores as target numbers. So it's like, oh, I'm trying to push that person, so it's my strength roll against their strength, as the defense, right?
There's a lot of that in Shadow of the Demon Lord.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and this is something that Rob, who's a super close friend of mine, shout out Rob Schwab. Great designer. But Demon Lord does this really well, and I love that kind of thing because it is one of those tools that you put into the hand of the dungeon master that makes it easier for them to improvise, right? But at the time, we should not have done that, right? Because we were in a different circumstance than we were in now, and we didn't, and that was the right call at the time. But I would reinvestigate something like that. I think the only, I wouldn't even call it a regret, because again, it's another thing that we made the choice we should have made at the time, but thing that I wish had gone differently was some of the monster and encounter creation math didn't land exactly where we needed it to. And part of it's just because the math behind the game is very complicated. Like I maintained this spreadsheet that was so complicated that I had to get an upgraded laptop for my IT because Excel kept crashing. But even with all of that, we would be going through the monster editing process, and it'd be like, okay, this monster should have a strength of this, or a saving throw that is at least this bonus for the challenge rating we have it at, right? And you'd look at it and say like, oh, that feels weird for this monster to have a saving throw that's that high or something like that. So we would make the call to go with what felt right instead of maybe what was necessarily mathematically right. Sometimes we did it in the opposite direction as well, but I think just sort of top to bottom, like the monster math and the encounter building math was something where we had to make some compromises for the feel of the game and the way things, the situation the game was in at the time, that I would love to, reinvestigate. And now I say that maybe they have been reinvestigating. I don't know. I've been gone from Wizards for 9 years, so who knows if they are reinvestigating it. But that's the kind of thing where like we made the right decision at the time.
Isn't it great to move on? No, I'm commiserating about being away from Wizards.
Yeah. Anyways, like we made the right call at the time.
Yeah.
And while I would love to investigate things like that, and I think mentioning Shadow of the Demon Lord, that's a great example of where it lives in a different space. The game is excellent. And Shadow of the Weird Wizard.
I'm playing Weird Wizard.
Weird Wizard
now.
is also
it's really
excellent. I'm super jazzed to get my physical copy.
If you want a game where you can play a weird little dude, it's anything by Schwab.
Side note, in my Demon Lord campaign we played a couple of years ago, one of my players played a time cop.
Oh, yeah.
from the movie Time Cop. Perfect. It was great. But yeah, like that game is in a different space at a different time in a different industry. So like it can do things that I wish we had been able to do on D&D.
Well,
Sorry, I felt like was about to.
did you want to?
I just want to throw in that is one
Yeah.
that is the downside to success though, is like, can you make those changes, right? Like, could you go through and like, I mean, it's one of the things like, everyone's waiting for the updated rule books to come out later this year. It's like, okay, well, we'll get changed. I don't envy anyone having to make those choices. 'Cause it's like, well, what if you do go back and say, look, the monster math, like this was like kind of the 4th edition problem. Like, look, this is more fun, and everyone's like, no, you're wrong, and you're like,
Well, on that same note, like going back to what I was talking about earlier about D&D being like this tentpole that everybody gets to build off of, is like Shadow the Demon Lord can exist with those changes in it,
Yeah.
because 5th edition is where it is, and it's like encouraging designers and everything like that to make those changes that they think, which
Rising
and
tide.
exactly, and at some point, like when you're designing a game, you just have to stop.
Yeah.
You just like have to be done designing it and like put out whatever it is that you have, and you do your best and all those things. But it really is like just a very encouraging world to live in because of these tent poles that have happened over the decades.
And the flexibility of it is built in, like we were talking about earlier. So those issues are very solvable if you have regular players or whatever, and they're encountering problems with this. Then maybe the DM does kind of what you do, and they're just like, well, all the monsters have double hit points now, or they have minions, so you're gonna have to do some action economy or whatever. The change is very like. What is that, modular? I don't know, you can kind of like plug and play
That's
as
a modular.
needed.
Yeah. You got it.
Yeah, to then balance out and account for things that you can't always account for in the development process.
So I just have one last one, because
Sure,
both
yeah.
of you work on editions of D&D, right? Did you feel like the weight of expectations of like, oh, you have to meet what the audience wants? Because already you talked about, like, it's kind of a feel thing, where it's like, oh, you couldn't, like, I can just double the hit points in my home game, but if I'm putting that in an official D&D book,
Right.
I can as a DM can just go, well, I'm going to play a shot of the weird wizard right now because I like that. But if Wizards decided that's the game we're publishing is like a new edition of D&D, like what happens then? So I'm just kind of curious about like if that's something that
I feel like as a designer, that was a constant struggle. And actually, it's funny mentioning Weird Wizard and Demon Lord. Rob Schwab was a big part of the design team for 5th edition. And I remember we were in a meeting in what used to be the library at Wizards that we converted into a meeting room. And like we were having this argument that we were basically both trying to argue for what is the best possible, game mechanic or implementation of this mechanic that also feels essentially D&D, right? And like that, like sometimes it worked just fine, and you're like, oh, it's this. Oh, great, let's do it, right? But a lot of times it was like, oh boy, there's a tension there, right, between these things, and the weight of responsibility for creating a new edition of D&D was occasionally crushing, and definitely, to go back to the question you asked earlier about like, oh, was there a sense that D&D could die here? Like from a pragmatic standpoint, there was a possibility that Hasbro might say like, oh, let's just put this on the shelf for a few years, right?
Yeah.
So like that could have happened, but certainly just as a D&D player and a D&D fan, and someone who it's been a part of my life since I was 10 years old, and still a huge part of my life. Like there was a responsibility to make a thing that would grow, or at the very least keep creating those experiences out there that I have benefited from and that so many people have benefited from, right? So like, yeah, there absolutely was a feeling of import to that, right?
The existential sort of crisis feelings that I was feeling a lot in the 90s were just more about tabletop gaming in general. I had the luxury of D&D was in such a bad shape when we acquired it. Like it was near, borderline bankruptcy. I mean, it would have gone into bankruptcy if we wouldn't have bought it. We had
Thank you.
Oh god, that does sound like a setup. But I mean,
No, that was a genuine thank you. I just sound like
no, I mean, I wasn't fishing for it, but there was so much built. There was so much goodwill that we could ride, and I love AD&D. I do, but it was so broken. I mean, it was like, if your task is to take D&D from AD&D in second edition, AD&D, and try and I mean, you just can't go wrong, really. I mean, there was so much opportunity, so much low-hanging fruit. Like turn the armor class system right side up. I mean, fix the initiative system, fix the surprise rules. Let female characters have as good a stats as the male characters. Let half orcs be paladins. I mean, there were just so many things that were low-hanging fruit, and. So I was never. I honestly wasn't that worried, and I also had a lot of faith, still do, in Jonathan Tweet. I mean, Jonathan Tweet is one of the great RPG designers of all time, and I really loved working with Skip Williams. He knew so much of the history. And Monty Cook at the time, now we think of him as a grizzled veteran, but he was the kid. He was the young. He was he was in the group of the youngest designers. But you could just tell right away that he was so gifted. So I just knew we had the right team and the right opportunity. And I wasn't worried about my boss, right? I didn't have to, I had that luck. I had that luck. That's a luxury, I admit it, right? Yeah. Didn't have to answer to anybody really. So, yeah. Before we go for lunch, we have a great post here from Nightbot again. Nightbot really giving us the best pros. Celebrate Pride Month 2024 with Sarah Moore as she runs a special charity one-shot of Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Great game.
Saturday, June 22nd. That's a week from today, by the way, at 10 a.m. Pacific time. All the same time we started. Yeah, so just pretend that maybe the D&D series is still going next week. If you do that and you stumble into Thirsty Sword Lesbians, you're going to be...
I don't know how I got here.
It happens.
For the library.
Crazy.
I guess
It
I'll
happens
stay
with
for the
some
library.
regularity here, yeah.
Songs are thirsty.
And there's a donations link on chat. So, wow, this is... I mean... I'm going to make this attempt to do an epilogue on this whole thing, or a conclusion. What summary is that? Great job to you and everybody else who worked on 5th edition and still works on 5th edition. It is a fabulous edition of D&D. It feels good. I remember a conversation I had with you at GameholeCon years ago, not long after it came out, and I told you then, it just feels like just a great. It's like you said, it feels like D&D, and yet is more accessible, and to everyone. It's just a great addition, and it's such a high note to end our series on 5th edition. I mean, it's just really good. So,
Thank you guys also.
Yeah.
Not to leave you out, because
Yeah.
I'm love with it.
Yeah. So, thank you for stopping by, but don't go away. We're going to take a break. We're going to eat some lunch, and so it'll be a long break, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to play well, you guys are all going to play 5th edition. I'm going to stay in chat. We're going to play 5th edition D&D. Just to sort of put our money where our mouth is and say, yeah, we've been talking about how great this edition is. All right, prove it. Play out. Just in case you haven't ever seen a D&D game, 5th edition game being streamed, you picked a good one.
There's zero,
yeah.
except for this one.
This is the only one.
Yeah, this is the only one ever.
Yeah, it's the only one. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go on break. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in a bit. We are back. And you know, I usually say after we come back from lunch break, we did it. We ate lunch. I can't say that today. There was a fate roll or a luck roll that went awry, and lunch didn't show up. So this amazing cast and crew are like, we want to go on anyway. So we are on plan B for lunch. So we're going to play for a little while. Might not, however long it takes for lunch to get here, and then we're going to take another lunch break. But we promise we will scarf our food down as quickly as possible. Right, guys? Yeah. And
like a seal.
so break time is just going to come a little bit early. We might have 2 breaks today. One another lunch break, and then I guess that would be 3. All right. In case you just joined us, we are celebrating 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons today, and we've been chatting about it, and now we are going to play a game of 5th edition. Mike Merles is going to DM us, and why don't we go around and do another round of introductions again for anybody who might have just joined us, starting with you, Rodney.
Do you want us to introduce our characters too, or just...
introduce yourself and your characters.
Okay, great.
I think that'd be great.
Can do.
And then now, you're in charge now. I'm done.
Hi, everybody. I am Rodney Thompson. I use he, him pronouns. And today I'm going to be playing Michael Fane. I just go by Fane. I am a human sorcerer with the divine bloodline. Long time ago, many moons ago, my ancestors, apparently some celestial fell in love with one of my ancestors. It was a match made in heaven. And ever since then, that has flowed down through my family tree. But every now and then I have had, or there's been someone in my family in whom the divine bloodline has manifested in a magical way, such as me, which has often resulted in us being forced to leave our home and go out into the wide world. So that's what I'm doing out in the world of adventuring.
I'm Megan Carey-Nasser, she, her. I'm playing Aurelia Shabub, also she, her. We both are an elven battlesmith artificer. She was raised by bears in the woods, and so she started off trying to make things out of twigs and stuff, and then discovered later, I don't know if we talked about this actually, so feel free to be right. No, you did not. But on a supply run one time to a nearby village, she discovered that her family had lost her in the woods when she was little. The quotes are her own. She is not convinced that it was an accident. And so they've tentatively reconnected, and she is able to get more like funding and access to further her battlesmithing skills through that connection, but is still very distrustful of people and has like a pretty big chip on her shoulder about it.
I'm Bryce Bebop, he, they, and I'm playing Dave the Barbarian, who is he, him.
Did you say Barbarian?
Yeah, he's a barbarian.
Okay.
Dave is the middle child. His parents are actually the king and queen of a far-off land. They went to go get some milk and left his sister in charge. It's been a couple years. They didn't say where the milk was from, but they'll be back eventually. During that time, Dave was following his scholarly pursuits. He was an illuminator and a poet, but he ran afoul of the god of paper cuts and fidget spinners and was cursed with these rippling biceps, and now he can't really reach to write anymore.
His pets are too big.
Yeah, his pets are too big, so he can't write anymore. And so he now knits, and his sisters make fun of him because he's a barbarian who knits. And so they banished him and said, go find out where mom and dad went. So he's on a hunt.
Maybe they went like milk spoiling distance away.
Oh, so they have
They have to just keep going back for more, and then it rots, and they're like, and then
we can't come back without milk.
Yeah.
It's been too many years now.
It would look weird if the show without any milk.
It's way too much to have to explain.
Too many questions if there's no milk.
We said we're getting milk, not cheese. What?
Yeah. Hi again. Hello. I'm Damon Van Heen. My pronouns are he, him. Today I'm playing Teacup. the bugbear. That's the end. Yeah, the bugbear soul knife rogue who was raised by giants, storm giants in particular. Teacup has been struck by lightning a lot, many times. Perpetually a little adorably fuzzy. So take everything you know about bugbears and then just make it cute, and that's Teacup.
Ooh.
Also stabbing though.
Yeah. Sorry, no, I did. I thought you
Cute
were
stabbing.
He's the cutest little stabber. I forgot to introduce my buddies.
Oh yeah, you have buddies.
Yeah. Because I'm a battlesmith. I have a steel defender, but I imagine it much more like it's steel where the cogs are, but the outside of it is crafted of like twigs and bits of fur and things. Made to look like a bear. Its name is Barry, but it's like BEAR-E. Stands for okay. It stands for Bioelectric Arcane Robot Enforcer. So he follows me around, and then I have a little homunculus named Barley, and I'm definitely not going to get those names confused because I thought about it when I named them and planned accordingly. Barley looks like a little pot that you would have in a kitchen to put in like sugar or honey or whatever, but like little arms fold out when you need some, so it can be very unobtrusive. Also, I'm a little bit of a kleptomaniac. But you guys don't know that.
Yeah.
We don't.
Figure that out along the way.
Yeah.
Stefan wants to know what levels these characters are.
Fifth. Everyone's
Oh, yeah,
fifth level.
Fifth level.
15th.
Yeah, 50. Oh,
That's what I did.
Yeah, I said 15. There was a 5 in it.
No, 5. Okay.
All right.
50th, yeah.
We'll go 5. We'll go 5.
There's a 5 in it.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
I forgot. I also have a friend.
If you want.
I have a friend. It's a little fat dragon.
Yeah.
That doesn't really do a whole lot.
What's his name?
Is it an actual little fat dragon?
Yeah, it's a little fat dragon, a little fat kind of dragon, a pseudo dragon. No tail, just kind of
It's a
rolls
kind of
around.
dragon.
It's a kind of. It looks kind of like a pig. If a pig and a dragon were friends and then had a little friend,
Normally.
yeah, like, if they knew each other in a biblical way, then you would have Flaffy here.
Flaffy?
Flaffy, because he's just kind of flat.
Fee?
Flaffy.
Flaffy.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Teacup is no bonus friends.
No bonus friends?
I did not cast Find
yet?
Familiar.
Yeah.
But you have it.
But you have it.
No, I did not.
The pins roll down this end of the
Yeah,
table.
that's right.
Oh, Team Vibes.
Oh, you got
Sorry,
kicked out
buddy.
of Team Vibes.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah.
So, speaking of vibes, what I want to start with is...
This is already the best game so far.
This is easy. I'm just going to watch, right? That's my
Well,
favorite
just
style.
apologies to you.
No, this
I
is
am
great.
sorry.
And
My-
like, hopefully there's no dead air.
Yeah, it's just my look of shock at these characters. I don't know. So I'm Mike Merles, he, him, and I am running an adventure called The Halls of Tyson Thane. It's going to be modified though, because this is from like 1980, 1981. So I thought it'd be kind of fun to run an adventure that was kind of from the olden days of D&D, and just kind of hey, 5th edition's vibes is all like it's all D&D. But I also thought specifically when I got the character descriptions by email, like okay, I think I need to run this one because it might have some fun NPC interactions. Yes. But what I'd like the 4 of you to do is here's how I'd like to start things. You've just had maybe a not super successful quest. You want an adventure? Maybe one of your...
together?
Yeah, the 4 of you together. You had to kind of go out in the wilderness in search of something, and maybe you got lost, or maybe, luckily, you didn't get into any huge fights. You weren't really in any mortal peril. This is more of a adventure going sideways just due to the inconvenience,
Which is worse, because the embarrassment of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Gosh.
So you find yourselves stuck in the wilderness. You're heading toward a small village named Kaylee. There you should be able to get room for the night, but you've been stuck in the wilderness for far longer than you thought. You probably had a lot of fights over who packed the food, or maybe whatever, depending on the vibe of your group. So if you want to just take a second amongst yourselves, kind of think, hey, what was the source? What went wrong? And what's your kind of mood, and what's your feeling as you're about to head into Kaylee? You're maybe like 20 minutes from finally arriving. But your essentially past week has been spent on a wild goose chase across deep wilderness, no signs of civilization. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. But luckily, never any mortal danger. And 10 minutes from now, you've heard Kaylee has a very nice inn. should finally be able to get some good food and a good night's rest. So, how do you think you would have gotten yourselves into that situation?
So, quick question: do any of us have any sort of like pathfinding, wilderness lore, survival?
I am proficient in survival.
I am
yeah.
also proficient in survival. I'm not good at it.
I'm a +5 for my survival.
I'm a 2.
Okay, well, that means I got us horribly lost.
Yay!
Probably. That sounds like a thing that happens a lot, I think, for Teacup. I think Teacup is particularly confident to cover up being wrong. And whenever he realizes that he is incorrect, there's a doubling down on the confidence. Because, of course, how could he really be wrong?
Was Teacup a middle manager in a major corporation?
There's definitely a lot of compensating for Teacup.
I feel like what happened was we were like buying our supplies for our next quest, right? Like, we've got to stock up and everything. And we go to like the cartographer and it's like, a new map with updated, geography and everything is going to be this much. And we're like, ooh, that's a little rich for my blood.
I'll just scan it.
You were like, I can do it.
We got Teacup.
Yeah.
So,
I just like, I got it. Yeah.
We'll
Are you
pass.
sure though? Because do you remember last time?
No, absolutely. Absolutely, I got it.
Because we went in those circles.
Yeah, I don't remember last time though because I made room for the map in my head instead
that
of
is
those
promising.
memories.
Okay.
We're at a finite memory allocation here. Anyways, so I think that's we put our faith in Teacup instead of in modern surveying equipment.
Yeah.
Who needs a map?
All right.
We do, actually. You'll recall I did mention that when we were in the map store.
All up here.
So after getting hopelessly lost in the wilderness, finally though, Teacup, maybe with a nat 20 on her survival roll, you have finally found a path leading to, you're sure it's going to end in this small village named Kaylee, which has a wonderful inn. You'll finally be able to rest. You'll finally be able to get your bearings. And once you're there, then you'll know exactly where you are, and then it'll be a mere triviality to go from there to where you actually want to be. And so that is the situation you find yourself.
Teacup saves the day.
As you're making your way,
Have some
the
notes.
sun is beginning to sink below the horizon. Luckily for you, it's been a very clear, pleasant day. It's probably like early summer. It's actually been kind of a nice day after all like the wandering you've done in the woods the past week. You're making your way down a not too regularly used path. It's clear no one really comes this way too often. You can hear ahead the rushing of a river. You know that Kaylee is just positioned at a small ferry point for. You're in the middle of nowhere. So most of the people out here, they're trappers. Sometimes traders come through and they sell what they found, furs and stuff and everything. And so as you're making your way down this track, thick forest around you, finally, you come around a bend, heading up a very shallow rise to the small village itself. Finally, civilization. Except every single window and door in this place has been barricaded shut. You see that all the windows have been closed, planks nailed up. Maybe at one point it was a nice welcoming inn right here in the middle of town, the Ferryboat Tavern. You can see just beyond it is the river. On the far side is the small ferry boat, water rushing past. It looks like someone has buttoned it up. Like they've been besieged. Everything has been closed up. And actually, as you're coming around, you can see someone maybe they heard you coming, maybe they saw you coming. You hear like, they're here, and runs inside, and you hear the front door slam, and you can barely make out eyes looking out from the tavern through the gaps in the planks that have barricaded all the doors and windows. And you hear a voice inside. Hey, is that what they look like? Well, I don't know. Everyone has been caught by him. He's been dead. We don't know. I don't know what they could be them. Well, but maybe there's travelers. No, it could be a trick. Shh. Oh, I think they heard us.
This is the only way I've ever looked.
Clearly, our reputation has preceded us.
Well, hey, we haven't killed anyone for a while, so I don't know that we're who you think we are. It's been... When was the last time we had to kill somebody?
And we were able to get into the town.
Oh,
They
yeah,
didn't.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The
It's just
town
that-
it's too small to have like a wall or anything
Got it.
like that. Yeah, it's merely other than the tavern. There's maybe like maybe a half dozen to a dozen other small individual homes. And the ferry is on the other side. So really, this is almost just an area where like folk in the area who sort of live off the land come here to trade.
I think I'll go knock on the door to the inn.
Okay.
Just bugbears with their very long arms.
Yeah, you should be faced.
Hello.
So you see everyone, like the eyes are all tracing. You're talking like, oh, they've killed people. Like, not recently, but they've killed people, but
Right,
not
but do
recently.
you know of people that have been killed recently?
Too many. No,
Yeah, so that obviously wasn't us.
And as Teacup is knocking, give him a chance. Wait, and now you're all carrying your adventuring gear.
Oh, yeah.
And then you hear someone inside say, "Oh, look! Oh, this could be adventurers." Yeah. And could everyone then give me a perception check?
I don't see anything.
13.
Oh, 10.
11.
11. So what you hear is mumble. Oh, but and that's how they could help. And there's like, oh, great idea. And so
There's a lot of smart people in here.
as you're knocking and the door opens up and you see a small group of folk kind of huddled around like the main room of the tavern. There's a couple elves, a couple humans. There's like a dragonborn in the back adjusting her glasses, like looking over at you. And there is a gnome up front looking up at you saying, "Oh, hello. You're exactly what we've been praying for. Heroes who've come to banish the horror and terrors of the night that have plagued us. Please come and oh.
No,
Oh,
maybe.
oh.
Don't. Like, let's hear them out.
But if someone is mightily built, is this one is also struck with fear, perhaps."
It's complicated.
Also, dinner?
Oh, yes, of course. But come in quickly, before they arrive. So the gnome's gesturing you in. As you head in, the door is closed behind you, bolt thrown. Yes, just right here. And you see everyone in the room is just sort of like, as you're moving, they've just formed like a bubble around you. They're all watching you expectantly. As the gnome gestures to a table here. "Oh, yes, sit. We will provide you with the finest food that we have left. And I am sorry for the rude welcoming, but times have been terrible here in Cayley. Oh, it has been awful. We have been visited with an utmost disaster. But please, sit and eat first, and maybe have a few drinks." Yes.
I would really like to roll an insight, because I've been around some cannibals before. And I
Not feeling great. Right now.
yeah. The stew smells really good, is all I'm saying. 17.
So you having had some experience with cannibals, it's not necessarily like a 1-to-1, but you're like, wait, this is clearly like the vibe the gnome is giving you, and everyone kind of forming the bubble around you. Like you're getting a clear like, oh, maybe these folk can deal with our problem because we don't want to, because it's probably terrifying, or like something they'd rather just like, oh, you go deal with it and maybe be eaten by it, and then maybe it'll stop trying to eat us, sort of thing.
Well, as long as I'm not feeling like they're going to come after me, I'll go ahead and sit down.
Yeah, you can get with that check. You can definitely get the sense like no one here is a trained fighter. There's like the dragonborn in the back, like, adjusting her glasses. Like she looks like she might be like an adept or a priest, but like clearly not someone who's used to like wading into fights. A couple of the other folk, like one of the elves, she looks like she might be like a trapper, so she could probably handle a bow, but she's not someone who's going to get into fights. And you get that vibe from a couple other people too. The gnome seems to be someone like maybe he's like the mayor, but it's kind of a small town. Maybe he owns the tavern. Everyone is clearly deferring to him.
Great.
All right.
Oh, and then finally, you do notice as they bring drinks to you, like they don't just bring you like a tankard each. Like there's like 3 each. Drink up, which
Perfect for
You're-
me. This one is too foamy. Okay. I try another one. I'm like, this was too flat.
and when they actually like over like no, we need to make it perfect for you. And like you know, with your insight vibe, it's like drink up, like let's get lots of drinks and these people before we
This
start.
is our last meal.
Like they are very eager to get you drinking.
Well, this one's just right. So.
And the gnome looks like visibly relieved. Like,
So as they're bringing us these drinks, I'm sort of looking around and noticing belatedly the vibe here, as we've said many times. And I will sort of hunker down on the gnome's level and say, my good man, please, all of this hospitality, while we are very grateful for it, is unnecessary. And I can't help but notice that it seems as though your town is in a dire position. What has driven you all to huddle within these barricaded walls?
Well, maybe you should have a few drinks first, and then you
Maybe I shouldn't.
It's one of those. Well, really, what has happened is there's just been disturbances at night. You may notice that we have barricades over our windows and our doors, and well, it is maybe an abundance of caution. And as he's talking, you see the dragonborn in the back. She's looking like very disapprovingly at him and like adjusting her glasses and is just like rolling her eyes, like on edge of wanting to interrupt, but just not yet. So we felt that those of your risk-taking disposition would be open to investigating this phenomena of people. When the night comes, we find that our local population seems to be adversely affected by the
Excuse me, I call out to the Dragonborn. Can you translate?
She comes over and she basically just says, what our mayor is trying to say is that there have been awful creatures appearing in the night. I have done what I can to consult with the gods to divine what they could be, but they have been attacking our village and picking off people one by one. We desperately need your help. And you see the gnome is like, I'm sure it'll be safe. And she's like, these things are deadly. They're awful creatures. They've been murdering people by night. It is by no means safe. But we beg of you, perhaps you can find it in your hearts to take pity on us and help us.
I will go start adding nails to the walls.
Oh, you can reach a lot higher than the gnome.
Cast bending if I need to. Squared.
I just gotta say, Stefano's really happy that you guys ran into gnomes. He's just like a titter about it.
So I'll ask, is it that folk are going missing, or how do I put this delicately? Have you been able to have adequate funeral services?
The gnome goes to speak, and the dragon, she looks down at him, kind of glares.
Well, the state of the bodies was such that the pieces that we found, we burned, because there wasn't really much left. There was lots of blood, though.
We got a long way to go tonight. I think we should...
Are we done? We done here? Yeah.
Kind of fascinated by this.
Were they chewed up?
So and the gnome kind of, well, you can, the dragonborn just pushes. I'll handle this. From what we can see, this first began 4 nights ago. At first, it was a small one of the homes on the eastern edge of town. In the morning, everything seemed fine. But it was one of the folk in the household had fallen ill, and I went to check in on them in the morning, and it was an awful sight. It looked as if something or someone had taken a great blade and plunged it into them again and again. The entire family killed. Awful. Blood everywhere. We thought at first it was maybe a raiders or some creature had slipped into town and attacked, but there was no sign that, and forgive my bluntness and my perhaps could be seem cold-hearted, but I just want to relay the facts. Whatever it was didn't try to eat them, and it didn't try to steal anything from them. Their goods were still there, and it was clear whatever it was had not fed on them, at least not physically. We put out guards that night, and they all met the same fate. We heard their cries and screams of pain. Something came and claimed them. And that is when we barricaded our homes. It was clear whatever was happening in the first 2 nights was only at night. And then the third night, we heard them scratching on the doors and the walls. Something was out there in the darkness. someone in our village, one of the woodcutters, opened his window to perhaps get a peek at it, and we heard the commotion, and he and his his family were quickly fallen upon and slain. As far as we can see, this past night, those of us here in the tavern here, in the ferry boat, there has been the sound of scratching, something coming to the windows, the doors, pushing against it, going all over the surface of the building, seeming as if trying to find a way in. Luckily, last night no one was slain, but if this continues, and it is clear that our guards were outside when night fell, they did not last long. So whatever it is comes by night.
And the first family was stabbed?
Yes, the guards too.
Okay, but it seems like an animal, maybe? Some scratching? But it can use swords. Is this not fascinating to anyone else?
Troubling.
Did your town anger the gods?
Well, this is...
That's a classic.
And the gnomes... I always knew this would come to no end.
Fickle.
There is a mage who lives not far from here. His name is Tyson Thane. He never came into town. His brothers would sometimes come to town with their retainers to purchase supplies, to meet with traders who come across on the ferry to do business with them. Folk have had many rumors of Tyson Thane, that he was a necromancer, that he was engaging in dark rituals, but he has lived in his palace nearby for years with nothing. Nothing has befallen our village, clearly, but through his work. But there are still some, and she looks at the gnome again, who suspect that perhaps this is tied to him, but at the very least, he is a powerful mage. He might know something of this and have some charm that could counter it, or understand a weapon or something that could be used against it. Would you be willing to visit with Tyson Thane, to go to his palace, and on our behalf, beg him for aid?
How far away is it?
It is about a day's travel. If you would not be able to reach there tonight, and I fear if you left, that these creatures would fall upon you. But if you leave early tomorrow morning, you should reach there well before sundown.
Nice. So, are we talking a reward situation, or is this like a good of our hearts situation?
I like the first one.
I just want to get this all front loaded. It's really awkward after you do a job, to discuss it.
Yes, and she actually adjusts her and looks at the gnome. This is business. This is your part. Well, now normally I would be very eager to speak of prices and rewards, but one cannot help but notice that you four are also find yourselves in the same predicament as those of us here in the village of Cayley. And so while our monetary remuneration may be quite slender, we can offer you each 25 gold pieces, which is, I assure you, represents the clear majority of our town funds. But one also wonders if you were to try to leave town, even journeying to Tyson Thane's palace and then travel by night or have to camp out outside by night, you might find yourselves on the wrong end of whatever these horrible things are.
Are there no... Sorry, he's mentioned that they've attacked the town. Are there outlying farms or anything like that where they've seen similar attacks, or does it seem to be concentrated just to the town?
We did send a messenger to Tyson Thane's palace after the first day, but we have received no word since. A second person left 2 days ago. After that point, we assumed whatever this thing is, it must be claiming them.
Does it look like the kitty cat is making big claw marks? The scratching?
Yeah, taking a look, why don't you give me give me an investigation check. Yeah, you can clearly
15.
Okay, yeah. So taking a look at you can clearly see the scratches. You're more like, okay, what is the nature of it? Yeah, looking at it, it looks almost like a blade. The way it doesn't look like something natural, or it's more rough. It looks like it's just like a cut. Like it's relatively thin and very regular, where it's bitten down into the wood. And it looks relatively shallow, like something's just coming along and just slowly, again, almost and from what they described, it looks almost like something is probing, running across, looking for an opening, maybe, the way it's just cutting right across the wood.
Not a kitty.
Yeah, certainly not an animal by your description, but it makes me wonder, why is this plywood enough to keep out something so savage? Is there something about, I don't know, opening a door or window that gives access to whatever this is that is supernatural in some way? I don't know.
Does it look like, I don't know if this is a thing I could tell, but based on the scratch marks, does it look like they would even be able to get through the thickness?
Yeah, it is odd looking at it, like from the damage. Like you'd expect if this is someone like with a blade,
Yeah.
that if they just swung really hard, they should be able to just like this is just like scrap wood they put up. It's a crude barricade. So it is a little odd, and judging from what they've described of the violence, like it seems like whatever this is should be relatively strong. Like you're confident any of you, like with just a few kicks, could probably batter through. This is not a fortified place.
Do the claw marks go through any like gaps in the wood?
They seem like they almost go over like it with like some of the wood, the way it's been put over a window. That it's almost like a unbroken, like the blade or whatever claw stayed at the same depth as it went between the pieces.
I have a question from our artist, from Tanel. By the way, Tanel Lovett has joined us. Our illustrator does live art draws for us. We're very happy whenever she comes down. Yeah. And she was asking whether was the whole village gnomes, or was it just like there was one gnome you were talking to?
Yeah.
The whole village is gnomes.
Oh, there was one gnome who seems to be the mayor. There's a dragonborn who seems to be the local priest, and then the rest of the crowd is a mix of elves, humans, dwarves.
So it's not like a dollhouse size village. It's a normal size village.
Yeah, but I wish it was.
But like child-sized dollhouses, so like even the gnome is outside, and we're just like playing games on our tavern diorama. No. That's why the barricades are so flimsy. It's just popsicle sticks.
All right, well, we clearly can't leave tonight. So we're going to spend at least one night here, right? How much time? You said it was like noonish, right? Something like that?
The sun was just starting to set, so
okay.
it's dusk, yeah.
All right, before we get to full sunset, maybe we should have a look around the town, see if anything else stands out to us as being unusual before we bed down for the night inside the tavern.
Sounds good. Okay. So why don't, and anyone who wants to take a look around town, it's pretty small. It's a village, maybe a dozen buildings or so. So it won't take too long. You'll be able to do a circuit of it and check things out before the sun goes down. So anyone who wants to do that, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay, I want to specifically be looking for anything that looks supernatural.
Got it. Okay. If you want to use Arcana in place of investigation.
Okay. Hey,
That's good.
Actual roll, 22.
All right, sounds good. So taking a look through the town, it's clear that like everything you see here seems to match up with the gnome story. It looks like there's still like some tools left outside. It's clear like this is a very hasty attempt to fortify everything. And there's a few like barrels have been torn apart to take the wooden staves to use to barricade things. There's still like tools that have just been like tossed aside. Clearly doing this very quickly, then just getting inside as quickly as they could. Everything syncs with the story you were told, but you do notice as you're looking through, there are patches in the woods to the east. Now, you came from the west. The river sort of cuts sort of to the southeast, at an angle. But in the woods to the east, you notice that there is it was subtle at first, but you recognize the trees on a path through the forest have warped and twisted by what looks like powerful necromantic magic. As if a powerful magical presence flowed through the forest, and then it looks like it dispersed around the village. You notice in some areas, there's signs the grass is dead, in weird patterns. The trees, it's almost like literally the tree branches have bent and retracted out of the way. It would just look like a random growth, but with your knowledge of art, kind of realizing, that's sometimes something you see for powerful undead creatures or necromantic energy. That there's something that's moving almost like a mote of energy, and then when it gets to the village, then it seems to disperse.
Does it seem, based on the description they gave of the tower or the palace that we're supposed to go to, does it seem to be coming from that direction or another direction?
Judging from where the path goes through, does lead in the direction of what they describe the palace.
Okay.
Well, I bet the wizard did it.
No, I think let's just go kill that
Teakup's
wizard.
got a really prominent and unfounded dislike for spellcasters in general. Not you, of course, and not you, of course, and not you, of course. But you know,
Same.
Wizard did it. That's all I'm saying.
Seems like the wizard did. It's one of those things where it's like the wizard always did it, and I question everybody. But
Wizard and butler, and he's
wife.
one of them.
Yeah,
So
It could be both. We don't know his background.
Yeah, that's true.
could I ask around if there was anything specific about the first victims or linked to the
Yeah,
second
are
guy?
they also like closest?
Yeah.
to the
Yeah, you do
Closest.
notice. Yeah, that
Okay.
from the description looks like that. If you were to follow that path of like the energy's trail, the victims, that's the first house. It's like right there.
Okay.
And then the guards were scattered throughout the town, kind of just was trying to stay in touch with each other. But asking around, they do say, oh, the first cries came from the eastern side of town. That seemed to be, and then some of the guards went running, and that's where they found them.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's probably taken a while. Once we get to the point where we're hunkering down in the tavern, one of the things I'd like to do is see if I can ask around about the last time or recent times that the wizard's brothers came into town, right? Like, how do they view those brothers? Are they well regarded, or like just trying to get the sense of like how do they view the wizard's brothers, and see if I can suss out like how they would have treated them as well.
Yeah, so the folk, when they talk about the brothers, there's two of them. Now, Tyson is the wizard. No one has ever seen him. He has never deigned to come into town.
Of course not.
But the two other brothers,
So rude.
one of them is named Diker Thane. He was a warrior, and he was the one who came in most of the time. He seemed to be like in charge of the guards who protected the palace. And most folk actually kind of like him. They weren't quite sure, like, oh, how could this guy be the brother to this like weird, mysterious wizard? He just seems like a regular old chap. He and his men would usually spend the night at the tavern, have a few drinks. But they do like, why don't you give me a charisma check? You can kind of use whatever, like, intimidate or diplomacy, however you want to approach it. But they do seem a little nervous talking about him, like they're not super eager to share.
All right, this is all just raw charisma anyways. Oh, I don't know anything. An 8.
Yeah, they
Lunch is here whenever it seems like a good break for you.
cool. Yeah,
Yep.
sounds good. So yeah, you get the sense there's a little bit of like it's a bit of a sore spot for them. Like, well, it's a little weird because he does like one of them says something like, well, at one point, like Diker had a few drinks and he started complaining about his brother Sega, but he didn't really, and they just seem a little reluctant to start talking about it. But what you also hear is that Sega, his other brother, would come into town only once in a great while, and he was creepy and weird, and people did not like him. He had very pale skin, wore black robes. One time he came into town and he had this amulet with like a big grinning skull on it, and he like when he walked in was hello, and he like forgot he had it and hit it, and then was like, hello townsfolk, and he would often only come to town when like really like weird like merchants would show up, like they wouldn't really talk to anyone else. They obviously have like some sort of magical thing, and he would kind of go and do his deal with them and scurry out of town as quickly as he could. People in town did not like Sega. They thought Diker seemed like a good enough chap, but Sega was just when he came to town, people kind of tried to. And you get the sense the fears about because one of the rumors you catch is he's death cleric. He's hiding out there in the night, and a lot of folk are blaming him. Like, if anyone would do it, maybe it's him. If it's tied to Tyson Thane in his palace.
Michael, can you make me water?
Your water. No. Unfortunately, I cannot. I don't have that capability.
If I were...
Hold on one second. Close your eyes. Can you bring me some water? Just like one of the gnome or whatever, and then just like put the tankards of water on the table in front of him. Open your eyes.
Wow.
Excellent. If I drink the holy water, then it can't get inside me.
That is a theory.
That water is the holiest that I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
I forgot that you could do that.
So did I.
And yet we continue to not.
It'll make us all better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal some cutlery while we're talking.
Okay, yeah. Do that. Swipe a couple knives. And actually, the gnome does notice you, but he makes a show of like not seeing. Like,
Yeah.
It's like you're staring him down and you're
Are you gonna say something?
you're
Yeah,
putting your
Kick me
back.
out?
Yeah, I'm not being like super sneaky about it. I'm just like, oh, this is nice. I would like that. Yeah.
yeah, like one of the people that works is about to say, and he's.
Great.
Let it go.
So, is there anything else? The sun is starting to set. Is there anything else you want to do?
I don't think so. I don't have anything.
All
I
right.
mean, just making sure that we have a safe place in the tavern to stay,
Yeah.
etc.
All right. Well, as the sun sets, why don't we call it the event for lunch? It's a pretty
Perfect.
good breaking point.
All right, so lunch has arrived. So I know we just started and we're already taking a break. Yeah, it's rough business here celebrating Dungeons and Dragons.
It's a rough life.
5th edition. So please, I hope you'll indulge us and stick around and give us a chance to actually eat this time. And we'll be back in a few minutes to continue forward this already excellent adventure. We did it! We ate lunch! This time we made it. We made our roll, our foraging roll, and we're back. So we will now continue our game. Take it away, Mr. Merle.
All right. So, the story so far, after a harrowing trek through the forest, where maybe your guide Teacup was not necessarily well, you opted for Teacup over a map, and maybe that was a mistake. But
If only
made
someone
it
had
here.
mentioned it.
If
after
only.
So after spending a few days taking an unplanned extended hike through the wilderness, you have finally found your way to the small village of Kaylee, where you're looking forward to a nice, relaxing night at the tavern that sits beside the ferry that allows the ability to cross the river that should, after crossing the river, you should be able to make your way back to civilization. Fortunately, Kaylee is under siege. You came to the village and found everything was barricaded, it's shut tight. The villagers welcomed you into the tavern and, of course, bolted it shut, the door shut behind you. And after finagling them a bit, you determined that they are in desperate need of help. Strange creatures, which your investigations have revealed have some sort of necromantic origin, have come to the village by night and slay anyone that they come across. Weirdly enough, the villagers' simple attempts to block their doors and windows seem to ward the creatures away. You can see the blade-like scratches on the wood. And despite the fact that by your estimation, it wouldn't be too hard to just batter through these defenses, these creatures seem to be unable to penetrate them. And so, night has fallen. You find yourselves in the tavern, surrounded by the villagers who are all bedding down for the night, quite fearfully though, everyone casting their eyes to the barricaded windows and doors as darkness slowly creeps across the land. The gnome who runs the tavern moves over and douses the fire in the fireplace and turns to you. We don't know if they can see the light, so we try to douse everything just in case. But he looks about, you'll hear them soon enough. Try to sleep if you can, but if you wish to stay up, just remember, do not open any of the doors or the windows. We've seen what happens to those unfortunates who attempted to sneak a peek outside.
I am going to try and get some sleep, but I specifically, and loudly in front of everybody to tell Barry and Barley to watch the doors and windows, and if anyone tries to open any of them, to intervene if necessary.
Sounds good.
I'm I don't know, I mean, probably don't kill him. Good night.
All right, so is everyone bedding down for the night?
Oh yeah.
That is
For
too
sure.
soft.
When we pulled up, the villagers were able to look out little slits to see us.
Yeah.
Have those been fixed at all?
Yeah, you see actually when they, at night, they take sheets and
Okay.
just kind of bang them in place. Just
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so to block everything up.
Then I would help them with that.
Yeah, all right. So,
Make it dressed nice.
with the tavern secured, you all settle in for the night. Could everyone give me perception checks?
18.
Apparently that's where I'm a Viking.
Yeah. Well, that's a 2 plus 8 for 10.
10?
Two.
Very
Two?
good.
All right.
I got a 10, yeah.
All right, so the two of you,
It's a lot.
as you're
asleep.
sleeping, both of you are jolted awake by a sound. The two of you are just out cold, still sleeping through. And most other villagers are also asleep. And you can see the gnome kind of fearfully, like, sitting by the front door, nervously and awkwardly clutching an antique mace. And he looks over as the two of you wait. He kind of darts. Oh, did you hear them? And then you hear outside a loud, not too loud, not loud enough to wake everyone up, but loud enough to wake the two of you up, a scratching noise. Or like the sound of someone like taking a knife and just dragging it against the wood. And it's just and you can hear it like just like to the window that's to the left of the door, just making its way down the door, the window. And after a moment, it then again makes its way down the window as if just pushing at the wall, slowly making its way around the side as if probing, scratching and touching. And after a moment, you hear it on the side of the wall, and then making its way around the perimeter, the outside wall, the tavern. And the gnome just looks over, clutches his mace.
I like sort of push his mace down. We got this. Does it? Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, does it sound like? Can we tell how many creatures there might be outside?
It sounds like just the one.
Okay.
Like either there's one or like there's like just one in each section, like
Sure.
only one at a time. But yeah, you only hear the one sound of scratching.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. Follow up. If I listen hard, can I hear similar scratching on any other buildings elsewhere in the town?
Give me a perception check.
That 20.
Okay, yeah, so that's
Alright.
20. You realize, as you're listening and trying to get a beat on what's happening, you realize that when you hear the scratch, like on the tavern, at first you're like, oh, is there maybe some like echoing? But you realize, no, that you're hearing that same noise everywhere. Like old, like you remember, oh, there's a building off here and there's a small home. You're hearing it's almost like they're coordinated. Like, everything is doing it at once at the same time in perfect precision.
Hive brain? You think it could be a hive brain? Do you think they're all receiving commands from an external source? I
might
start taking notes.
It might not even be a creature. It could be a spell. It could be any number of things. Hard to say.
Where did I feel like? Did we hear any footsteps or anything like that?
No, actually, and with the you're hearing clear enough that you can tell, like, oh, there's like kind of like, but you hear no sounds of footprints, creatures moving. You don't hear any rustling. It's just that scratching noise.
Yeah, it seems odd for it to be a creature with the way we're hearing it.
Ghosts? Ghouls? Ghasts?
Perhaps
The 3Gs.
the 3Gs.
Got to account for them when the necromancy's involved.
But there are a lot of spells that are blocked by things like running water or lead or things like that. It makes me think maybe the wood might be something that is blocking it here, because this doesn't seem like creatures unless it is something like you say, a hive mind, right? So I'm thinking it might be a spell or a curse.
Then again, a lot of creatures can be blocked by stuff like that. This is not my area. of
Maybe
expertise.
it's a bunch of dire possums that have coordinated their scratching,
Seen
but
a dire possum.
yeah.
I'm about to be very disappointed with whatever this actually is now.
Let me just like,
Dire possums, coordinated dire possums.
Spectral dire possum.
Spectral dire possum.
Just gets better. Every adjective makes it better.
Yeah, it's like templates from 3rd edition. Just keep adding templates.
Yeah.
Is it still going on? Is it an ongoing thing?
yeah, you can hear it just making its way around the outer wall.
Okay. I kind of nudge these guys. Hey. Hey, listen.
What?
Do you hear?
Does that sound like a possum?
Spectral dire possum is sort of our working theory.
Take the cucumber slices off my eyes. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
Spectral dire possum.
you were right. That was amazing. That was such a good call.
Yes, that was what I was implying.
If it's the wood, should we bring some
What kind of wood?
Hey,
That's a really good idea.
my crossbow's made of wood.
Yeah, the wood seems to be like a. It's been harvested from local forest, mainly pine.
Okay,
yeah.
but it's all the same wood. It's not like they have like different trees. Okay.
Weird if the necromantic force was able to wither the trees elsewhere. None of the buildings are withered.
I don't believe possums like pine, so that's probably what's keeping them out.
That
Were
would
any
make
of the
sense.
trees on the tree line pine? Or did they smell like possum?
Sadly, my nature skills are not quite as good as my arcane skills, so
Hey, Barry, do you smell a possum? That's one of his commands. Yeah, it comes up a lot.
really niche, but
Yeah.
But clutch when it happens.
Yeah, it's right when you take that feat,
Good
it's like.
perception. Huh?
If you want to go ahead and make a.
Yeah. I do want that. All right, Barry, you're gonna be this little elephant one. Oh, Barry, 23.
So how does Barry communicate with you?
Well,
like a
it was a yes or no
speak and spell.
question,
Got
Is
it.
it scratching?
but yeah.
Start scratching from the inside.
The mayor loses his mind.
Just all of the villagers just start peeing in their sleep.
Yeah, no, I don't actually. I'll look
We are
it
somehow
up, but
worse
I
for this
think
village.
that in this case, you
Let's
could
just
probably
say
just like
interpretive
nod.
dance.
Yeah.
The, Barry says no. I just would there be any
Sure.
more information that Barry could give you, or is it just yes
I
no?
think it's probably
Okay,
just
we can
that.
just-
He's
yeah.
not the most. He's
he's a
got a lot of. He has a lot of good qualities.
The mayor is awake?
Brave.
Yeah.
brave.
Is there anything that has been... Did you treat the wood? Is there anything...
No, we just made sure to block up, and he points to like the the cloth they've stretched over to just in case and he points, if you remember the Dragonborn when she was the town acolyte. She thought maybe that would, as long as there was no clear path, these things couldn't get through.
Okay. So we cover ourselves in bed sheets. They can't get us.
I actually do think it's a good idea to take some
Just
wood
in
with
case.
us,
Yeah.
in case we need to make
Seems to
camp
be
or
working
something.
Yeah.
well.
All right.
I'll take a sheet. If you guys take wood, I take a sheet. Together we can make a frame.
Love it.
And if you have some ore, you could build a settlement.
Yeah. Does anyone have any sheep? Just in case. Oh, man.
All right, is there anything else you want to do? Like I said, you've heard the scratching noise. It's still making its way around.
Does it continue? Like, does it
Is
get
it
to the
looped?
end and then go to a new building, or does it loop?
When it gets to the, as you're listening, when it gets to the end, and the mayor is like with his mace, and then after a few moments you realize it's stopped. And what you had heard earlier, it sounds like the other buildings to it is also stopped.
Okay.
Okay.
So it basically made its way slowly around the building like one lap, essentially. Okay.
Is it the same time every night?
He nods his head.
Can spectral dire possums see? Are they just looking for an opening? Do we know anything about spectral dire possums?
Well, I mean, I have no reason to know anything about them, but yes, they can see.
Okay, well, there goes that theory.
Is there a reason why we don't scratch back? What if it's just looking to ask for some tea?
What
Or...
if this is a real arrival situation and it's just
Yeah.
we're trying to find the way to communicate with them?
Yeah.
And the first option was stabbing. A lot.
It's, well,
In their culture, that's
Yeah.
actually a greeting.
Yeah.
if all it can do is claw through things, what else it's gonna do?
Yeah.
It's actually rude not to stab back.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are giving this town so many chances.
People here are terrible.
have failed.
Killed any of us. What's wrong with them?
I think once it's stopped at that point, we should just get the rest of our sleep and set out early for the palace.
Okay, sounds good. So the rest of the night passes uneventfully. You're able to get a good night's sleep. The next morning, basically the townsfolk wake up with the crack of dawn. Everyone takes a quick look around. They luckily, like, you heard nothing during the night, and it seems like everyone in the village has survived. There weren't any sounds of attacks, and the mayor, everyone runs out, checks in with the other people, and confirms it. Though everyone does report the same thing. The scratching noise starts, and then once they made a loop around the buildings, they dispersed. The yeah, if you need any mundane supplies, the villagers are more than happy to supply you with food, water, anything else. So if you want to just think of any like mundane gear, you can just go ahead and add it to your character sheets. They are more than happy to break into what they have. Breakfast, of course. They and actually is the gnome. Oh, yeah, we have to make sure that your final meal. I mean, your final meal before you leave is delicious, of course. And we wish you good luck, of course. So they feed you quite well. Again, with like they're more than happy to offer plenty of alcohol, so just in case you need a little pick me up.
Take some to go, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think if we're bringing any of the wood with us, maybe the folks in the town can choose which house will now not be boarded up, and they can all so that those people can go into the tavern or something like that.
Just
so we can or just do whatever
their
they want.
choice.
It's their
Let's not
choice.
take
They
that
could
away
just
from
say hello back to them.
Yeah.
That's
It's an option. They can decide. It's
Yeah. So yeah, they're more than happy to get some wood for you, and they'll just kind of load balance appropriately. So yeah.
I want to stack up some like rocks or like cans or something outside of the inn on a side where nobody walks.
For bowling.
What? No, so like if it's a
Tricky around the tower
spectral,
to see if it gets knocked over.
yeah. Because what if it's not a spectral
That makes much more
dire
sense.
possum, just a
Unlikely,
dire
but I'm willing
possum?
to
What if it's
listen.
just a dire possum?
But then why isn't it leaving footprints?
Because it's flying. It's a wizard dire possum, not a spectral dire
The
possum.
wizard.
You
did
had to
it.
give it 3 levels of wizard, so it'd be an appropriate challenge for a 5th level party.
Yeah,
Right.
that checks out here.
So
All right, yeah,
rock
do your rocks.
stacking.
All right. Let's get some rocks
That
stacked up.
possum can do scorching ray. It's very surprising.
I saw a cute baby possum the other day. It was so cute.
Did it shoot you with a spell?
No, it just scurried away from my dog.
Expeditious retreat.
It was just really cute.
All right. So if they need anything else, you can head on out. All right. So
Possum repellent.
possum repellent. If only they.
Oh, you know what? I start tinkering, and I can make little like magical items that are pretty harmless. And I make one that constantly is puffing out a possum repellent. It just smells like wolf pee. So it's just puffing that out constantly.
Tight.
All right. Very good. All right. So making your way, it
Just
is
like a 1 foot area that it does. It's just like
Just
a
a
little,
mist.
like a perfume mister
It
at the
is a
mall.
10-foot radius. Thank
Oh,
you. It is
all right.
PE in here. A lot of pee smell.
It's good.
All right. So so making your way by the locals give you directions to the Tyson Thane's palace. It's a small trail heading to the south, cutting through the forest. And you start making your way down there after your breakfast, get some supplies, and off you go. It's about a 4 or 5 hour walk, so enough time that you can get there while the sun's still up, but if you were to return, there's a good chance the sun would be setting, and that you might not be able to make it back before dark.
I will be riding on Barry, just
That makes sense.
for the record.
And is it through the path of these gnarled trees?
Yeah, actually, as you're going along, you do find, like, the path just sort of wends and winds to the woods. It's a footpath that's been carved, so sometimes there'll be like a hill or some rock that just kind of goes through. And you do find it sort of drifting toward that path, and at one point it does cross right through that sort of necromantic pathway where you can see, like, the branches of the trees have reared back away from it.
Does it look like you could draw a straight line between the palace and the town with that necromantic strip?
Give me a survival check. Kind of think it in your mind.
Can I roll with advantage because I have the Mage Slayer?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Because I hate wizards. So that's either a dirty 20 or 17. So I'll take the 20.
Yeah, actually,
Oh, thanks.
this is actually something that maybe you've encountered before as like a mage slayer. Like, oh yeah, sometimes when there's a powerful spell, and yeah, it does look like this is exact dead straight line from the village. Like now that you've sort of kind of look at the path and see where it's going, it looks like that is a straight line to
Like,
the halls.
wizard did it.
Yeah, we have discussed this. Yeah. The wizard's sending the spectral dire possums to the town.
Would I be able to?
It's so close.
I'm just letting it slide.
Is there
I don't want to burst any bubbles.
any arcana or religion check I can make to know what kind of creature that obviously is related to the spectral dire possum that might make the trees bend away like that. Because like zombies wouldn't do that.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me your choice of religion or nature.
Zombie might.
Tight. 13.
13. So yeah, you have heard stories about sometimes like necromantic energies, like especially like a lone undead, like a single creature, undead creature would really you wouldn't see something like that happen. But some undead that have very strong ties to the negative energy plane, like their very presence is drawing from that plane, can cause this effect. Which might explain why they only come at night. The sunlight would probably sever that connection to the negative energy plane. But by night, it probably would be able to move. And that's why you'd see like this environmental effect. Like wherever these creatures go, they might just bring the aura of that plane with them.
Nether spectral dire possums.
It's kind of getting to be a mouthful at this point.
NSDP. NSDP.
I don't like
Yeah.
that.
Doesn't really.
Yeah, no.
Nesdip.
Nesdip.
Okay.
All right, we're back on board.
Nesdip.
All right, let's go find this Nesdip.
Right? So making your way, you can see as you come along a bend in the path. You're about 2/3 of the way there to the palace. But when you see ahead of you, the path cuts along the side of a steep hillside. The trees growing everywhere. It's still pretty thick forest. But you can see at the top of the hill, it's almost like a sheer cliff. It's only about 10 feet tall. It's almost as if like there was a hill here, then maybe something came through and dug it up, or just the way erosion or something. But on the path, at the base of that hill, is the body of a human, a man in armor. He's sprawled out, the side of his head bashed in, a very large rock next to him, covered with a big blood stain on it. It looks like whoever did this or whatever happened to him, someone robbed him. He had a backpack on that's been torn open, gear thrown about. He had a sword in his belt that someone has grabbed and taken. The sheath is empty. His boots have been taken off, and he's just sprawled out there, clearly looted, probably dead within the past 2 or 3 days.
What's the footprint situation looking like?
Give me a perception check.
I'd love to. Can Barry give a perception?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. This one's gonna be Barry. Okay. And this. Oh wait, no. This one's Barry. I forgot. I already said that. Great. Barry got 24, and I got a 7.
Okay.
Clap.
As you're looking about,
Seeing over the ones that Barry's.
but yeah, Barry is actually able to sniff around, and then very quickly Barry looks up at the top of that little hill and clambers over and is sniffing around, and you can see where Barry is sniffing and checking out. There are footprints, smaller humanoids wearing boots, might be halflings, gnomes, or maybe goblins. Looks like a few of them were here, and then Barry goes over and sniffs, and you see there's a couple rocks that have been piled up here, and there's an indentation where it looks like someone took a rock and pushed it down. And for you it's like, it would clearly clobber someone going down from below. And you can see then there are signs of maybe someone jumped down, whoever they were. And, this would be a perfect place for an ambush. And so, it looks like maybe a half dozen size small humanoids were up here, dropped the rock on the person below, and then hopped down to loot him.
Okay. Nice. I pat Barry, and I'm like, good job, buddy. And then I stand up and I'm like, yeah, looks like there was an ambush. Probably some goblins or something. There's lots of little footprints. I'm thinking they probably grabbed a rock from over here and they push it over here and bam, he's dead.
Looking at the gear that's sort of strewn around on the ground, do I see anything that looks like a torch or a lantern or any sort of light source among the things that have been strewn around?
You don't. You see the what's left looks like someone opened up this guy's rations and ate a bunch of them, then threw them down. Their water skin has been emptied and tossed to the side. But you do notice that there is a parchment with a wax seal that is still intact, and it looks like whenever someone was going through his stuff, they just took it and tossed it over with some of his other gear.
No obvious value to whoever was looting him. Okay. I'll grab the scroll, and I don't care whose seal it is. I'll crack it.
All right, crack it open.
Wait, do we recognize the seal
It's a
actually,
bomb.
though, first? Or is it just a wax?
It looks like, with the wax seal, but it looks, as you look at it, the words Tyson Thane.
Oh wow, that's
written on it.
already big clue.
It's labeled.
The wizard.
Good question.
Okay, great. Carry on.
And written on the parchment is a simple message in a strong hand. It says, "To gain entrance, say to the guard, take us to your master."
Do we have any way of telling if this guy was walking in the same direction that we are?
He looks like,
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Hey, this might be important.
Tell the guard to take us to his master. Is that what you said? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I committed to memory just in case.
Yeah, but what did you have to
forget?
sacrifice to do
The old
so?
map. Done with it.
Cool. That's fair. We don't need that anymore.
Yeah.
I would like to call out to any woodland critters with speak with animals. So I want a Disney princess style spin and be like, "Come to me, woodland friends. Where did whoever did this go?"
You see a dove flutters over and around and comes to land on your shoulder. An adorable bunny comes hopping out, looks up at you adoringly. And then you see a skunk clamber out. And you can speak to animals.
Yeah.
The dove looks and goes, "Coo, coo." And the bunny is just like, "I'm a bunny." Cool. And the skunk, though, comes out and says, "It was those goblins. They came through. They were waiting for him. And then they went scurrying back to that creepy palace that the humans live in."
Excellent. Thanks, skunk dude. Wait, what's your name, skunk dude?
My name is Crunk the Skunk.
Thanks, Crunk.
Because I like to get crunked.
Classic.
I have some old berries, my Crunkus Skunkus.
Thank you. Yeah, if you did, it's been nothing but trouble the past few nights. Make sure you get in somewhere safe in a burrow at night. There's creepy things going about the woods.
Wait, what creepy things?
All those weird killer things that come out of the palace at night.
What do they look like?
I wouldn't add anything that's laid eyes on them has ended up dead.
So
I just feel them. I hear them scratching on my burrow, but then they move on.
Man, that's rough, buddy. All right, Crunk. Well, have some beef jerky. Do you want beef jerky?
I think I am a carnivore. Sure. I am one now.
It's an omnivore. He's great.
Omnivore.
He's at a party.
He's got all the teeth.
Yeah.
What?
You were talking to that skunk for a while.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And the rest of us, all we hear is like,
My bad.
And he's like, and the skunk's like,
My animal friends have told me that cuckoo,
could you?
I'm a bunny, and also that those was goblins who came from the palace.
So wait.
do y'all remember when I said that from the top of the hill when I figured out the thing with the rocks?
No, that's good.
No, you
Told it by
sacrificed your memories
yourself,
already.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. All right.
So the goblins come from the palace.
Yep.
This guy's
Right.
heading to the palace.
Yep.
With instructions on how to get
How
into
to
the
get
palace.
into the palace?
Also, the scary things at night that go scritchy scratch.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come from the palace. Wait, I
Also from
feel
the
like
palace.
we
Right,
done
yeah.
any of that.
Does Crunk's barrow have a door?
Is it made of wood?
How do you?
He's got a little hatch,
Is
okay?
it, yeah,
It's fine, it's
little
fine.
skunk hatch.
Oh, I just burrow in. I drop some dirt.
Drops dirt.
Yeah.
Okay, that
By,
makes
by
sense.
the way, Murkworky and chat has verified skunks are omnivores.
Okay, excellent.
Sorry, it wasn't
They're-
creepy for me to
Thanks
do.
for-
Yeah.
Worried
Ermine. Fact check. Like weasels and
But
otters.
how come? Yes, we all know what the Ermine family. But I think what you were getting at was maybe why are they killing each other if they're all coming from the palace?
Well, I mean, I don't think this guy wasn't coming from the palace, but he's
Or he's going
clearly
to- he's sanctioned.
going there. Yeah, right, with approval or
Yeah.
something like that. So that makes me think that are we dealing with like two factions in the palace?
Maybe the brothers are fighting.
Right, right. Like if the goblins are doing the bidding of one brother and this person was coming to talk to the other.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Which brother do we like?
We
Not
like
Wizard.
we like Diker.
Diker.
Sega's weirdo.
I mean, we
and
maybe
no
don't
one knows
like any
about
of them.
Tyson Thane. Yeah,
That
I'm
could be
just-
two.
I've already decided
Oh, okay.
that's how it's. We like Diker.
Great. I mean,
No one knows about Tyson
Trust
Thane.
it.
Don't like Sega.
I mean, it's like that old saying:
I-
always judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly.
You know how it goes.
And it works very nicely with my appreciation of triplicates.
Right.
One of these brothers
It's
just right.
yeah.
It's right into my psychosis.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what that means is that we should expect there to be conflicting agendas or forces when we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get into a family fight.
Hope not. All right. Nothing of value left on this guy,
No,
right? Okay.
Thoroughly looted.
Well, I will suggest we do the right thing and
Let
give
the
this.
animals eat him. I agree.
Nope. I was going to go with proper burial, but okay. How about
I'm with
this?
ya.
I'll compromise.
Sorry,
We'll
burial.
compromise. Let's at least move him off the road,
Okay.
and I'll say a prayer over his future skunk food body, and we'll
We should bury him. That's what they do around here. I think.
They?
I don't know, people, right? That's the laws of the land.
We're also people.
Yeah.
But we're not from. Am I from here?
Why was there a question mark on my head?
I don't know where I am anymore.
Get a journal.
Thought you get a journal.
Okay, so let's take a little bit of time to bury the body, and I'll say some words of hopefully reverent nature over him.
As you are trying to be reverent, I'm like, let's bury the body. And Barry starts to dig a hole.
I didn't want to say it out loud.
I'm just looking expectantly at everybody.
Yeah.
I pull out my sword and start shoveling with it.
Sword, don't you have... Carry on.
All right. Soon enough, the body
Yeah,
is
Barney is
buried.
using his little spoon.
Little honey spoon, his little honey dipper.
So,
Gritty now.
carrying on
Yeah.
to the palace. All right. So making your way, it's another like hour or so walking to the palace when finally the path dips down into a small valley, hills rising above it, covered in trees. And as you come down the steep slope, you can see in the floor of the valley, you've kind of come around a corner, or the sort of like the hillside is blocking your view, and you see before you a large palace set in the middle of this sunken area. There is a water around it. It's like set in the middle of a small lake. A path above the water heading from the sort of gap in the hills where that you're coming through, straight on to the structure itself. There's a large black stone tower that looms ominously over the rest of the palace. It looks like very, very old construction, like it's been here since time out of mind. The rest of the palace constructed around it is much newer. It looks like it's maybe been built in the past 20 or 30 years. Most importantly, you see that there is a gate, a wall surrounding the palace. Large wooden gate in front of it, and standing before the gate is a 15-foot tall metal statue with a long sword, massive blade in one hand. It stands there impassively, but you do see as you kind of emerge from its head turns and just stares at you with its cold, expressionless face.
We got a question from chat. What book is this module?
Oh, so this is from an issue of White Dwarf magazine. It's issue
man.
number 18 from April/May 1980.
There you go. April 18, White Dwarf.
I would
White
like
dwarf?
I would like to keep my eyes out for goblins trying to crush us with rocks.
Got it. Oh yeah, kind of keep it
I
on.
am absolutely not keeping my eyes out for goblins.
That's why
trying to
I
crush
am.
us with rocks. I am
'Cause you're gonna run
keeping
ahead.
all of my eyes on this amazing automaton, and I'm gonna I'm like beelining for it.
All right, sounds
to
good.
check it out.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
look for bats,
Keeping up that's
just in case.
Yeah.
you can see now as you're approaching the nestled sort of behind that tower. So to your left, that's where the tower is, that old stone tower. The rest of the palace is built around it. But just behind the tower, there's a small, low-lying building with a crude stone dome built atop it. It looks even older than the tower, where the tower is crafted from black rock and just looks old and almost like slouched down a little bit. The building next to it, smaller and lower slung, is crafted from massive stone blocks, similar to the black stone of the tower, but it looks like an ancient structure, maybe constructed by giants in ages past. Sitting next to the tower, it makes the tower look like relatively new construction. And it's sort of just huddled right up against the tower. And as each of you looks at it, you just get a strange, like, unsettling feeling for a moment as you see it.
Could I maybe make an insight check for the stone dome? Because I have the giant foundling background.
Oh, cool. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Have advantage on that check.
Okay.
With your background.
So either a 14 or a 15.
So looking at it for a moment, it does look like at one point, this looks like it was constructed by giants. And you realize that this sort of construction is something that giants, like in the ancient ages when the giants ruled much of the earth, this is the kind of thing they would build to trap something. To keep maybe like a gateway to another world or some unhallowed spot. Like sometimes in their wars against like giants and demons, like if they killed something, but the magic it was using like fouled the land, this is what they would build over it to stop that influence
To contain
from spreading.
it.
And you can see now as you're watching, you realize like there's like, birds and animals, like there's a few birds that like perched on the tower, but you see there's no wildlife, that like none of the birds will land on the dome. And you also notice that in about a radius, maybe like 20, 30 feet from it, there's no plants growing. Whereas the rest of the areas, there's just, it looks like someone's keeping the place up, but there's like weeds and stuff, and here and there, there's like some moss on the wall, the roof and everything.
I'll relay that information to everybody else. It's a giant trap.
Giants?
Both made by giants and a big one.
To trap giants?
Maybe.
I mean, it could. It's big enough. But probably it's like a cage, like a containment situation. So if the little scratchy guys are getting out from somewhere, it's maybe from there, if that's cracked or something.
Okay.
And leaking.
Leaking necromantic energy. I can't imagine this is going to come up later. So
Probably not.
it's weird that you mention it.
I'm sure it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should maybe hustle up to the gate, though, because what I don't want to happen is I don't want to get ambushed by those goblins.
Yeah, or the possums either, because it's getting late.
Right. Possums. Anyhow, so let's go. Let's go deliver the message the messenger was carrying to the automaton.
Oh, we have some art there.
Nice. Oh, that's you calling your bird friends. Amazing.
Amazing.
That's so cool.
I love it so much.
Oh, there's the skunk.
Oh, skunky, crunky.
Crocus, skunkus. Everyone.
Oh, it's so good. The whole time this conversation has been happening, I've still been like slowly inching towards the, I don't know,
Large.
or golem or whatever it is, because I just want to see how it works real bad. So
And that's
I'm
the one,
already
and that's positioned outside the gate,
outside the
correct?
gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the gate opens up to a courtyard that's walled in, and then you can see the palace just beyond it. So as you make your way up, you recognize it with your training. You realize this is an iron golem.
Yes.
As you get within about like say 30 feet of it or so, it stands at attention and looks down at you. But again, its face is just cast. It just looks down at you like expectantly.
You can't even see the seams in it. This is brilliant work.
Do you want to make the request?
Take us to your master, but also first, your master said to let us examine you.
Oh boy.
Clank, clank, clank,
Didn't
clank.
realize you were going to editorialize it.
Teacup is frantically adding to the piece of paper.
It steps forward and kneels down so you can take a closer look.
Oh yeah, great.
We should have said a bunch
Yeah.
of stuff.
Great. Okay.
It is fantastic work. Whoever made this really knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I'm like spouting off technical jargon excitedly that doesn't mean anything to any of you, I assume.
Hack it with your Pip-Boy.
No, I mean, I didn't have any other goal except to to really like get to admire this piece of art.
All right. Yeah. And so after a moment, it lets you, kind of check out. Yeah, there's no seams. This is but you do notice it was probably made relatively recently, for the past 10 years.
Okay.
So the someone made this, within
Right.
relative, year.
Yeah, on the scale of potential Iron Golem life. Okay, great. Yeah.
Right.
39 is always were a bit twitchy.
So after a moment, the golem stands up and it turns and looks at you and sort of gestures with its sword, and turns and pushes the gate open and begins to walk across the courtyard beyond toward the palace itself, like great double doors standing like directly across from the gate, and it ba-doom, walks toward them. You can see now, as you're much closer to the tower, that there are windows on it, and at the very top, there is a figure looking down at you in robes. And as you sort of turn and look and notice it, with a quick flourish, it pulls a curtain shut. But so for a moment, you saw a robed figure looking down at you, and then yeah.
I'm gonna point. Just... No.
Classic wizard stuff. Just like creeping and peeking.
Creeping and peeking.
Creeping
Wizards
and peeking.
do.
They do two things.
Nothing. You're good.
What's that?
You're not a wizard.
All right. No, I'm really taking note of the way that it disperses its weight on the cobbles so as not to crack them. Really artful.
It's just
What's
like
happening?
a stack of rubber tires underneath each.
Yeah, and like a snowshoe.
So the golem moves forward, pushes open the massive double doors leading to the palace, and stops for a moment and turns, iron creaking as it turns and looks back at you and pauses for a moment. Following or?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So the golem leads you into the first room in the palace. Looks like it is a receiving room. It's a large entry hall. It looks a bit shabby, like someone has been keeping it up, but maybe not putting a lot of effort into it. There are tapestries and pendants covering the walls, and there's a large table with many seats, like set in the middle of the room, as if like for a feast or other like grand meeting. You can also see that this place it's 2 floors, and the ceiling here, like this place like it extends up to the 2nd floor. So like looking up, you can see there's like balconies around the edge, and the ceiling is all the way to the top. There's a couple skylights letting sunlight in. Directly across from the entryway, like the golem skirts around the table and heads to another set of double doors that is directly across from the doors on the opposite side of the table. And again, it starts to push the door open and then looks over its shoulder, waiting for you to move
I
forward.
turn off the wolf pee.
Oh, good call.
Yeah. Now that we're in.
Yeah.
Teacup is going to activate Psychic Whispers.
Nice.
Because I'm a soul knife. So for me and up to 3 people, conveniently, I will choose the people in the party. For the next 6 hours,
Nice.
we can communicate telepathically as long as we are within a mile of each other.
Oh, no.
And by that I mean I am the switchboard.
Oh,
so
okay.
we can't all do it. It comes through me,
Yeah.
but I can
Right,
talk
right,
to
right.
all of you. So
Nice.
for the next 6 hours, yeah.
For the next
Thing
6
we can-
hours, you just hear me humming, I'm a soul knife. Non-stop, just loop. No other lyrics,
Yeah,
no
well,
other
and if there
parts.
isn't anymore, we don't have to pay for the rights for that.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
Just keep it within that little bit. Yeah, so that's it. I'm done.
Nice. All right. Is there any food on the table?
No.
Do the pennants or tapestries look like anything we would know about? Like, is it, oh, look, when I came and built this tower and my iron goldums. Goldums. I've been thinking about Gundams a lot lately.
Or like
The
historical
Iron
events?
Gundam.
Or
Yeah, you do see. It looks like most things look like they are just like from distant lands, kingdoms. But one of them, there is a large painting of a wizard dressed in purple robes. And you recognize anyone when you saw the window. It looked like the figure in the window was wearing purple robes. That is hanging on the high up on the wall on the eastern wall.
Does that figure match the description of the creepy brother.
Creepy brother wore black robes, I think we heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I assume they're like cartoon characters and just have the one item in their closet. Over and over.
I was operating off of if there are maybe only two brothers and they have fabricated a third for.
Now, from what you heard, the Diker you were told was because athletic warrior type, so it doesn't quite match there. And Sega you were told had like very pale skin.
Real Snape.
And it's not Sega.
No, this
Okay.
guy looks like he's a little heavy set, a little older than the
Okay.
description you got of the
The bottom of
other
the painting
brothers.
says Tizen or whatever.
This one's labeled also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started
has
at
a
the top
big
and worked my
arrow.
way down.
You can see now that the golem has opened the door to the south and is like sort of waiting for your approach. Do you want to continue to follow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought we were going to wait here for.
No.
Follow robot.
Yeah.
We told him to
It's actually
take
not
us
a
to his
robot.
master.
Oh,
so
that's
wherever
true.
it
It's
says,
true.
It's not
that's where we're
a robot,
going.
It's quite different, actually. A robot
So
usually
the
works under.
next room is again like the room you were just in. It's like open up to the second floor, though it lacks the balconies that you found in the first room. To your left, as you come in, there is a throne on a small platform. Directly to the south are double doors. The golem is going straight to those double doors. To the west, across from the throne, is another set of double doors. Again, the golem like stomps across the room. Looking at it, you can see that there's a marble floor here. There's heavy purple drapes all along the eastern wall where the throne is, like on the wall behind it. The throne is of ebony, carved with writhing vines and flowers. There are also, it looks for a moment as if there are guards clad in plate armor beside each of the doors, but you realize after a moment that it's just like suits of armor on stands. Like just
Is
decorated.
it? I'm gonna check out those suits of armor.
Gotta go for it.
Wait, oh, can I have advantage because I'm an artificer to see if they're like okay. Well, I don't know. I'm watching the golem. That's a 2 and a 3.
You went to artificer school and everything.
Yeah, not for armor. I was looking at I don't know bears.
You're
Bears.
stuck there, you do.
So, Mike, just to clarify, the throne is on the eastern side of the room, right?
Yep.
Was the tower and the dome also on the eastern side of the? Okay.
And then, but the village was being attacked from the east or from the west,
We
so
don't-
the east from the tower.
We don't. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It was the eastern side of the town,
Eastern
and
side
you've
of the
gone
town.
east to get
Gone
yeah.
east and all this stuff.
Yeah, it's a
is
little bit to the
continuing
south,
in the
yeah,
east.
but yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Like basically, the river kind of runs southeast. You did not have to cross the river to get here.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay, great. I was just checking if it was doing this or this. Great.
All right. So following the golem again.
I think so.
Right. It leads you south into a large open air garden. In the middle of this area, there is a fountain, water, pouring from it. There's plants growing here, small trees. The garden looks a bit overgrown, as if it really hasn't been, like someone's kind of tried to keep it up, but they're not keeping it to like, HOA standards maybe. It's a little overgrown. And you can see that it's an inner courtyard, so there are doors leading to different rooms. Like to the south, it almost looks like small villas, like 2-story buildings, each of them with a door opening up into the garden, and then you can see windows above. It's almost like they're small little cottages or something, or apartments. Similar to the west, there's a couple of rooms like that. To the east, there is a alcove set in the wall with a statue of a warrior holding a sword aloft. And the golem walks over to the statue and pushes the blade, and you see the wall behind it shifts open. And the golem takes its sword and points to the secret door that it just opened, and then stands there impassively.
Was the spot that it pushed on only reachable by or by something of its height, or was it low enough that like one of us had to say, "Open the secret door"? We could.
Yeah. You would have probably had to hop up on the pedestal the statue's on to reach
right.
it, but yeah, you'd be able to reach it. Yeah.
Before we go any further or follow the golem more, I want to investigate trying to do something other than just follow the golem to kind of gauge the golem's reaction, because I feel like we're just getting pulled deeper and deeper into a thing that's got a lot of
Mysterious
closed
stuff.
doors behind us that could be, full of goblins or something.
Yeah.
So
well, luckily those were just empty suits of armor back there, so we don't have to worry about that. I am sure of it.
well, I won't check them.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to go back to a door, just kind of like walk backwards, watching the golem, and then by the time I get to a door, just like.
Yeah, as you go to reach like the golem, it goes from pointing its sword like through the secret door. It points it at you.
Okay.
no.
Okay. Cool. Tight.
Just checking.
Just checking. All right. Well, I guess we can continue the path of our demise. It's probably fine. There's probably, yeah.
I trust him.
Listen, by the transitive property of messages, we were invited.
Yeah.
That is true. We're
We
holding
got
that
the scroll.
Right.
What's he gonna say? No, I didn't write that.
Keep
Like,
adding
that's
addendums
yours.
to it.
Yeah.
I actually have a writing stuff if we want to do that.
No, I
It'll
think,
be hard, but I can
think
do
Teacup
it.
did.
I'm fine.
Teacup
I wanted
already
the
has
golem to take us to your master and let me look at how you're constructed.
And also make
Yeah.
us sandwiches.
So the heading to the east, you see the golem isn't moving; it just has its sword pointed. There's about a 15-foot wide passage heading into the palace. It's pointing its sword down the hall to a set of double doors to the east. You also see double doors to the north and south, and it just stands there pointing. It's like as if you go to walk by, it doesn't move. It's
Can
just
it
still pointing.
fit through this part?
It could, yeah.
It can. Okay.
I feel like
We'd have to kind of
this
crouch down a little bit, but it could.
been pretty clear about us trying to go through other doors.
I just want to know where we're going to leave this behind as a threat.
Right. Yeah.
Or maybe not.
I don't know if there's a way to know that. Did it look like when it pushed the sword, like, was it a real, like, or was it just like, tink?
It looks
You
like
know what I'm
it didn't take too much effort for it. Like you're certainly, like any of you could have pushed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Barley could. Barley's not very strong. You know, if we left someone behind, that's all.
Barley and Flappy could tag team it. Just
Yeah, Flappy's with us too. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Also, here's what I would like to do. As we near the entrance, I would like to look inside the hall to see if there's any sort of switch mechanism to open the door from inside.
Oh, sure, yeah. So taking a quick look inside, it does seem like, yeah, as you kind of look at it, it's like 15 feet wide. As you look inside, you can see there is a switch on the northern wall.
All right, I go in.
All right, so heading in.
I follow right behind.
All right.
Yeah.
So you've got the door that the golem's pointing at. There's also doors to the north and south, which all the doors are closed. Which way would you like to go?
We're going to the east.
I'm going east.
Yeah.
Yeah. You tried the other door situation.
I
Yeah.
want to try again.
Well.
Wait until the door closes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is all in our brains.
Oh yeah,
what- yeah.
mind talks.
Yeah. Wait till the door closes, if the door closes.
All right. So heading as you head to the east and go to open the door, the golem then turns and starts walking away. The opening the door, I assume, to see. Okay. So opening the door, you see a very large chamber, like the grand hall in the throne room. Like its ceiling is up all the way to 20 feet. So even though it's it's a very big chamber, and you can see two things stand out. First is the dead body on the floor. It's
It
a
does
human
stand out. Yeah.
who
I did
not
notice the high
standing.
ceilings first.
Quite strange.
But, I mean, that's just impressive architecture.
Yeah.
it looks like the man in the painting, wearing purple robes.
The body looks like the man?
Yes. The back of his skull is caved in, and his skull is empty. There's no trace of brain. One hand is
That's
like
just a regular wizard
I
brain.
think he's gonna be okay.
one of the corpse's arms is tucked under the body, so it's laying stomach down on the ground on the floor here. It's wearing purple robes. You also see that there are 8 mirrors here, huge ones, 10 feet tall, 5 feet wide, evenly spaced around the wall. So there's, well, not evenly, there's 2 on the north wall. You're coming in from the east, so 2 to the north, 2 to the south, 4 on the opposite wall to the east. The one of the mirrors is smashed in. Shards of glass scattered on the floor in front of it. That's the one that the body is right in front of.
Wizard vanity.
Yeah,
Did
he
it
had a
again.
painting of himself. He has all these mirrors. It's probably just loves himself a lot. Can I roll an Arcana to see if these are like portals or anything like jail cells or something? Okay, great.
For-
21.
All right, so looking at them, the Sorry, just give me 1 sec. Let's make sure I get this detail right. Yeah, you can definitely see the that these are some sort of portal. Each mirror is showing you what looks like a different scene. Like as you approach them, they look like regular mirrors, but like when you get like within a couple feet, they shimmer, and you can see different locations. And one of them, one of them looks like a seaside area. Another one, as you kind of walk past it, looks like a mountaintop. But the next couple ones that you come to just remain and they shimmer, they just go dark. Mm-hmm. And then a couple that's like 2 of them. Then the rest of them, you see like what looks like a jungle. One looks like a desert. Like very obviously very distant places.
The ones right next to where the guy's dead, are those ones the ones close to it? Those are all dark ones?
Yep, there's two dark ones. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to sweep up like the broken glass shards as like best I can, and then cast mending.
Okay.
And fix the mirror.
All right. So as you assemble them and cast mending, the glass sort of flows back into the frame, and then it shutters, and then you see it like the other ones is dark. So you have 3 ones that are dark, and the rest of them show like different distant areas.
Does it look like completely dark, or like anything is moving?
Give me a perception check.
I will.
It's like dark under something.
Yeah. Synthetic 20.
So taking a look at it, you realize, it's not just like perfectly dark. You realize as you study it, it looks like someone has hung a drape or something else on the opposite end. If this is a portal, like someone has dropped something in front of it.
Okay.
It's all bathrooms on the other side.
Yeah, it was built before they were done. I
would like to check out the body
Mentally.
on the floor.
Yeah, so looking at
Check
it,
the body.
why don't you give me an investigation check?
13.
13. So taking a look at it, it looks like the way the body has fallen, like someone attacked it from behind. The back of the skull that's been it looked like it was caved in, but now taking a look at it, it's almost like something bored into it. Obviously the brain is gone. But you also notice like the arm tucked under the body. There is a golden ring with a zigzag bright green line running around the band of it.
I'm going to grab that.
bare hands.
Get off there.
Yeah.
Bare hands.
It does also look like, sorry, I know the clothes and stuff, like it looks like no one has like disturbed the body.
Okay.
It just looks like someone just in their regular robes.
Is it like a spell component pouch, everything like that?
spell
Okay.
component pouch,
Okay,
yeah.
standard wizard stuff. I found a ring, and someone ate the brain.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
give me a minute. Can you put the ring down?
that.
You guys look for stuff. I start casting Identify on the ring.
Okay. How long does it take to cast that spell?
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm doing it as an actual spell slot, not a ritual slot.
Got it. All right, so that'll take a minute. Is anyone doing
Mending
anything?
Takes like 10.
1.
Mending only takes 1? Okay, cool.
I want to take just a moment to, like, once you're done investigating the body, tidy up the robes and roll over. And do we get any sense of how long it's been dead?
Looks like just, could you give me a medicine check?
And I guess once we roll him over, we can confirm that he matches who was in the not just
Come on,
another one in
arteries.
purple robes,
Missing
but
brain.
matches. Okay.
Yeah, and you realize, looking at with a natural 20, you realize, you've come across brainless corpses before, or like somehow like you have
Yeah.
some insight.
We don't need to discuss.
He has been dead for a little over 4 days.
Cannibals.
Ho ho. 4 days, you say.
You know what they say.
With your extremely good investigation of that, can you tell if anything if his brain was like pulled out, or if it, you know what I'm saying? Like
I
how the
think-
brain came out? Because you said bored in, but did it then did the brain scurry out, or did it get extracted?
I think we can safely say it was extracted because it was drilled into.
Yeah, you see a little bit of like brain matter, like around the edge, like on the interior. And it looks like, something like sucked it
His
out.
brains
Yeah.
out. Okay, just making sure we're not in like Intellect Devourer town. So, okay, great.
All right. Well, having made that investigation, I will Essentially, sort of, put the body in state so that it's, ready for last rites. Yeah.
Turn the giant gaping hole. Like,
Right. Yeah. Laying on his back. So.
Yeah, and it's
So when
nice
someone
because his
comes to
head
view the
doesn't.
body, it's not all gross. Yeah.
I'm gonna go around, well, because there's some stuff happening in spells and stuff, and I'm gonna pull down some of these purple tapestries, and I'm gonna cover the mirrors that have gone dark.
Got it.
Oh, do we got some more
Crazy
art?
little bugbear
Up to you.
body.
I love it.
Adorable.
I love it.
Oh, and
Thank you, Dana.
with your nat 20, you also realize that it looks like when this person, if it is Tyson Thane, they did not struggle. Like, it looks like whatever happened to them happened in an instant. The attack clearly came from behind, but it was not like in a struggle. Like the way they fell, it looks like they were just doing something and just fell over dead.
I checked for a monogram in his robe.
Yes, there is. Yes,
He's labeled also.
a TT.
So tidy.
Tyson.
Yeah.
So tidy.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
This kid went to camp. Has it been a minute?
Oh yes, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. So with the identify spell, you realize, having cast it, that this is a unique magic item that is attuned to the mirrors. You can tell by the zigzag, and as you kind of see the flow of magic through them, it looks as if the mirrors, whoever's wearing the ring, can open a gateway between the mirror from both sides of the mirror.
Yeah.
That if you, without using the ring, you would just like be, touching the mirror. But if you can use it, you can open it up, and it looks like maybe it'd stay open for about like a minute until you have to use the ring again.
Okay.
And in game turns, it'd be a bonus action to use the ring.
Oh, nice.
Do we want
You
to
disappear.
What? Sorry.
Do we want to maybe pull off some of the coverings?
Oh.
Well, yes, that.
Oh, I think they're on
That
the
first.
other side of
Right.
the...
Right. But
yeah.
I'm saying like open one and then reach through and pull the cover off.
Yeah, but like stay on this side.
Yeah.
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 Like just so we learn what's on the other side.
Right, I love that. I thought you were going to tell me to be careful or something. That's
I'm a sorcerer. I don't do careful.
great. All right.
Okay.
Careful is wizard
So
business.
I think I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand behind you,
Okay.
And I'll stand
and
behind
then
you.
I'm gonna conjure 2 knives.
Nice. Oh, on me? Nearby.
No, behind. I have a 10-foot reach when I attack, or a 5-foot reach. Total of 10.
Five
So
extra,
if you're gonna reach through the mirror, I'm gonna be behind
to
you, ready
stab
to
something
stab
behind
something
them.
in front of
Okay.
you in case you're busy
Yeah.
pulling things down.
Okay. Does the ring allow other people also? Is it like a 1 minute just open
Yeah,
gate?
it'll stay
or-
open for
okay.
for a minute.
Okay. Quick follow-up question in case it matters. Is it creatures that? I guess that wouldn't make sense because he just got murdered. Never mind. I think I figured it out. Okay. Answered my own question.
Cool.
Great. So I take however long I make myself a cup of tea while I attune to this ring, and then
Oh, you don't need to attune to it. Like as soon as you put it on, you realize that you can use
it itself is attuned to the. Okay, great.
Sorry, yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
good.
That makes
Yep.
sense. That is what you said. So it's all coming together.
Playing the game.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We ready? Does anyone want to? I don't know. Do.
So which mirror do you want it? Like the sort of the first one that's blocked, first, second, and third.
Okay. First, second, and third.
Do the broken one.
Shoot.
the middle
Just-
one was the broken one.
Yeah, do that one.
Just go right for it. We don't want to like check out the other ones first. All right. Have those knives ready. Great. Is that your shield?
I'm hiding behind him.
Oh.
Yeah, with my shields.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
I give Barry the order to attack anything that tries to attack me, and actually same for Barley. Barley takes out its little sugar spoon. Yoink!
All right. So looking through the middle mirror, you see an image of a large chamber, maybe about like 50 feet across, maybe. In the middle of it, in the middle of the room, is a shallow pool of water. Surrounding the pool are a dozen crude stone monoliths. There's just dirt floor around the pool of water. The 12 of them are equally distant from each other. And you can see within the chamber, it's made of massive stone blocks. So everyone can see this. You recognize it from your earlier check. This looks like the interior of that dome chamber the giants had built.
Okay. Can I maybe make another check now that I'm seeing the inside to see if there's if I can pick up anything culturally from the giant foundling background that would indicate, because it seems like they're trying to contain potentially this pool of water that is there, but I'm wondering if there's anything that I can pick up about the organization of the interior.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make me and with advantage because of your background. So,
And so this is probably, I would like it to be insight or something like that, because that's where, but I could also do Arcana.
that's about
Whatever's-
insight because it is
Okay.
also like as you're looking, all of you feel kind of creeped out by this.
So
building.
either a 21, that's cocked, or a 22.
You realize looking at this that it looks
Wasting
like
these advantages.
the stone monoliths contain whatever this thing is. You remember hearing stories of how stone giants would carve rocks to capture and trap this dark essence. The pool of water might just be something that's formed over time, like water dripping in through the gaps in the stoneworks. This place is so old. But the stones themselves, looking at how they are crudely carved and like carefully positioned, that looks like each of those might be imprisoning some sort of entity.
And so I can't tell that there's been any sign that any of that has been disturbed.
Looking at it from here, like you are looking through the mirror, so it's a bit distant, it looks like maybe someone has carved runes or something on some of these stones, which a giant would not do. Like you would know, like, no, you need to keep these things intact. But it's hard to say, like you're kind of just seeing, it looks like there's scratches and stuff on some of them. So from here, it's hard to tell exactly. If you got a closer look, you could confirm maybe what's been going on.
I'll relay all of that to everyone else. I'm wondering if the things that are getting out are coming out through the mirror, and so it being smashed is a good thing. Because then they can't get, because if this is opening up,
Yeah, they've
they
been
came out
coming
last
out.
night and he's been dead for days.
yeah, 4 days.
Yeah, but the things came out last night.
Was he stopping them from getting out?
Well, but I'm wondering if it was. Oh. Yeah.
What I'm wondering is why have a portal mirror to a place that's right over
Right next
there?
door, yeah.
I wonder if the
there's no
Giants built it
doors,
for
right?
containment, there's
Maybe.
probably not a...
Yeah, maybe.
But then why build a door
Yeah,
from the
he's-
mirror? I mean, sometimes, as you know, wizards, the pursuit of knowledge gets a little crazy.
what's in the other ones?
I don't know. Really quick question before we look into those. About the pillars. You said that they're built to contain something.
And a
Each
couple
of them,
of them-
or all together? Like, are there 12 somethings, or is there one something that needs 12 pillars?
So there would have been based on that description, one stone could have contained one thing.
Yeah, feels like mostly a
Yeah,
betrayal.
so it would be 12 things. And there's at least 2 in there that I can see from here that have, like, disturbances on them, graffiti. Yeah,
That's not good.
yeah.
Yeah. Can we ungraffiti them? Do you know enough giant stuff to...
To ungraffiti, I think you would have to redo the pillar, maybe, because it's carved in.
Probably not.
Or maybe we could spackle it.
Mend it.
Could we mend it?
Artfully.
Makes me wonder if the runes are to let like a little bit of whatever's sealed out in a controllable way.
Because the room's not, like, full of stuff coming out at us, and the sun can't
hubris
get
of
into there.
wizards.
So it's not like they're hiding from the sun, if they were just, like, wandering around and they're waiting to come out at night. But maybe we should let this minute elapse
Yeah.
before doing anything else, and then, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can check some of the others, maybe.
Yeah, the other two.
How did somebody hang a curtain up on that side
I mean, you just step through the mirror and then hang up a curtain.
And then step back
and
through.
step back through?
Yeah. Like a shower curtain situation.
Weird.
Shower curtain.
Yeah,
There's a curtain rod.
you can close it from either side.
Yeah. The other side is just an image of, like, a kitty in space.
Yeah. This side is just plastic for some reason. Okay, well, yeah, I shut that one, let the mirror re-solidify, and then move to the right.
Right, okay. So, doing the same thing, right? So you're all in position, touch the mirror, pull it aside. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. You see before you a chamber. It looks to be of similar construction as the palace you're in.
just opens up behind us.
You see 4 figures and an array of pets and animals hanging out there with you.
You guys didn't tell me I had a stick in my hair. That's embarrassing.
I thought you liked that.
Berry stick.
So you see a very pale, slender, tall figure wearing black robes, under which you can make out the
creepy.
glint of black plate mail. Yes, this person matches the description of Sega.
Plate
He's
mail.
sitting on a small, a large chair, fancy chair, like sipping a glass of wine. He's looking straight at you, at the side, and he's sort of, there's a two-headed sword leaning on the chair he's sitting at, and you also see that there are a number of zombies wearing plate mail with great axes, like sort of standing like to his side, like 2 on each side of him. And he looks over at you and says, you can hear, he's like, actually you don't hear him, like he's mouthing words, and then he just, and he gestures.
Wrong number.
Shut the curtain, shut the curtain, shut the curtain, shut the curtain.
I mean, he's inviting.
I'm like, I look at Sega and I'm like, I step back through the curtain so we can discuss.
At least from here, it would be one at a time, them coming through in theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bottleneck situation. Maybe we get him to come.
You said it was 6 zombies in there in plate mail?
4 of them. 4
of them
on each side.
in,
Yes,
in
and
plate
he
mail and great
also
access,
is
and he
wearing
also,
plate
yeah.
mail.
Cool.
He did not react harshly to seeing us.
Yeah.
No.
Which means he's either very confident or maybe not intrinsically malicious.
If I had 4 bodyguards with me that I think could take.
That's us.
Yeah, it's us and our buddy.
No, I was talking about the zombies.
Yeah.
He had 4 zombies. I would be confident as well.
Oh yeah.
So
but
you're
you
confident?
You have.
Oh,
us.
yeah. I'm
So you
confident.
are confident.
Yeah.
I'm confident.
Maybe. Hey, can we try this other mirror and see if the cool guy is in it? We could talk to him first.
Oh, there's a cool guy.
the cool guy.
Diker.
Yeah, Diker. Our good friend,
Right.
the one that is good.
Right, who we
and
have
kind and
literally
friendly.
never met. And,
Yeah.
okay.
No, but people say
Sounds good.
he's nice.
That's true. That
Have
is
you
true.
seen his Instagram? It's charming.
But that probably means he's the worst of the lot.
But what if that's
Okay.
his Finsta? Okay, anyways. All right. Yeah.
I'm just
Is there a
gonna check
mirror
on him.
that's just a mirror?
Thank you.
No,
They're
he's
all
also
mirrors
yeah.
from far away.
Okay.
Yeah, from far away they
Okay.
all function as mirrors.
Yeah.
So you can like,
That's what I wanted. It's like, there's a cool guy in that one. But
yeah.
here we are.
No, if you get closer, that's a desert.
So we're going to try to let the minute elapse, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So does he come out?
No, he just sort of sits there and eventually he gets kind of bored. He's just
Oh, yeah,
sort of
no, I
turning
closed the
his- yeah.
curtain.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the minute
Just
passes
Great.
without any
All right,
disturbance.
so then I go to the left mirror and do the standard fare.
All right. Yep. So as you open it up, you see in this room there is a table with a lantern on it. You see no windows. You see a door, like sort of behind the area you're looking through, and there is a burly man, matches the description of Diker. He's also wearing plate mail. He has a shield like that's propped up on the chair next to him. A sword at his belt. And he looks up, and you see there's a couple other men. There's 3 other men there wearing chainmail with swords. And they all like look over at you, and he looks through the mirror, and he looks sort of relieved and gestures for you to come through.
He's the nice one. Do you like
Sure.
Yeah. How big are the mirrors?
Mirrors are about huge, about
10 by 5?
yeah, 10 by 5.
I want to. Well, okay. Bugbears count as one size larger for carrying stuff around. So I want to get an escape mirror. So like one, like our
This sounds like
one of our desert locations.
This
Perhaps,
feels like a
and
bag of
just, like,
holding and portable hole scenario.
Bring the mirror. Would one mirror fit through another
It
mirror?
would have
I
to
think
go
you have to go
this
sideways,
way.
but yeah.
All right.
I don't know much about magic. I'm just a simple country folk.
But I'd hate to turn the universe inside out this early in the adventure.
Yeah, that feels like
okay.
one option. The other option is then we're just trapped in a desert when they smash it.
And I
Those
also
are 2 of
don't
the
like
top
that.
options.
It's not great.
Can we take the jungle one with us instead then?
I don't want to get stuck in it. I don't know. My
There's
way
a
around the
beach.
jungle.
We could take the
Oh,
beach.
yeah.
One of them goes to Disneyland. Why are we discussing? It's the inside out
I'm gonna turn it around then, so it is closer for our exit. If we needed to like go through one into the other quickly, we could without having to run. No,
That's not how the magic works.
They are mounted on the wall.
okay.
So they're not like that.
rollers.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
I guess we'll leave them mounted then.
Yeah, it looks like you could try to move one of them, but yeah, they're pretty. Yeah, you would
Okay.
have to. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go talk to the very obviously good brother.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
This is clearly
He's a paladin.
This is the worst one. Paladins are bad.
Just said warrior.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be
He
fine.
just looks like he likes a good scrap. Let's go talk to him.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Walk through
I'll
the
go through
left
first
here.
as
Vaporized. I told you. I go to the beach.
see you guys later.
It's fun playing with you.
Yeah, this has been a good game.
Okay, so let me just check something very quickly. Okay, so
I did stop, so I'm nervous.
when you step your way through the mirror, let's check one thing. Okay, got it. So the stepping through, the man, in the heavy armor. Now that you're through, you can see your room. It's about 20 by 30, and he's finally, someone from the outside made it. My men and I are so glad to see you. Oh, things have been terrible since my brother's death.
You trapped in here?
Well, we don't dare leave with those things emerging. It's my idiot brother Sega's fault. He's been tampering with things best left alone. Without my brother here to keep him in line, those things have run loose.
I'd like to make an insight check. Natural 20.
Wow.
As he's talking to you, there is like an element of rehearsal to this, right? Especially the bit about my brother Sega is clearly at fault. Like that seems
One
to be.
brother always lies.
Yeah. That seems to be like he's sort of catching himself and making sure he's giving you like that definitely like as far as his story. Like, my brother died a few days ago, things have been bad, totally rock solid. But when he starts talking about Sega, you do get a sense of, like, anger toward him that's maybe putting a spin on this claim that it's all Sega's fault. Oh, yes, it's his horrid undead minions. He's been killing my men and animating them as undead servants and turning them against us.
Yeah, and the possums too, right?
Yes, the possums. I don't know anything about this, but who knows what horrid magic my brother has been up to.
No,
He's been conjuring dire possums to
going
burn the
to-
land.
Dire possums even.
I'm going to mentally tell Michael that makes him way more suspicious, right? Because he just is going along with whatever they said.
I
No,
relay this to.
Right.
Yeah.
Not part of this, and I'm just like,
None of us ever said dire possums. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right?
that's why it must be true.
And so I'll relay to everybody. I'll say, see, he's clearly holding something back and probably blaming his brother a little too much, even
The
though
zombie guy, the guy that has a bunch
the
of
necromancer. Yeah.
undead minions around him.
I,
He's the one where
I get the impression that maybe in this particular instance, this specific wizard maybe didn't do all of the bad things. Probably still did at least 70% though. Of the bad.
So that we're not just all sitting here like staring at I will speak up and I'll say we have come to help. We were sent from the nearby village of Kaylee to come here and see what it was that has happened and see if we can render aid. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit more about what's happened so that we can figure out how best to assist.
Yes, so a few days ago, my brother's bodyguard, Thrak, struck him down, killed him. I am sure it's Sega's urging. Sega is a treacherous snake. Do not believe anything he tells you.
I would like to insight check on that. Specifically about who killed him. Nat 20.
All right,
What
so
is
again,
happening?
there is, yet from what you can tell, he seems like he's being honest. Like, it's Sega who must have done this.
Okay.
He does seem to, like, genuinely, like, not, like, believe what he's telling you. Though again, you do get the sense he's like very quick to blame Sega. He might not have rock solid evidence,
yeah.
but he is definitely like pointing the finger there.
Rocks. The guys that got hit by rocks.
But what if one of you, my men, I dare not go and confront Thrak in my brother's tower, but I'm sure that somewhere in there is the magic we need to undo Sega's hold over that horrid, the black dome from which those things emerge.
And who is Thrak?
Oh, Thrak was my brother's bodyguard, my brother's faithful bodyguard. I'm sure that Sega has used some sort of awful magic against him.
Is Thrak the golem, or?
Oh no, Thrak is a strange, otherworldly creature that my brother summoned into his service. My brother, justifiably as it turns out, never trusted Sega. He knew, and this is why I came to help my brother, knowing that Sega, who he apparently needed for some of his magical research, but they always had a very, very tense relationship. You know, my parents wanted us all to go to arcane school, to learn to become magicians. And my brother, being the oldest, well, he was just a natural to it. He's born to it. My parents are so proud. Our parents worked in a mill. You know, they owned it on the edge of town, and they ground wheat, and it was a good living, but not a great living. It was the kind of living that maybe you could set you up for a retirement, but not much of one. They always felt that being a wizard, well, that was good paying, steady work. You'd never have to worry about your financial future. And there's always demands for wizards. Now, you have to go to school, it's expensive. My parents ponied up the money, but the exams and the work, always my parents on me. Why aren't you like your brother? Why can't you get into wizard school? Why can't you apply yourself? I tried, I did what I could, but I was always the athlete of the family.
Are you the second born?
Yes, my youngest brother. Now, when he joined the clergy, my parents, cults come and they go. This time, this god is essential. Then it falls. What will you do for your retirement plan? What if there's an uprising? What if there's a god's war again and the deity you picked is cast down into the pit of forgotten deities? Then how will you make a living? You need to get the good, solid skills of a magic user. Reliable work. There's always room for another court mage, my dad would say.
It's true.
And he told me, soldiers are replaceable. He's like, you'll get work, but it'll never be a great work. And how are you going to find a wife or a husband or anyone who wants to marry a warrior? You could die at any moment. And the insurance coverage is terrible. It's a crowded market, he'd say. Wars come and go. Wizardry, though, that's a line of work that you can hang your hat on. You take pride as a parent in seeing your children graduate from wizard school. Always.
Hire himself
For 5 years, I fought on and the wars in the frontiers came back laden with loot. What did my parents say? Well, Tyson would have invested it. Tyson would have used it to go to school. Tyson would be turning lead to gold. He wouldn't need to go risk his life. Look at him. He's already made his way into the third circle in the Magical Academy. Oh. Did they respect anything I did? No. And then Sega always as you close it, you hear the cutting off.
Wow. We should leave. It's terrible here.
I told you, Family Feud.
I want to like egg him on and like, of course, back in those days, you didn't need a huge down payment for a palace this size.
You should have just gone back in time and bought this palace 30 years ago.
I just wanted to see how long Mike could go.
Oh, I know how long. We don't have that much time for the stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll bow to your experience.
Well, should we go talk to the zombies then?
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna
Or
say
you mean the guy in charge of the
when,
zombies?
When we went in, I was thinking that guy's great. He knew about the dire possums. That's all checking out. But I don't know. The more he talked, the more I was like, let's go talk to those dead guys.
I really wanted to stab him.
I just don't want to be in the middle of another sibling fight. That's all I don't want in my
Another
life.
Yeah.
Okay, so once he's sort of, worn himself out a little bit, I'll say, so just to back up a little bit, Thrak, his otherworldly yet faithful servant, turned on him suddenly with no provocation?
Well, I can only imagine that Sega was behind it. Now, I had offered my brother that my men and I were well trained. We could have protected him. But no, he has to go outside the family to bring in something not even just outside the family, but from another plane of existence.
Let me cut you off right there, Ace. We are happy to help.
Good.
And are excited to put this whole, dark magic monsters, whatever it is, business to rest.
It's always about magic, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we are going to go do some investigating and see. You said that up in the tower is where we'll find what we need.
That is where Thrak is, and I am sure he is guarding whatever it is. My brother's notes likely are there. I'm sure that will give you the information you need to keep the dark presence from that dome, recapture it, and prevent it from leaking out. It's killed some of my men.
Do you know anything about what it was?
Well, as
He
my
didn't go to
father
magic
would
school.
say, if I had gone to magic school, I'm sure I'd know something, but I am a simple man of weapons and arms.
Same.
Yes, I know
I
nothing
have
of it.
arms
Yes.
and weapon.
Yeah.
But I do know that if we and he gestures, you can see the room isn't there. There's no like there is like a window and it's been curtained off. There's the door and so there's a lantern here, even though it's middle. It's it's late afternoon now. As long as we keep the windows and doors closed and barred, the things don't seem able to enter.
Okay. Can you tell us how we can get up into the tower?
Oh, I will happily send out one of my men to escort you.
Can you tell us how to get up into the tower?
Fair enough. Yes, maybe keep more of the guards back here to keep me safe. If I pass, I won't be able to help you decode my
Right,
brother's works. I did spend 2 terms in magic school. I
We'd like to keep you in reserve.
Oh, yes. So if you, and he gestures to the door, so just head out the door here. Then there's a door in the next room. Head out that door and take a right. Go straight down to the very end of the hall. There'll be another door. Through that door, to the right, and that should take you into the base of the second floor of the tower. And then from there, I'm sure you will find Thrak waiting. My brother's laboratory was on the uppermost floor of the tower.
Teacup commits that to memory.
So do I, though.
And also writing.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. We're gonna we'll be back in just a few minutes. We want to make sure that everything is secure back in the entry chamber where we came from. So we will return in a few minutes.
Yes, I heard the golem moving. That's why I suspected someone had come through.
We'll be right back.
We're not going to go talk to his brother?
I briefly stepped out and then realized that Michael stayed in the room, so I came back in. When he was in there, could you still, can we still mentally...
You would be
that's
within a
a good-
mile.
we're still within a mile?
Within
Okay.
a mile? Okay,
Okay.
great.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go
where
back
we
to the main room, I think, and then let the portal close.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Once we're on the other side and the portal is closed, I think we should smash the middle mirror again.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
always
we
put it
can
back
put
together.
it back together.
Yeah.
All right, smasheroo. Yep, it breaks like a Monday mirror.
All right. Great. Just because
Yep.
if they're right,
If there
and
are monsters coming out of it,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there are already enough
smash the
getting out
desert
some
mirror.
other way.
Right.
We don't need multiple.
I just want to go to the desert.
So to detail what I'm thinking at this point, focus. To detail what I'm thinking at this point, I think one of 2 things is likely here. Either everything that Diker just said is true, and Stiga is in fact a jerk, and et cetera. That's one possibility. I think the other possibility is actually that Thrak, was it? Yeah, I think that Thrak maybe was biding his time, and this is just a thing that happened that was bound to happen anyways, and it's a prime opportunity to blame Stiga for it. So
Yeah. Also, Thrak is some sort of otherworldly creature. Maybe it's enthralled to whatever is, being kept here.
I
on its
have
own
a
thing.
weird feeling that maybe if Thrak is the one that ate Tyson Thane's brain or sucked it out, and Stiga is malicious in some way, is it possible that what Thrak was trying to do was stop Tyson's knowledge from falling into Stiga's hands?
Maybe?
Because he's gone and holed himself up in the top.
Yeah.
That's a lot of...
Yeah, I'm jumping to a conclusion. I've got to jump to conclusions, Matt.
We've got lots of possibilities. though.
So,
We could go in different
do we go straight to Thrak or do we go to Stiga?
I think we say what Sega has to say.
All right, sounds
Yeah.
good. All right, we'll do the thing.
Assuming he doesn't try to kill us, in which case we kill him back. Harder.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
Right.
see.
So opening the mirror to see. Yeah, and as you catch, he's there's a zombie that has a tray, and he's there's some chocolates in his. He sees you and
Yeah, I'll sort of step through and be like,
Yeah.
sorry about that. We unfamiliar territory, and we
I don't like
wanted to
zombies.
sort of- yeah, and zombies.
Well, in this case, yes, boys, go to the side room there. Yes. So, give us our privacy here, please, gentlemen. And they shamble through the door to the east.
Okay.
Still
They're
close
nice
behind.
zombies.
Oh, well, yes.
Or
it
obedient
is-
at the very least.
Yeah.
Ever since the tragic death of my brother. Such awful fate. We have not had visitors, except for those awful things that my brother Diker. Now, you'd think 2 terms at magic school, and he thinks he's an expert, goes poking at things best left alone simply because my brother has passed due to his machinations, I am sure. He was always jealous of the bodyguard Thrak, the one who killed my brother. But I'm sure he decided to use the object of his disappointment against my brother himself. So tell me, what brings you here? Do you seek to put an end to these awful shades that emerge from the monoliths?
Yes.
Yes, good. Then we are of like mind.
That remains to be seen, but we come from the village of Kaylee, where we have seen the effects of these creatures that are escaping.
Kaylee, yes, I am sure once they heard I was in trouble, they were eager to save me. The townsfolk, they were always so shy when I came to town.
They talked about how cool you are quite a
Yes,
lot.
I'm sure I made quite the impression, yes.
You did.
You do leave quite the impression.
One attempts, one does what one can.
So, you say that you suspect Diker in this.
Suspect no. Who else would kill my brother? Who else would set him up? I wouldn't. Oh, my brother. How I looked up to him. You know, my parents wished for us all to become wizards, but I just never had it in me. I have to admit, the challenge with being a wizard, you see, is it's a very solo endeavor. One struggles mightily, but with the art of the divine, one gets to join a cult. One even gets to lead a cult if one is so fortunate. And I have to admit, I've always been more of a leader than a follower, a lone wolf.
So we're brain chatting while this whole monologue is
I'm
happening, right?
going to grab a thing of chocolate from the
Yeah.
tray.
Please help yourself.
Right, like all of us have these kind of glassy expressions
Yeah.
because we're talking to each other and while he's rambling.
He seems to, as you grow up, seems to think that you're enchanted with him. Oh, yes.
Enthralled.
Right.
So as you can see, that is why I know it was a great disappointment to my parents, because I told them but the gods
I
of
think there's
eternal.
probably a little bit of translation confusion. You know, like if you're trying to talk on the phone while you're like reading subtitles or
Yeah.
something like that.
yes,
So I
of
think
course.
every now and then, like I'm trying to relay something and I happen to like mention magic school or my parents or something like that. Like,
So, once he has, again, worn himself out a little bit, I'll ask the question, do you know why Thrak would turn on your brother?
Who can say it? Now, if my brother had listened to me and let me guard him, I'm sure none of this would have happened. But who can say with its strange alien mind?
What kind of strange alien mind are we talking about here?
Well, this is the strange thing about Thrak and why my brother seems so enchanted with him. Now, honestly, I think he just wanted to impress the other members of the Arcane Conclave with his special bodyguard that they
focus
couldn't
up.
summon. But yes. And my parents, of course, now rest their souls. They both passed. They thought it was quite impressive that he brought Thrak into our service. But yes, Thrak had a very interesting talent. If he devoured the brain of a mortal creature, he learned that creature's secrets. And so when anyone would send an assassin against my brother or another attempt on his life, the one sent to slay, the cat's paw, if you will, would reveal the secrets of those who had hired him. And my brother delighted in taking his revenge against those who attempted to slay him. So yes, he went outside the family for protection and sadly paid the price. I am sure that Diker probably talked his way into Thrak's good graces. My brother and Thrak were always very close. My brother always sought to
Question.
consult with him. Yes.
You are in your room. It appears that your brother is in his room.
Yes.
You both are able to leave at will?
Well, those things.
Aside from the
knights,
things, which
yes.
aren't out now.
They are
if
not out now during the
you were
day.
so inclined, you could walk out the mirror. Do you have the ability to do that?
Oh no, I never. Well, my brother kept his secrets, and
But you can exit maybe through the doors.
He's got a
then you
door.
can leave
yes,
this.
yes, we could walk away. But I would just fear that me and my followers would be torn apart by these things if we didn't reach safe haven by nightfall.
How did you know that your brother was dead if you're in here and can't get out?
Oh no, we discovered his body. But unfortunately, those things were about.
So you went. You came out. You came out around the mirror.
Yes,
went
yes.
back.
We simply
Back the
walked
same
into the
way,
room.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes, yes. Yes, my brother always maintained that only someone with the arcane arts could manipulate the mirrors, and I never quite understood the trick of it.
Yeah, it's very
true.
tricky. It's a complicated.
Yes,
procedure.
In fact.
yes.
Are your parents still alive?
No.
Oh, they have
nope.
sadly passed on. And I have attempted
Call them
to
to adjudicate.
I have attempted to commune with them, but as my mother said, it was when I used a speak with dead spell, it only just reminded her that I couldn't use arcane magic.
Right. Yeah. Never live up to that.
Everyone's a disappointment.
Someone
She just wanted to talk to Tyson, honestly.
understands necromantic magics to some extent. I kind of like gesture towards the door the zombies went through. Are you familiar with the creatures that are getting out?
Oh, my brother kept his secrets. He would occasionally consult with me, but as he would tell me, I didn't even go to magic. At least Diker went for 2 terms. I never even applied. I ran away from home and joined a cult. And so
Everyone
yes,
has their own path.
Yeah. And so, but he would consult with me on matters of death and living dead. But he never. And in fact, I
We'll
believe.
be right back.
Oh yes. Well, I would say before you go.
Oh.
My brother kept his notes in the tower.
Yeah.
It's the uppermost floor. If you could find those, I'm sure you'd find the secret needed to throw down Diker and put an end to this menace that he's unleashed upon the world.
I have 2 brief questions for you, both of them related to your
Brief.
servants. Yeah, I emphasize brief. Both related to your servants. First question is, I see that you have chosen skeletal servants. Do you ever use goblins in your service?
Oh no, but Diker likes hanging around with goblins. He used to do his dirty work.
Great. Second question. Did you actually kill some of Diker's men to create these skeletons?
Kill is such a loaded term.
Sometimes bodies get up again.
Struggled with? They attacked me.
Yeah, sure.
What was
you
my?
defended
What was
yourself.
my?
No,
On the odd sort of. I didn't animate the goblins. I'm not that. But I did animate some of the men only to protect myself.
fair enough.
Yeah, and it has shown my brother how foolish it would be to attack me again. It has dissuaded him from further violent acts. I have been merely trying to bring an end to this threat. I've been focused only
When
on
did
that.
Diker try to attack you for you to then animate?
Oh, it was a few days ago. When we discovered my brother's body, I discovered it first, of course. My brother, though, uncovered it, and I tried to be discreet in my inquiries as to how my brother could have killed my oldest brother. But unfortunately, he came across and realized what I knew, and that's when there was a brief skirmish between some of his men and a few of my minions.
Do you not have the ability to speak with the dead? Perhaps you could ask your brother.
I could, but
No brain.
he looks at you and looks a little nervous. This spell has proven strangely ineffective with my brother. Perhaps it is related to his missing brain.
What kind of
Stares at you.
person eats a brain?
That is something that Thrak does to learn secrets.
So,
Does he just look like a guy?
Yeah, what kind of person is that?
He's very hairy, somewhat like your companion here, but a little bit taller, and a bit more bulkier.
I puff up.
Yes.
Just your fur, like
Yeah.
yeah.
And he's got a big jaw that he uses when he extracts and tears a brain out. It's quite interesting to
Does
watch.
this sound like any sort of creature that I've heard of?
You can go make an Arcana check.
Well, that's a 10.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like anything you've heard of, though you've heard they mentioned, it's some sort of creature from another plane.
Strange,
From
yeah.
the
Yeah.
world or something, yeah.
Not my specialty. All right.
before we go, I do want to ask him. I'll describe the traveler that we saw on the road, and see if that matches the description of anyone he knows of.
Yes, that sounds like one of the mercenaries my brother may have tried to recruit, to bring into the fold. He's always looking for men to bolster his ranks, and so perhaps one of his allies or the. Do you tell him how the circumstances around how you found the body, or other than that, we just
don't.
found this body on the road? Okay, yeah. So the poor chap probably just came to it back then, maybe killed by the creatures if he was walking at night.
Rough.
Those creatures are really getting around.
All right, I tell him, like, listen, it's probably best for you to stay here. We are going to try to go and retrieve your brother's notes.
Oh, excellent.
For now, stay here, enjoy a moment's respite, and we shall return, hopefully, having resolved the situation.
This has been a most distressing incident. Yes, I appreciate your assistance, and hopefully we can bring this entire nasty business to an end quickly.
I, too, hope that.
Is the room, are there like decorations and stuff? Like what type of room are we in?
Oh, yeah,
Sorry,
so
you already
see, yeah, it
told
looks like maybe it's like his own little like personal like throne room. It looks like a lesser version, like, knockoff version of the big throne room you went in. There are tapestries here, and they depict like different, like, they're actually like they show pictures of him,
Is there
like
anything
raising the dead, like
smaller?
armies. It's me, what?
Anything
Oh,
smaller?
my God.
Oh, smaller as far as the...
You know, like
Pocketable.
yeah,
Yeah.
this size.
Serving tray.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Chocolates.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. As we go, I pick up the serving tray with the chocolates on it, and I just walk out with it.
It's like, oh, yeah, you're welcome. It's like, ah.
We might need that for the...
Energy. We need energy.
So I think that these brothers are working together.
Is this mental?
All right,
or...
let's retreat back out to
Yeah.
the main...
Yeah.
Oh
We're
yeah, out in the main
Okay,
area.
okay.
Yeah.
And let the portal close. And,
Yeah.
and-
Oh yeah. No, I already shut the curtain on.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think it feels like these brothers are working together.
I think something weird is going on here.
Maybe. I don't
I
know.
think that they're just feeding whatever's in the tower.
So we should go to the tower?
You think they're just feeding Thrak or the whatever's in the dome?
I think that the brothers are drawing people here intentionally, not so they can escape, but so that perhaps they can remain alive.
I can see that. I also kind of feel like maybe what we're dealing with here is that the oldest brother, the most respected brother, et cetera,
The one who graduated.
right, yeah, who got his
Yeah,
degree from magic school.
Did something with his life.
Yeah.
Mom, Dad love.
Made a mistake, either trusting Thrak or otherwise, and realized it too late. And by the time he tried to correct his mistake, Thrak turned on him, and the reason why he didn't fight against Thrak sucking his brain out was because he used his last moments to break the mirror instead of to fight him off, right? So I'm kind of getting that vibe, and I think these two chuckleheads are just like they're
Too eager to prove themselves. And they're just
yeah,
fighting,
like they're like, oh, it must be
infighting.
my other brother's fault. No, it must be my other brother's fault, right? Like I'm kind of getting don't really know what you're talking about vibes from both of them.
Grief affects people in different ways.
Well, that's fair. That is
And their
fair.
brother
Right.
just died.
They have suffered a loss, but regardless, neither of them seems to have any actual evidence that the other one is at fault, and yet they're both blaming each other.
Also, they don't appear to have actual sorrow about their dead brother. Or
Yeah.
It
inconvenience.
manifests in weird ways.
Back to the body that we found. You had a super high medicine check, right? Did we get how long that body had been
About 4
dead?
days.
About 4
4
days.
days,
So
yeah.
everything is a 4-day.
Yeah,
4-day
the
period
timeline
here.
matches up here
Yeah.
with he dies at that around the same time the creatures or whatever it is
Start coming.
begin going to Kaylee and attacking people. So that all kind of matches up, and the skeletons having been raised 4 days ago matches up with the timeline of they discover their brother's body. The creatures are around. There's a brief skirmish, but then they separate again.
But
And a couple
according
of messengers that they sent disappear.
well, and according to our necromancer friend, that body was that person before they died was hired or called by Diker.
Potentially.
the one on the road, yeah.
But then the goblins are Dikers.
That's
Yeah,
as far as we know.
that's the one thing I haven't quite figured
Yeah.
out is like why would Diker send goblins to kill a guy that he had invited?
Unless they needed to make sure that, well, if these brothers are feeding whatever the creature is,
Maybe.
if it's like if there's a full stomach happening already, like we don't need this other person, and it might be complicated to then suddenly have to, if stuff is like just kicked off between the two of them. I don't know. It does seem weird that he would send his own goblins to off the mercenary that he had hired to come.
Unless Sega hired the guy and didn't want to tell us why. Diker had the goblins take out the other guy. This just feels like weird family infighting. We
Yeah.
should go to the tower.
I agree. I think
Yeah.
that's actually where our only answers are going to
Yeah.
be.
All right.
All right, so following the directions to the tower.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so you make your way up to
have
the sort of
memorized.
northeast corner of the palace.
Yes.
The from the mirror room, it's actually let's see so you can see it's a little tricky because you were in Diker's room when he gave you the directions. So from where
We
you
can
are
go back
now,
and go from there if we need to, right?
yeah, that's where the directions came from. I mean, or you could try exploring and try to figure out. But you didn't see any doors into the tower.
Hey.
Nice.
Right. That's I like your Sandman hair.
Yeah. It is very Sandman. I like it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think let's just go back through Diker's room because he didn't show us any hostility.
Well, when
Yeah.
we go through, we should make sure that we point out that we talked to his brother and we think his brother is the killer or whatever, so Diker doesn't come after us.
I'm going to ask him about goblins.
All right. Okay. Can we put a time limit on this room visit?
We just, as we're passing through, just
Okay,
quick.
because we are getting, as the more questions we ask these guys, the further down the sun is going.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah.
All right. In my head, via relay, I'm going to start counting down from 20.
Okay.
All right.
And when I get to 0, we're leaving.
So you head in.
Hey, buddy,
and-
2 questions.
Oh yes.
Go. We're still walking.
Yeah.
How many goblin friends do you have?
Those are the goblins are no friends of mine. Those are Sega's followers.
Okie dokie.
Oh.
Did you come across any of them?
What? Nope.
Oh,
What was the
nasty
other
pieces
question?
of work.
Oh, yeah, Sega, he's untrustworthy.
Yes.
Bye.
I want insight to make sure he's not lying about his interactions with goblins. That's 9.
Yeah, it seems like when you said goblins,
Totally.
you look like goblins.
He
It
hates
sounds like
those
the goblins are
goblins.
actually Thrax minions or whatever. Yeah.
All right, so following the directions, you head out. There's like a room you go through that looks like it's an outer chamber. Opening the door, you can see like you're in one of the balconies looking down on the garden on the east. So it looks like you were just above the room you're in.
Okay.
And then heading to the north, there's a large number of doors. Like looks like little apartments off to your right. As you pass them, there's a door straight ahead. Going through that door, you're in a. Also you pass over the balcony, looking down into like the feast hall. So you see that as you go through, and then you go through the door to the north. There's a passage heading east-west that overlooks the balcony. I'm sorry, the both the feast hall and the courtyard.
Okay.
So you can see to your right, to the east, is the tower, and there's a door, and you can see the way the building is built. There's like the black stone of the tower and a door set in it. You know, that this hallway like leads up
It's like
to.
constructed up and around it.
Okay.
I'm going to open doors as we go by.
Just
Oh, yeah,
to
so
look
Just
at 'em.
because I'm like, if these are our apartments, who lives in these apartments?
Yeah.
Who forget?
Yeah, poking through the.
There's no golem telling us not to.
Yeah. He just does a pull up on the balcony.
Sword.
Yeah, so opening up, you see actually in one of them, like the first couple are empty. There's a third one though, where there's a woman, and she's sharpening a sword. She's got a suit of chainmail that's like hanging on and it looks like her bedroom, like a little living quarters. And she looks up at you and did Diker send you?
What?
I haven't seen you folk around before.
Yeah.
Do you work for Diker?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Us too.
Yeah, we're doing an errand for Diker.
That is
Technically
kind
true.
of- well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
is
say out
he-
loud, technically true.
That's kind of true.
Yeah, when you say that, like thank goodness his brother. It's been awful. We've been just dealing with his undead. We fought him a few days ago. They got a few of us and reanimated them. Awful
Disgusting.
business. We've just been hoping to wait them out and so that we could get some help from the outside world to deal with these strange creatures that have been coming out of that dome.
Yep, here we are.
Do you know what those creatures look like?
I'm glad I didn't see them. They
everyone
got a
sees
few
them
of us,
dies.
and she points like at night. We make sure I keep my door closed and everything closed.
Do they
off.
come out of the dome, or are they coming out of the throne room?
It seems like they come from the dome, as far as I know.
Okay.
That's where that idiot Segas are messing with them. I'm sure this is all his fault.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Probably.
Great.
Heard he's real
Hey.
dumb.
Do you want to come help us fight somebody?
I think I need to hear from
Clearly
Diker.
sharpening sword.
Oh, I'm good, but if I'd have to hear that from Diker. He's the one paying me, so
Yeah.
and I'm
Oh,
sure if
that's
he's
fair.
tasked you with something, he trusts you can deal with it.
That's fair.
Probably say yes.
It's fine.
All right. Yeah, let's go
We're-
now. Never mind. Sorry. Just kidding.
Well, good luck. May the gods, watch over you.
Yeah, stay safe. Keep your door closed.
Yep. Ignore all the sounds you hear.
We should have brought Diker's mirror with us. And then we could just open it up.
You're mounted
They're
on
mounted
the
on the
wall.
wall.
can unmount them.
Do you know how expensive it is to like mount a mirror that
We have
size
mended.
that
My
well?
my great
It's-
uncle used to be a mounter of mirrors, and it is hard.
Yeah, the weight alone you have to account for, and
Yeah.
it's just a lot.
It's not worth it.
I
It's
got
more
these
than
big bugbear arms, though.
just noodling around.
Wacky inflatable floating big man.
Good for carrying things.
Like giant mirrors.
Yeah.
Does this tower door appear to have any magic coming off of it? Like, if I touch it, am I gonna die instantly? Is that the?
I can give you an Arcana check.
I can also just cast detect magic.
Yeah, do that. Wait, do you want to waste the spell slot? What if I can?
we're getting close to danger.
Is it pine wood? That's,
Yeah.
Is it all
Yeah,
pine
and that's
still?
good for 10 minutes,
Okay.
right?
Looks like
so
oak,
you
yeah.
can use it as we go through the tower.
You want to cast detect magic?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
So as you cast detect magic, you can see the magic flowing around you. There is a lot of like necromantic magic like flowing through the tower itself, but the door just does not have anything that stands out.
Okay, great. I figure at this point we're getting close enough that we should
Yeah.
not be afraid to spend some resources.
I'm going to
Also
check
pine.
it for traps or something.
Yeah, go for it.
Rogue stuff, I
That's-
guess.
Oh yeah, rogue
Crazy
things.
that-
Investigation check.
So good at investigation. 7.
All right, now it looks clear to you.
I open it.
All right, opening it up, you see it's clear that basically this tower is small enough. Like it looks like this floor, the second floor, is just one room. There's stairs heading down, stairs heading up, and this looks like some sort of like a lounge, like just a sitting area. There's a fireplace directly across from you.
Girl from Evening is playing.
Couple the windows,
one more.
they're all closed though. And secured tightly with shutters. And there's like a plush couch, footstool. Just looks kind of a place someone might relax. Spiral stairs going up and down.
I'll go up.
All right, heading up.
I'll be right behind
Yeah,
you.
wait, no, you go up with your magic eyes.
You go up.
Sorry, you have detect magic eyes on.
Yes, but he has the hit points.
Okay,
And you go up because you've
behind
got long
him.
arms.
Oh, I can go first.
What? Okay.
Okay, well then you look
I'm going
over,
to stealth up.
magically look over his shoulders with your little magic
Yes, I have
eyes.
long eyes.
Yes, yeah. I didn't know how to bring it up. He loves magic.
Like Tex Avery.
23 on stealth.
All right, you are perfectly quiet as you make your way up.
I
Now,
go like on my fingertips.
Your toe tips.
That's the quietest part of me.
Again, cartoon style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
now, if you remember when you saw the figure in the robes, they were in the topmost floor of the tower.
Yeah,
So
and that's where the lab is.
Yep. The next
Also,
floor up
purple robes
Purple
in the,
robes,
in the
yep.
tower.
looks like a bed
Those
chamber.
going around.
Again, kind of like the area. There's like the next fireplace up. There's like the chimney with a fireplace. Looks like right atop each other. There's a bed here that's messy. There's an armoire that's open with like 12 identical sets of purple robes. All just like but yeah, and it looks so it looks like a bedroom. Continuing up the stairs, or did you want to?
Are we continuing up the stairs, or are we looking through the room for anything magical that we could steal from this dead guy?
Oh, has it been 10 minutes?
Staircase. Surely your eyes are still awake, right?
Moving all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
The wizard
spectacular.
room. We're gonna go maybe kill his killer. I think that morally he'd be okay with us stealing from him.
Yeah.
Sure.
He would want us to use his
Also,
things to avenge his
He
death.
is dead, so he doesn't actually get a vote.
There's a movie I heard about, a picture show about Prestige, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look around
Lots of
while I still
I
have
didn't
detect
see it.
magic going.
You don't see anything out of the
All
ordinary.
right, fair enough.
Okay.
But you
wanna
want to
row?
try.
All right. Let's go before you're
Right, and are you still sneaking?
Yes.
Again? And so you're a little bit ahead of the party?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So as you make your way
Probably.
up so you're in the lead and going very quietly. So as you kind of poke up into the top floor, this looks like a laboratory. There's a table with different beakers. It looks like small alchemical lab, scrolls, books open, shelves with books, an orb of continual light providing a steady illumination. And you see a figure clad in purple robes, a big hulking furred creature with like a massive open jaw. And it's wearing a tiny set of spectacles, like they look like human size, but on its like larger, almost like oversized body. It's like barely.
Yeah, like these
Amazing.
from X-Men.
And you see he's holding a book upside down, and like, oh yes. And then occasionally he flips a few pages. Oh,
Wizards. With my brain, I'm like, I got him. He doesn't know how to read. But I don't know if that's important or not.
He's got the secret.
How does that have him?
It's gonna be really embarrassing. Tell him it's gonna be really
So we're gonna tell everyone.
But he's just one more floor up. There's an alchemy lab.
So do we just like rush in and kill this guy? Or
We could knock over all the beakers and Heisenberg the place.
Let's go. Let's go talk to him.
You go talk to him.
Oh.
You ready? I'll stay down here. Maybe kill him.
I could go talk to him.
Yeah, you go first.
I have a way with furry things.
It's true.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, this is the one time that you guys should be face.
Yeah, I got this.
All right. I'll back you up. My
You
charisma
handle the
is
human stuff.
Yeah,
back there.
that's true. I did.
Nice.
yeah. I charisma dumped a rogue.
I charisma buffed a barbarian.
We're the best team ever.
Yeah.
All right.
you gonna walk in?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in.
Oh,
I'm
and his
staying down the stairs, like where I can kind of hear, but I'm not in sight.
got it.
This is where Thrak is going to tell us about his two brothers. That
Yeah.
doesn't get along.
Weird brother. The parents don't even
Please be an only
acknowledge.
child.
So as you enter the room, I didn't see you there coming in. Oh, welcome. I am Tyzun Thane.
Hello, Tyson.
Yes, you have clearly come here to learn the secrets of my magicitationings,
Yep.
which I, a great magic-making guy, have done
Yep.
over the many years. Tell me, what secrets do you seek? What secrets can you provide? What mysteries of the universe can you lay bare before me?
I can show you how to macrame a doily faster than anyone I've ever met.
Oh, this is powerful magic you speak of. This macrame. May I ask you of it? Oh, fascinating. I have seen many magicitations in my time as Tyzun Thane. But nothing
Tyson.
Which is all the time.
4 days.
to be clear.
Yeah.
Nothing quite as fascinating as this. Oh, amazing.
It's actually very good.
You weave a thing. They were. Now, so you're actually doing macrame. These things that were separate have now become one.
It's a
Amazing. You are truly a skilled spelliticiatorian.
Spellitician, if you will.
Yes. Perhaps,
Macromanist.
perhaps you can aid me. I am missing my bodyguard, Thrak, who I rely on
Where could he be?
keep me from my scheming brothers.
We should have brought him here.
Oh, he is. I have not seen him. It's very strange. He is so faithful. Thrak would never betray me. He is the only one I can trust. I have taken an oath to protect Tyzun Thane, and for me to not stand by his side troubles me greatly. Where could he be?
And then, in our brains, wait, he had taken an oath to protect Tyson Thane. Okay, great.
Anyway, Murky has asked Bryce not to string this guy along.
Have you seen? Have my brothers done him in?
What does he look like?
Oh, well, he is quite large, very furry, with a massive jaw that I use to devour the brains of those who would threaten my master, learn their secrets, and slay those who had dispatched an assassin or other treacherous type to strike at him.
Obviously, charisma was also his dump stat.
His performance is very good.
In my brain, I'm like, is he lying to you, or is he all jumbled up because he thinks?
I think he ate a brain, and now he thinks he's the other guy.
Have you ever seen the play I Zombie? Is it one of those?
Yes,
We're in that situation.
Yeah.
yes,
The mummers came through recently.
yes. We have a live more situation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's who we saw down there, dead.
Who? Yeah.
Wait, I can't be dead. I'm here, but Tyson Thane is no. Thrak is
Come
dead.
on up. Come on up.
Yeah,
Is dead.
okay.
But who unleashed the shadow things? Tyson?
That would be. I warned Tyson that he was meddling in things best left alone, but he insisted on researching them and attempting to bind him. And no. I attempted to bind him. This is why I read my book. So again, he holds the book upside down. But I cannot make head or tail of this. A strange curse has been placed on these stones.
Taylor.
Looking around the room for just anything reflective right now. Oh, I have these tools. I have a tiny mirror.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, I imagine it's like the telescopic kind, and I'm like, whoop, and point it at him.
He looks at the mirror.
Can you open this one too with the ring? Wouldn't that be wild if it was any mirror?
And he looks at it,
Oh no.
and
Oh no. I put it away.
A little late to let that
You
one.
broke his brain!
It's already broken.
Well, he ate a defective brain.
your choice of a dexterity check. And if you have, no, not pickpockets, what's it called?
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand. You can do that. Or you can use a charisma check, probably diplomacy, to see how quickly or elegantly you can keep him from staring at the mirror and having a complete, internal meltdown.
Great. Sleight of hand for a nat 20.
No.
All right.
What's happening?
Amazing.
Dude,
He
different
looks-
dice even.
Yeah, and you see, I'm Thrak. No, yes, forgive me. The mirrors, it's always the mirrors, right?
Yeah, sorry, there
Tell
was
me
a
about
faulty one. I
He was so
gotta get this one
proud.
checked out.
I am so proud of the mirrors that I've made. But yes, they allowed for the safe examination. But my brothers always pushed us to go further. And I told Tyson, don't trust them. I know you keep them so close so you can keep an eye on them. But they are treacherous. And so you must beware of them. If they were to somehow turn me against me, what would happen? They knew I would know the secrets. When I devoured the assassin, I would have the memory of Tyson ordering my death, that I ordered my death. But surely it was the brothers who were behind it. Some sort of trickery that when I saw the memory of my own betrayal at my own hand, I would lash out and then devour my brain. And when I devoured my brain, I knew that I had not betrayed myself.
Are you a good note keeper?
Yes, I am a man of great magication, which required, but as you can see, these books have been cursed. Again, he holds the book up upside down. I cannot read them.
As an assistant, as a magician, I would love to assist you.
Oh, yes. Please.
Arm's length, and I'll grab the book.
Yeah, and you see, it's written in common.
Yeah.
I'm like, remove curse. Bing. I just say that.
You can read it.
I believe I can.
And you see it's extensive notes speaking, and it looks like it's like a journal, like a log. Just looking at it very quickly.
Dear diary.
Yeah, recording experiments on the monoliths that you saw. Soon, I am, and it's near the end, right? So he's kind of looking at the most recent pages. Soon I shall finally unlock the power hidden within these 12 monoliths.
Wizard hubris.
The dances in the dark shall be mine to command, and death shall come across all the land. None shall stand against Taizun Thane. I shall finally have no more need of my pathetic, useless younger brothers and their idiot minions. I can slaughter them all and unleash a reign of terror and blood across the land. And we'll worship Taizun Thane as a god, for I shall finally conquer the land.
It's like a
In
600-page journal.
of my parents. Nothing was ever good enough for them. Become an archmage. Still, they said. Still,
In my
they wanted more.
brain, I'm like, so we're just circling back now.
I
It's the
mentally
wizard.
tell them
It's the wizard.
Yeah, it's the wizard.
it was a wizard.
Mommy and daddy.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
They took out
Mommy
loans
and
to send me
daddy.
to wizard school.
least
And then
you-
even as I made my way, I conquered liches, I conquered
my God, can you shut
archmages.
By the way,
It is cursed. Yeah.
Anne says, Lord, their family dinners must be awkward.
They have a
Well, they're
talking
going to be
spoon.
30%
It's like,
less awkward now.
Yeah. So in my brains to all of you, how many of them are we going to kill?
I guess
Oh, none.
None
Yeah,
amount?
I'm on the 0.
Okay.
Except for this little guy.
I mean,
We gotta kill him because he thinks he's gonna unlock the secrets of the realm.
Hey, bro.
Or we need to give him like a
Buddy.
nicer brain.
Oh yeah.
How do you feel about, the secrets in the monoliths? Is that a thing that you're passionate about?
Oh, yes, I know all the secrets of the monoliths. They are...
Do you crave more?
Oh, well, I wish to know more in order to rule the land. But my
Back
brothers...
in the brains as he continues talking.
This one seems bad, right? This is a bad one?
No, yeah.
Do you want me to
good
get
brain.
it?
Good brain is, but good. That's a good point. You said that he said good brain.
Yeah, is it? I'm wondering if it is a case of like a last brain, dominant brain kind of thing.
You saw the play.
Who are we gonna feed him to? Like,
What about that guy on the road?
okay.
Sorry. No.
okay.
Yeah. You go.
So, no, okay. I don't want to have to be the moral compass here, but I will. So here's the deal. This Thrak was loyal, right? He was loyal, and he was tricked into thinking that his master had turned against him. So Thrak is not evil, probably. Yeah. But we are sort of dealing with a Tuvix situation here, where now it's the amalgamation of two people.
And one of those is pretty
evil. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
unequivocally. But the evil person is actually dead. So maybe we need to focus our efforts on ending the night terrors, for lack of a better word, threats like the monoliths. And I don't know that upside down book guy is much of a threat. So even if he is sort of last
he's-
brain evil,
He's, as we've been talking to him, it has sounded like, and correct me if this is wrong, he's been getting a little more wizardy
Unhinged.
has he?
as the conversation has gone on.
I think he's just confused.
we also just uncursed the book,
So
so now
who
he
couldn't
can.
tell it was upside down? I'm not worried.
There was a curse on it. It's uncursed.
You're what? Can you even read?
Yes. I can also.
So
I
you are a
could write.
league ahead of Thrak here.
You could see, like, when he was still looking at it, like, he's like, and he's still, like, he kind of takes it, turns it sideways, and he's trying to,
The Thane, Taizun, if you will. I feel like
yes, that is...
Sorry, we're up here in your study. It just feels very casual. Your bodyguard, Thrak.
yes.
When he would do the brain eating thing,
yes.
typically how long would a brain bender last?
Oh, well, this is a good question. It was the thing that I always cautioned Tyson about was that if I devoured the brain of someone of magical talent, that the power that the victim channeled could overwhelm my own personality
Like forever?
until I devoured another brain. I'm sorry, until Thracked about another brain.
Oh,
Thrack
I
was clear.
understood what.
So I had to take care.
We all get tongue-tied sometimes. It's fine. That's
Yes.
fine.
Oh, I had a question. Where did you summon Thrack from?
Yes, Thrack. I come from a world similar to this one, and another variant of the material planes. One rich with psionic energy.
Oh.
The gate here creaks. The front gate.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So Thrack was what kind of manimal? A drop man?
It's actually manimal.
Yeah, it is animal.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, in my world we communicate psychically,
Oh, okay.
but in the tongue of the creatures would be a Gwendico.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
I have not come across any other like me in this world, though. It is lonely sometimes.
Oh.
But
It probably is for
Tyson
Thrack.
was, yes. Oh yes, Thrack. He would sometimes would say that.
Why didn't you summon a friend for Thrack?
Yeah, really.
You could have done that.
Tyson could, but I could, but I didn't want to distract my bodyguard.
Boy, this guy is a real piece of work.
What if we just go get one of those zombie brains?
That's what I was just gonna say. That was amazing.
It's like our brains are connected.
Whoa, this is crazy. Okay, hey, think
I'm
about
a soul
wait.
knife. Yeah, got it.
Have Michael think of a number.
3?
6. Oh. All right, let's go get a zombie
So
brain.
close. So close.
See if we
It
can
was
borrow one.
17.
We'll be back.
Oh, okay, good, excellent, yes.
Yes.
Beware my brothers, though. Beware their treachery.
Oh, yeah.
We
for
will
sure.
definitely beware them. We are
Super
here to
treachery.
help, just to be perfectly clear.
Good. When my reign of blood begins, I will place you by my side or kill you first. You won't want to see what happens when I rule.
Either way.
Both
Yeah,
good.
so lucky for
honorable
us.
positions
Thank
for us.
you.
We're going to decurse some more of your texts, though, if
very
that's
well.
okay.
To give you more access to all those
Yeah,
dark
yes.
arcane knowledge
Yes.
that you're.
Yes.
We're gonna take them. Now.
Yep.
So,
Make sure you
I don't
got
know if we
'em.
need. Well, we can take them, but basically, we needed to figure out how to undo the seepage, right?
Yeah.
So, I guess we're gonna.
We're saying that now.
Yeah. It's all brain
Yeah.
talk.
It's all right.
Oh, brain talk.
So we're gonna take
Podcast.
some of the, or we're gonna take books that we think are relevant to the statues and the runes that are carved on them, in the hopes of trying to decipher some way to undo it.
Got it. All right, yeah. So there's a couple journals there.
Yeah.
The rest of the books seem like they're just like on his shelves, different treatises on magic.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Arcane edition. So yeah, you're able to get there's two.
Just
Honestly,
L through
just
T.
for show.
Yeah. There are two books that you're able to grab that look like they're the journals, and Thrack seems like, oh yes, good luck.
Yeah, we'll decurse them. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I need
Excellent,
more
excellent.
components for it, so we'll just take them.
This must be why I cannot read them. These are quite powerful.
They look
many
super
curse.
cursed.
Yes, not as powerful as Tyson Thane, as me.
No,
of
but you have
course,
to
not
save
Tyson
your
Thane.
power for all the evil.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. The blood, rain, and
Oh yeah, that'll really save you, right?
The body in the woods, their brain was smashed.
Oh, it was just a rock. A rock.
Yeah, just a rock,
hit them.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
brain
bring
was
back.
perhaps too damaged to
we
be
know
a
it.
meal.
We-
Because that way we don't have to
Because you
fight
can eat
anybody. We
potatoes
can
in
just,
like a lot of different forms.
it's true. Boil them.
Mash
But
up.
would you
Stick 'em in
say
soup.
that like a baked potato and a fry were the same thing? Because I don't think so.
No, but I'm just saying
I
you
mean,
can eat both
it's-
of them and be happy.
It's all the same to your stomach.
Yeah.
That's your stomach, not your absorbing of magical energy
Yeah,
and
but then
knowledge
maybe
power.
he would.
Is that what you think tongues
no
do?
Extra personality.
Do they not?
We'll cover this in a future episode.
Hey, hey, Tyvin,
Nope.
Tyson,
There you go.
It's Thrack. Tyson.
Tyson. I'm so
No,
sorry,
Tyson,
you
Tyson.
confused me.
Tyson. That is who's my master.
Does Thrax's brain meals need to be whole, or can he have them like through a straw?
Oh, as long as the bulk of the matter is
Oh,
there.
cool.
He may not get all the memories, but
Okay,
yes.
cool. Thanks.
Better if it's mashed up because then he'll have maybe less absorption happening. And whether that makes him the potato
Back down the stairs.
or just less,
I'm on my way.
less layering personality.
So we could get that one. It's a few hours out.
yeah, but the zombies are right downstairs.
Yeah, but then we'd have to fight everybody.
No, we don't.
No,
We
we
just
just be
say,
like-
give me one of your zombies.
Yeah, we figured out how to take out Thrak, but we need one of your zombies.
Anyways, let's go down to, there was like a sitting area in the first level we came in, right? Let's go down there,
With the
and
girlfriend.
I think the two of us probably want to start pouring through the arcane tomes.
Got it. All right, sounds good. The
Fine.
it's starting to get late. You can see the sun is starting to set. The and it takes about an hour to go through everything. But from what you can tell, it looks as if Tyson, as he told you, like wanting to initiate some sort of rain of blood, has been slowly working. Like he built this place here specifically to study this location in an attempt to unleash. He knew the nature of these strange entities of like elemental negative energy that were trapped in there by the giants in ages past. And so he was researching how could he draw them out and control them.
Right.
And so it seems as if what happened was he was slowly like breaking down the bindings, but each night he would conduct a ritual to try to bind them to his will. So they would emerge, and then he would enact his ritual, and then by day he would rest, prepare himself, and take his notes and adjust his approach. And so this was happening. So it's clear that like with him being killed, and now no one's there to try to bind the things, they are just heading out
Wandering
and
around.
causing
Yeah.
havoc.
Okay.
And he does refer to his brothers that he relied on Diker. Well, first he brought them here because he knew they would betray him one day.
Cool.
So he thought by having them both here, he could keep a closer eye on them. And he relied on Diker and his goblins and his soldiers to provide physical security.
Diker and his goblins.
And then Sega was basically like an advisor because he worships the gods of death. So he had hoped to, but he found Sega is just whatever, an idiot who just doesn't really do anything useful. So he'll probably just like turn him inside out, or as soon as he has a chance.
whatever, yeah.
And like Diker is like stupid and useful as muscle. But as soon as he conquered enough of the world, he would just, banish him to the nine hells or something. Just be rid of him.
Regular
I'm just
brother things.
imagining the journal of like having little sketches in the bottom, with, like big muscly brother and like flames.
Very Wimpy Kid style.
Yeah, it's a bunch of, like he's
Absolutely.
like brainstorming like blood festival. No, it's crossed out. Rain of blood. Circle.
All right. Does it seem like from what we're reading that the runes that we saw carved on the pillars are the means by which he was breaking down the bindings? Okay.
Yeah.
Do they correlate to like specific notes?
Yeah, going through it looks like he was slowly like using those, scribing them. And if both of you can make Arcana checks.
I got that. That's pretty cool.
Yep. Okay,
19 total.
it's another synthetic 20.
Okay, so looking at them, what you realize is there are some notes about how he'd worked with Sega to basically use some divine magic to try to control these things. So clerics can repel the undead and things like that. So these runes are actually painted onto the stones. You don't want to take the risk of physically marring them, and that if someone was to disrupt them, and it looks like essentially you just have to imagine if it's script that's written, you just have to undo it backward, and that should break the magic.
Okay.
So using magic or just physically getting rid of them, that would erase them.
Nice.
And you can tell you needed that Arcana check because only someone trained in arcane magic would figure out. Like he makes a lot of allusions to how to do it, but like a fighter, and he actually makes some note of like, haha, Diker, if you idiots read this, you'll never figure out, right?
Semesters not enough, dummy.
All right, hey, so we have a pretty good idea of how to undo this, but this is making me rethink the whole these guys are okay. Sounds like they were helping, and they are just currently
Just hanging out.
alive.
Yeah.
Just letting that statement hang.
Okay.
Okay. So, yes, but
It says rain of blood. It's circled 3 times.
But does it say Diker caused rain of blood?
Well, they are helping him with his rain of blood plan.
But he's dead now.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe like if we can undo the runes and restore the bindings on these statues, it is unlikely that either of the two of these brothers will be able to continue the evil work.
Okay. Do we care at all, and I'm honestly on the fence about it, about justice for all the dead people who died because these guys were helping their brother with the rain of blood thing?
I stopped listening to you. I have a question. When you say that we have to clean up the runes, Do you mean that to save the world, I have to pull out my mop? Do I have to squeegee away these bad words?
Yeah. It's the best kind of fighting.
The inevitable fight against dirt, dust, and grime is what I live for.
Your favorite kind of fight.
Prestidigitation! Prestidigitation!
Nice.
Everywhere.
All that road dust is gone. Oh, amazing.
You look fine.
Thank you.
So I could do that,
Okay.
and we don't need to erase that. We can do that now.
I think
Well,
there
it's
is
almost
there
dark.
something in unwriting it.
Yeah, we
It
do have
has
to be precise.
someone has to very precisely, someone who may have skills with calligraphy.
Okay. All right. Well, if it's getting dark, do we want to try and go in there before it gets dark, or do we want to wait it
Yeah,
out?
like how long until dark?
You're about like a half hour to the sun's
We could
going.
unwrite some stuff in a half hour.
That's a little close.
Yeah, but
Nice.
Perfect.
beautiful.
Mike, do I think there's a way, because this is magical, is there any way I could use maybe like counterspell to maybe delay the appearance of these creatures for the evening or something, right? Like I don't want to obviously I can't stop it because we got to undo the words, but can I delay it? Give us like another half hour or something like
Yeah,
that.
you think so? Like now, you would have to be like physically present
Yes,
in the room
right. Yep.
to do that.
Yep.
But
Yep.
you do suspect that, yeah, like something like that could disrupt like the sort of alignment of the planes, allowing
Right.
these things to come through.
Yeah. Okay, that's kind of what I was angling at. Okay, I think that's what we should do.
Okay.
Buy some time, and our calligraphy master can.
Unfortunately, I can't. Someone will have to be my hands.
Okay, you can do
If
one.
you've forgotten, my giant rippling muscles prevent me from fine
Can't you-
calligraphy.
oh, he Turn this way?
Or he can Patrick
ghost me.
Swayze and ghost
Yes.
him, right?
His arms are
Long
so
arms.
long.
Yeah.
It all comes together.
This is going to be adorable.
You know we have
It's
to
gonna
act
be
it
the
out, right?
cutest
Yeah. Oh,
demon
boy.
unsummoning.
Oh boy. I prestidigitate like this, and you're just like, okay.
Should we even bother with a zombie brain at this point?
Let's worry about
Let's
that
do
after
this
the,
first,
yeah,
and then
after
we can
the-
address the zombie, because we got a half hour, so
Okay.
we got to
Okay.
get ghosted.
Time,
Yeah.
time sensitive.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna head back down to the mirrors. Mend the mirror again.
Oh, yeah, here.
Yep. Mend.
Yep.
Oh, you can mend it.
Yep,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Mend it. It's
So
mended
I can
so
also
fast.
mend it. We're mending
Oh, yeah.
all
Three
around.
mendings.
Yeah.
Me too.
Can I
Tape
do
together,
this?
2 shards.
If I interrupt for a second,
Yeah.
Tanel's going to be leaving in a few minutes, so I just want to, before she's gone, I want to say thank you, Tanel. For
Thank you,
coming
Tanel.
in.
Thank you.
Yes.
Tanel, if you can draw a bugbear ghosting a big strong man, just saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's
Swayze.
doing. Did you see her fingers?
Yes, I did.
Over there. Okay. Great.
Okay.
So we're gonna go back to the mirror room.
Yep.
We're gonna mend the
mend.
mirror, and then we're gonna go through. I will counterspell to try and delay
Hold it
the energies, and then
I will prestidigitate.
you two
and
will.
ghost, and your hands will guide and follow the lines.
I'll do it. It's
Okay.
going to be really good.
It is.
All right, so you're gonna head through the mirror then into the
Yeah.
room.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so you step through. Could everyone give me a perception check?
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh yeah, baby. Have you guys
15.
seen these rocks?
Oh, baby.
11.
11,
Oh, 6.
6,
7.
7,
15.
15. All right.
I was preparing. I'm just getting low.
Let me just check
Crouching.
here.
Low, low, low.
I was just trying to remember the song from Ghost, so I'm not paying attention anymore.
Okay.
That's just the sound a ghost makes.
So as you step through, you feel, now this is your first time coming through into this room.
Yeah.
You feel like as you step through, like a chill, like as you're entering this area, just this oppressive presence. And it's just overwhelming for a moment. You feel like, it's kind of like opening a door and just getting hit with a blast of freezing cold air. Except this air just cuts right through your bodies, right through your souls. You just
Cool.
recoil for a moment. And as you sort of come back to your senses, you see the 12 monoliths, the pool of water in the middle, the dome. There's a continual light spell that's been cast at the top of the dome, providing the illumination here. And you realize the mirror that you've stepped through has been, it is a mirror like in a frame that's been moved and placed here. And behind the mirror, the three of you don't hear this, but you hear on the opposite side of the mirror, there's some of the room that you can't see. You hear the sound very faintly of, it sounds like maybe a door just closed.
In my brain, I say, "Uh-oh."
Go on.
I assume I'm the first one through,
Yeah.
and so I can still contact them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there's nothing.
'cause we're
I know the
just
thing
in
is
the
just like
tower.
right outside, but there's a lot of like weird
Magical
stuff.
stuff,
Yeah. I don't think I'm by myself in here.
Do you want to come back? Or?
Yeah.
I think we've all gone through, right?
Have we by this
Yeah,
point?
yeah. I thought we all went through. We
Yeah,
got the
that was-
jail.
yeah.
Well, like behind the mirror, there's a door maybe.
I'm going to go look.
Yeah, you just peek around. You see someone has, it looks like there's the black stone here. There is a door set within the, it looks like someone has cut maybe a hole through the stone. The door is covered with runes of warding. So it looks like that would have preserved the ability for, for this thing to contain things. And like the door is closed. Like you heard like maybe a door, like someone trying to close a door very quietly. As you got hit by that energy, so it like took you a moment to kind of feel your senses. So it's hard to say exactly what the timing is, but it was definitely the sound of the door being like cluck, like someone closing it, presumably behind them,
Yeah.
or unless there's someone invisible or something in here. Like, but you don't see anyone, but you do see the door.
I should have been carrying another mirror with us this whole time. We're gonna get trapped in here.
I open it.
All right. Opening the door and peering through, you see that it connects back to a hallway that looks like it's part of the palace. So like looks like where the palace was built around this thing. And this door was crafted here to allow someone to go from the palace into this place. There is a 20-foot wide hallway that it opens up into. It goes about 40, 50 feet and then turns to the south. There is a door, though, on the left, like to the south. So a little bit down the hall and to your left, there is a door.
Let's undo these runes and then get out. Because we don't want to get halfway through
Yep. Yeah.
searching and have a bunch of weird.
Flaffy, go with Ori.
Yeah, maybe you and your buddies should guard the door out of the chamber.
Yeah. Okay. With Barry.
Berry,
And
Barley,
Berry and barley.
Flaffy,
Yeah.
and Ori. We got 4 people on the door.
Boy,
People?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
that's your name.
No, yeah. Because in my mind, it's Aurelia. Funnily enough, my daughter's name, Ori, my son's name. Funny. And I was like, what is happening?
You did this.
I don't know. I was just trying to have a golden name. All right. Yep. Great. We're on the door.
Right, so you're guarding the door, and then I assume that you cast the counter spell to try to like.
Yeah.
You want to do, okay, so it's going to take you a moment to cast it. You can
Right.
feel like as you cast it and tap into the magic around you. Yeah, there is like a force that's slowly pushing its way in. But with your counter spell, you were able to push it back for a short time. So you bought yourself at least a few minutes,
Okay.
if not a little bit longer.
Right.
And now the two of you are going to go and try to undo. So look, it's going to take you a while because you need to be very precise.
Yeah, and it's just a big Stussy S. Those are complicated.
So the risk is if you do it in the, like you may leave the door open if you don't. Like basically this is open the doorway. If it's not properly erased, the door might just stay open.
Okay.
Require you'd have to rewrite the entire set of runes and then
go
erase
back
them
again?
Yeah, which would take a lot. Would take a while. All right. So you begin working on the runes. Could you give me a dexterity check if you have a proficiency with tools like writing tools or any of the other implements that you could use to create writing? You can use that, or otherwise you could also use sleight of hand.
Because it's your hands, and I'm
Yep.
just
My
magicking
hands, yep.
your hands as we go. Be my hands.
As you guys start, I'm going to cast Warding Bond on you.
Okay.
I'm like, here, hold on, wear this ring.
All right.
And it's you now have a +1 bonus to AC and saves and resistance to all damage. Although if you take damage, I take it.
Rough.
Yeah.
Got it. Splitsies.
But +1.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 17. plus 6 on my sleight of hand.
All right.
So
Nice.
23.
So you begin expertly, like,
That
oh,
didn't
you
give me a
can
plus
see-
1 on rolls too, does it? Just plus 1 to armor class?
AC and saves.
Saves.
Not
Okay.
checks.
Yeah. So
Right.
23.
So you start like making very like as you're channeling the spell through, it's like it's like perfectly like you're locked in, just slowly
maybe
erasing
done this
these
before.
marks,
So many people.
going very well up until the point where you see at the door where you're watching the hallway, the door opens and out trot skeletons and zombies wearing full armor with blades drawn. As you close, you hear them jump, jump, jump,
Guys.
and marching, and you hear a shrill voice calling out behind them, "My brothers! They are attempting to undo our greatest work! Come, help me set aside our differences! My minions have spotted their treachery! What kind of foul dogs would betray us? Outrageous!"
Which one does that sound?
It sounds like Sega.
Sega's.
Yeah.
The one
Okay,
who
just
controls the undead.
No, I just didn't know if they were like teaming up.
But he said brothers.
Brothers, yeah.
And I don't know if that means the undead or if he.
or if he's calling on his brother
No, I
and,
think-
and,
and
Thrak.
Thrak.
He's calling on Thrak and his
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
Yeah, he's shouting very loudly, so you can hear it pretty loudly for it. So why don't we at this stage roll initiative?
Okay.
Whoa.
Come on.
Reverse.
Hey.
Oh, I never wrote down my AC. I'm very good at this game.
It's 7.
14, 15, 16.
All right, so what initiatives we get over?
15.
15,
7,
7,
Crushing it.
Told
right at the door.
18.
18,
14.
14. Okay, so 18 would be up first. So do you want to? So you're still. It looks like you figure you have like another minute or so to go before you'll finish erasing this message.
We can pause, right? We're not like stuck in the middle of a ritual. or
Oh,
anything.
thank. Okay,
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
scary.
Because it's like we just have to not mess up as we're
Yeah.
chipping away at
Okay.
it.
All right, you got 10.
Can I delay my action to act on his?
Yeah, sure,
That way
you
we
can,
can just be together,
Yeah.
either doing the thing or not doing the thing together. So,
Got it. Oh yeah, you can do that. So then we'll come over here to 15 to Fane.
Okay. So you've called out that they're on their way.
Yeah.
Did you close the door
I
again?
did.
In that case,
Does the door open out or in?
It opens in.
Oh, it would.
okay. I think we probably want to deal with them. We're not going to be able to hold the door and have you doing the ritual and everything else. So I think that means
Barley's just trotting around like, hold the door,
yeah.
hold the door.
I think it means I start out by running over and nice.
It's really good.
So cute.
Bye.
Amazing.
I'm going to start by yanking open the door, and then I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on the closest undead that I see, assuming that they are within 60 feet.
Yep. Oh yeah, they are. Yep.
Okay,
So
great.
that's a saving throw for me.
It is DC 12, Dexterity.
It will fail that saving throw.
Okay, so currently 2d8,
noise.
2d8 radiant damage.
Nice.
12.
Oh yeah, that
Nice.
obliterates one of them. So as the radiant energy swirls around it, the armor is wearing collapses to the ground and just leaving behind the dust and ash where
Nice.
its animated body once stood. So there's still 5 bearing down on you.
And I'll take a step back from the door.
Bearing down on us.
So then, basically, the rest of you can go. They don't go until 7, and they have an initiative penalty. So
Okay.
the rest of the party can go ahead. You can see there's 5 of them marching toward the door. It does seem as if they will be able to enter the room and attack anyone by the door on this round.
How wide is the hallway?
Hallway is 20 feet wide.
20 feet wide?
Yeah, it's
That's
pretty
such a
big, elaborate,
hallway.
yeah.
Is Segus there too?
No, you don't see him. You heard him coming in, on the other side of the door, but you do not see him.
Okay.
But the door is door size?
Yes.
Okay. I have Barry stand like in the doorway, and I'm gonna frostbite the closest.
Got it.
I think that's a roll to hit, right? No, con save.
Con save, okay. That's going to be a 19.
Okay, well, then I don't do anything. And I'm like, hey, Barry, if they come up here, start chomping.
All right, sounds good. The
Barley,
side of the table.
Barley is standing back.
So I have a potential mechanical question for you. Is Segas in combat currently? Is he in this fight?
No, because he's not in the area.
Okay.
He's off to the side.
Because
Yeah.
bugbears have a thing that if you attack someone who has not had a turn in this combat, there's bonus damage.
You would get that bonus damage. Like he's not
Okay.
aware where you are.
I just
he's
wanted to
around
make
the
sure I
side.
didn't have to
Now,
chase down a boss before he had his initiative, like
Yeah.
running by all these zombies
no,
or whatever.
what I would say is for you to use that ability, like if you were hidden from him before he like sees the rest of the party and is starting to attack, then you would get that
Yeah.
bonus.
Okay. Great. So the door is open still, and we can see what's going on down.
yeah,
I
Okay.
just stepped out of the way.
Great. I'm gonna
Barry's
I'm gonna
in it.
throw some psychic knives down this hallway.
Sounds good.
And just whoever is in front is gonna take this hit. A 17 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, and they have not acted yet
That's correct, yep.
in this combat. So I think that is, yes, it's my sneak attack. That's 3d6. And so that is then, do I have to, okay, I'll do it this way. For 12 points, 15 points, half of that
right.
is psychic.
As your blades lash into it, the necromantic energy that's animating it just dissipates and the body falls to the ground. You've defeated the second one. There's still 4 left.
I will use a bonus action to throw my second side blade offhand, which does a little less damage, but still has the same thing because they haven't taken their actions yet. I don't know, does an 11 hit?
11 will miss.
Okay, so it's a miss on that one.
Yeah, so as the blade passes through its body, but it seems like it hasn't hit like a part that's active in terms of the energy keeping it. Just
And that is my turn. I'm going to stay where I'm standing so I can kind of protect the pillars and the work that we have done. I don't want that to get messed up.
Got
So
it.
I'm
Sounds
going to
good.
stay where I'm at.
all right.
Okay.
And then down here.
Well, if you're going to stay where you're at, I'm going to go forward next to the door for my move action. For my standard action, I'm going to recite some bad poetry at them.
Bad poetry. Oh, no.
It's Mind Sliver. So,
It's telekinesis, Kyle.
bones are white, and whites are white. But zombies.
Wow. All right.
And so that's an intelligence save.
Oh, they're very bad at these.
Intelligence save, yeah.
Are they? Do they have to each make this save? Is it like a mirror
It
effect?
is one creature.
Oh, one creature. Yep.
Yeah, one creature.
Oh, it blows. I got a natural 1, so it is, and it
Yeah.
has a penalty, so it is not going to make
So
that saving throw.
1d6 of psychic damage.
Is it 2? Because we're level 5. Just checking.
I think you're right.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So 1, 3.
Yeah.
3 psychic damage, and they subtract 1d4. So 2 from its next saving throw.
Okay, sounds good.
As you continue to read it poetry, it
And
gets
then
sadder and sadder until it
bonus
dies.
action rage.
Okay. And you are blocking the door, right?
Yeah.
Is that, okay, good.
Oh no, Barry's blocking
Barry's
the door. So
Barry's
I'm
blocking
right
the
next
door.
to Barry.
Okay, so
I'm
you're next to Barry. Okay, so the undead then are going to shuffle toward the door. There's 4 of them, so they will all attack Barry. So I'm going to make my attacks. And they get I get a 21, a 23, and a 7.
Okay, well, the 7 misses. So let's
So
talk
2
about
hits so far, and then the last one. That's also going to be a 19.
Ah, Barry!
My dice are coming out hot. So let's see. The first damage is going to be, and these guys are big. They're swinging these giant blades. The first one is going to be 10 damage.
going to use my reaction to intercept some of that. So I put my shield in front, and I get to take off 5 points of damage.
Okay.
Reduces it
so
to 5
5.
points. Yep. But then there's still 2 other hits.
I did what I could.
10 more damage.
Okay.
And then finally 10 more damage. I keep rolling 8s. So 25
Right.
points
His
total.
twigs are like snapping. And you could see a couple of the gears inside him like. ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-chung.
And then from around.
Now that they're up next to him, can he bite one of them?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? If he was holding, go ahead and roll.
Yeah, actually, I'm not entirely sure if they can hold an action. I can give them a command as a bonus action on my turn, but
Also, like you could have just commanded like when they get up close. you
yeah.
can, it's usual.
Oh,
Barry nat 20s.
All right, there you go, double damage.
Nice.
Barry's mad.
Barry's like, ouch.
Rage center's turned up.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see this one. Ah, nice. Barry is mad. So that is 11 points of force damage.
All right, did you want to go for the one that was already injured or a fresh one?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that will destroy that one. You're down
Yeah,
to
great.
3 zombies in the hallway.
Good job, Barry.
And then, coming around the corner from the room, you see Sega, and he sneers at you. Oh, you're do-gooders. Ugh. How disappointing. And he
Just killed them.
begins incanting a spell and gestures toward you, and howling spirits of the tormented dead surge forth in a tide. So anyone who's in the doorway, could you go ahead and give me a Constitution save?
Can I actually use a reaction to cast Counterspell?
Yeah, go for it. It is a 4th level spell he's casting.
Let's see here. Casting a spell of 4th level or higher. Make an ability check using spellcasting ability. DC equals 10 plus spell. So DC 14 charisma.
yeah. Ooh,
That's not good.
Nova.
Okay, so that would be a plus proficiency bonus is okay. So that's a 10. So I need 4 more. So I'm going to use my favored by the gods to add 2d4 to that,
Nice,
possibly
nice.
changing the outcome.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I got to roll a combined 4 here.
Yay!
Nice.
Counterspell starts to fizzle.
Yes, rather than getting clobbered by a 4th level area of effect spell, yes, you with your divine ancestry, you dispel the spirits, actually release them from their torment and allow them to go. And Sega howls in frustration and fury as he sees his spell undone.
Suck.
All right, so that brings us to the end of the round. At the end of the round, you can see the writing that you have been erasing. It starts to flare a bit, and you can sense, like with your counterspell, like pushing these things away. The violence taking place in the room, though, and the bloodshed. Even though you've just been hacking at dead things, it seems to be like blood in the water to these things. And though you've kept them back, now normally you realize they may have started pouring through now, but your spell has pushed them further away. Could someone roll a 20-sided die for me? Higher is better for you.
Okay, I'll do it. All right, everyone.
Got this.
14.
14? All right, so you see that while they have set, like all of you who've interacted with the thing, like it's like they're groping in the dark, like they're searching around and trying to get back through, but luckily with your spell breaking them, like they don't know exactly where to go, but you feel like, the hair in the back of your neck is rising, like there's this awful sense of doom, like anxiety just surging through. You just feel like, everything is hopeless. But it's still too distant yet to try to make its way in.
They're spiritually scratched.
In my head to everyone, do we want to get through the mirror and get through a mirror?
I mean, I guess they seem like they really want to release this, like, everywhere.
But they can get down the hallway and get out to everybody and eat all of them.
I think if we don't see this through, then Sega is going to try and redo what you've undone,
Okay.
is my fear.
Okay.
But he's dumb.
Cool.
And
That is true.
one thing I don't think I mentioned, it is about a minute of work, but with you had a very good check last time, you're able to work ahead. So you basically, in game terms, you got 2 rounds of progress out of your 1 round worth of check.
Okay.
So, and
Got
you
it.
figure it's going to take about 7 more rounds
Yeah.
to finally
Okay.
erase these things and sever the connection.
Murder first.
Okay. Oh, I have an idea.
All right, back top of the round, and that brings us over to here. So, did you want to still keep on your initiative?
No,
The teacup, or did you want to? Because you do have, there's 3 of these zombies still outside the door, and Sega is just behind them.
Okay.
So, and he just sort of came, and he looks like a bit like, ha. Oh, like he looks a bit scared that his spell just got.
Okay. So are the 3 skeletons blocking the way to
They
Sega?
are, yeah. They're sort of
Okay.
as they're hacking at Barry.
Okay. I guess I will step in front of Barry and be very sad. Very, very sad and just I'm not sure what damage my shields do.
I'd say it's D8.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you've been using them for a while, so just
Shield bashing.
smashing people.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I'm going to shield flail at them.
Tie two shields together. Shield jumps.
Yeah. Nice.
So I'm going to move action to move forward. I'm going to flail at 1. And that will be a 24 to hit.
that will hit.
And then that will be a D8. 4 plus 3, 7 plus 2 because I'm raging. So 9 damage on 1.
All right, you smash into it. It's pretty badly hurt. It's at less than half hit points.
Okay.
blade.
And then I will use a bonus action to flail with my other arm that has a shield on it. And that is a 23 to hit.
Oh, that's going to hit too.
Then 3 plus 2, because raging, 5 damage.
That destroys it. It's down to 2
Plus 3.
undead. Block
because
strength.
it's second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, that's been destroyed. So that was the on 18. 15 we come over to here.
Great. I will place my hand on Teacup's shoulder, and I will say, there are powers greater than ours that are relying on us to stem this tide of darkness. Go. And I will cast guidance on you. So
Okay.
you can add a d4 to an ability check of your choice for the next minute, essentially.
Great.
But
And I can do that after I roll the d20, correct?
after you roll d20, but
Before you know if it's good.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yes.
All right, and that was actually, it's your turn is up next.
Okay.
So yeah, Teacup is up.
So there are 3 zombies remaining.
There's 2 left, and
2
then
left.
Sega behind them.
Right. Okay. I think I'm gonna aim for Sega. He's already acted in this combat, so I don't get my bonus actions. And I'm not gonna get sneak attack either.
Yeah, he is down the hall.
Yeah.
Working on it.
We're getting there.
That's
We're
what I was
getting
sort of
there.
saying, like,
Yeah.
look at the runes. But you do you.
Well, because it's 7 turns still of.
Yeah, but it might only
the
be
runes.
3 if you roll high. Or 4.
That's true.
Master Shard.
But it does take both of us to do the runes simultaneously, correct?
The DC is going to be higher if you do it on your own, because you don't have him there to guide you.
Okay. Well, at least this round I'll do one more round of attacking.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I'm a throw knives.
Are you going for the one of the undead or for Sega?
I'll go for Sega.
Okay.
19.
19 will hit.
For 7 points of psychic damage.
All right, he howls in pain.
And then I'm going to bonus action. I'm going to do another blade, but it's going to be for one of the zombies,
Sounds good.
who I can sneak attack.
Yep. You gotta have it there.
13 to hit.
13 will miss. They are pretty heavily armored.
Okay.
Well,
Womp womp.
All right, so that was on 14. Then we come over here to 7.
okay. As a bonus action, I'm like, Barry, reparry! And he can repair himself.
Yes.
2d8 plus 3. So it's 15. He regains
Nice.
15 hit points.
That's a lot. Oh my God. Good job, Barry.
Yeah. You just see the sticks like. And then for my action, since I am
Ran in,
back from the
started.
zombies, they can't. I should be out of their range, right? Like okay. Then I look down the hallway. I cast heat metal on Sega, and then I
Nice.
book it
Got
so
it.
he can't see
Nice.
me.
Yep, and
nice.
there's no save against that, correct?
There is no save
Right,
against that.
is there damage in the first
horrifying.
round?
That's a good question, actually.
I think there is.
Think there is, but it always feels so OP that it's like
Like, I think it's if they can
when
drop it.
when you cast the spell, they take 2d8.
All right, go ahead and roll.
And then, yeah.
That spell is basically the only time I ever look up the taking off armor rules.
Yeah.
and stickler about it.
Yep. 8.
8. All right. He shrieks in pain as he starts to be cooked alive in his armor.
Yep, that's dark, but here we go.
The bad guys?
Not us.
The guy sent
you're
zombies
right.
to kill us to unleash a rain of blood.
Fair enough.
I duck, like, specifically, I cut sideways and then maybe even, like, behind a pillar. Yeah, so I'm not near anyone for AoE reasons, and, like, he just can't see me. He doesn't know where he went.
Sounds good.
Great.
Right, the zombies are next going to attack. They're both going to go after Dave, the barbarian. So you got your shields up there.
Barbarian.
And here we are. Right, they hack away with their weapons. I got a 14.
Miss.
All right, so they hammer away. I rolled double 10s. They both hammer away at you with their blades to no effect. Sega screams in agony as he begins to be cooked alive in his armor, and he is going to try to cast another spell. He begins to gesture, and he points into the room, and a screaming spectral skull comes flying out toward you. Did you want to counterspell? Okay,
I'm
so
out spells.
boom! It shrieks into the room, and it actually passes right through you, and you feel like this awful, like chilling feeling as it explodes right around you. So you and Barry are going to be in the area, and then I am going to say, like, you were back by making attacks at range. Did you attack Sega, right?
I did.
Yeah, so he's going to place it so it's going to get the two of you at the door and you in the area of effect.
Okay.
So could everyone in the area give me a Constitution save, please?
Barry!
That's
That's a 1 for Barry.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know, a 6
That's
if
a-
you're adding stuff or if you're doing crit fails.
This isn't a charm at all, is it?
It's not very much.
Is
of a
it?
charm.
Could it be a charm though?
This skull is
I think
charming.
it's very charming. All right, I have also rolled a 1.
Didn't you get an extra D, or was that
it's
the
an ability
end?
It's-
skill checks on
Yeah,
it. It's
yeah.
rough.
I do have a +1, but that only gives me a 4.
Yeah.
Rough.
So yeah.
17.
Okay, so you're good. So you're going to take half damage from this, and that's going to be a total of 11.
But aren't I also going to take half damage from it, and then you're going to take the other half?
Yep.
So that's 21 necrotic on a failed save, 10 necrotic on a successful save.
But I have
So 5 because I take all half damage because I'm bear
Fair totem? Yep. You
I
take
have
one.
uncanny dodge though because
Okay.
I'm a rogue, and I could definitely see that coming. So that becomes 11, which means
Okay.
I'll take 6 and you take 5.
Okay, I'll take 5 and then make a con save for heat metal. Oh yeah, I super make it.
All right.
Yeah!
So that is the end of his turn. So at the end of the round, could someone again roll a 20-sider for me?
Oh, I'll do it this time.
Yeah, you could do it. Yeah.
19.
19. All right. You feel like that dark presence. It's still groping about, trying. It's lost its touch with like the gateway, and it's still trying to find it, but it's still like it's making no progress. You do see, though, here, that coming around the corner, so remember the passageway where Sieg and the undead are, then it turns to the side. You hear dump, dump, dump of like armored figures running down the hall toward where you are. And you hear, brother, how dare anyone betray our family? Blood runs thicker than water. Together!
That's not the entire, that's not the entire thing, actually. This is actually maybe relevant right now.
So you can see, sounds like Diker is going to arrive with maybe some reinforcements next round.
Okay.
He's still about a round away, so the end of next round, he'll be coming around the corner and joining the fight. So that brings us back to the top of the initiative. What would you like to do?
I guess I'm going to step up into some wizard face so that I can punch a wizard in the face because he's not chilling.
Got it. All right. So going for Sigurd, you can walk up. Like, yeah, you have broken through the line. There's only the two left.
Yeah. And I'm going to reckless attack.
All right.
Nice.
Get
it.
He's not yet bloodied, but he has taken a lot of damage.
All right, reckless. Boom. Not great. Not great at all. 12.
That will miss.
All right, and then the second attack is 23.
That will hit.
Sadly, it's the second attack, though. So it gets a total of 4 damage.
All right, but you see now he is... he's still not quite yet bloodied. He's a pretty tough guy. As you hammer into him with your shield. All right, so next up, come to our sorcerer.
Right. He's taken some hits, but so have we. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot a crossbow bolt at him.
Got it.
just level the crossbow and take a shot at Sega. It's only a 12.
That will miss.
Okay.
It bounces off his armor.
And then as a bonus action, I will cast Healing Word on. You took the 6 and she took the 5, right? So, and you're a barbarian, so you're good. So I'll go Healing Word on you, which I need to get to the. Yeah, it's a D4 plus 1. Yep. 3.
Nice.
Great.
Better than nothing. I'm hoping that some positive energy in the arena maybe makes it so that it's less
That's a
likely.
great thought.
Right, back over
Would it
there.
be cool if I also took some of your healing? Okay, whatever.
Okay, I'm
would
gonna
be cool.
throw at Sega. 15, I think, is
15 will just miss.
gonna miss.
He barely dodges out of the way.
My second attack. 16.
16 will hit.
Hey.
Great. And
And you do have an ally next to him. So
I
that
do
would
have an
be-
ally next to him, so that's going to be sneak attack. I am also going to use one of my Strike of the Giants because of my giant foundling background, which is going to do an extra d6 of lightning damage. And then he gets to make a con save DC 13.
He will fail the 4 on the
Okay,
die.
he now has disadvantage on attacks until the start of my next turn.
All right.
We don't like him. I think this family isn't great.
These guys suck.
Yeah, you know what? It's their parents
Whoa.
really did a number on them.
Yeah, let's blame the parents.
12,
Yeah.
17, 18,
Apparently
20
they were
points of
terrible.
damage.
Parents need to be held accountable.
He was not bloodied before the attack, and now he is very, very
Nice.
bloodied as your blade
In your
slices
brain.
right through him. He is down to 1 hit point as he
My-
staggers
Well, guess what?
back.
His armor is very hot.
It sure is. My sneak attack damage on 3d6 was 17
Very
points.
nice.
2 6s and a 5.
Wow.
So,
Nice.
yeah, and only 2 points of that was lightning, in case he's at all resistant or anything like that.
Nope, it
Okay,
shocks
great.
right through him, and so why don't your turn? He's going to take the heat metal damage on your turn. So can you roll higher than a 1 on 2d8?
You know what? Let's see.
Let's find out. Let's see how burned he is.
Down he goes. He shrieks in agony as he falls to the ground. Brothers, avenge me!
Close the door.
Brother.
And then there's
Remember
all the
the
sound
other
of
ones.
sizzling.
Kind
Yeah.
of dark, but necromancer. I don't know. I'm still concentrating.
Rough.
Good call. Good call.
No, I don't
Yeah.
disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
cook that.
We've dealt with enough undead
Yeah.
people. We got.
I run back over. I'm like, get in here. To you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
On my turn, I will.
Yeah, it'll be on his turn.
Yeah.
You can do
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Great. I'm getting.
There are still the 2 zombies on the hallway.
Oh, there are still 2.
Yeah.
Great. Then I guess that's a bonus. I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna shoot him with a crossbow.
Yeah.
Sounds
I have
good.
a magical crossbow. And I will shoot them. I don't know if I've been clear about that. Okay. 14 is a
14
miss,
will miss.
right?
Yep,
I
very
can
heavy
I can shoot twice because of being awesome. Nat 20.
Ooh, critical hit.
Yeah.
was like the third one
I
today.
did
It's been a lot.
There's been a lot.
I'm using
He's
4
so
different
sharp.
dice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I know, and I'm like, it's bet on different ones. How do you handle it, Craig?
Oh, so
You
it's
max plus?
yeah. Actually, if you want to do max or base damage, then roll your dice on top of it, so we
Okay.
actually get some interesting damage.
All right, so
I like that.
that's 8 plus 6 is gonna be 14.
That will destroy one of them. You put a
Hey.
crossbow bullet right into its head, and
Right.
it falls to the ground.
Yay.
Go on.
All right, so there's just the one
Then
zombie
I
left, so it's
duck
going
back
to
around the corner.
rush over and try to attack you, avenge its master. So
Does get advantage.
Oh, that's right.
Because of the reckless.
Here it
Whoops.
That was reckless.
Yeah, but you'll be okay.
that is going to be a 21.
That will hit.
You are so
Right,
lucky.
and that is going to be for.
You can't get through this.
Yeah, or you can only
damage.
half get through it.
Yeah, so 13 points. of
13
slashing.
points, so that will be a total of 7.
All right, it hacks into you. So that brings us to the end of the round. Could someone roll a d20 for me? Higher is better.
You've been rolling 20s,
That's
dude.
so
I'll do it. I'll do
I'm
it. I'll
so
do it.
out of 20s
I'll do
now.
it. I don't want
Okay.
you to waste your 20s.
Oh, that's
Okay.
fair. No! 2
Ooh, isn't that good?
You feel as if that force is
also.
starting to find the path. That all of you now, like that sense of dread and anxiety, starts to feel overwhelming. You're like, oh, there's no way we can win. There's just be infinite enemies coming around that corner. We might as well just throw ourselves on the mercy of these things and let them into the world, and it will be a merciful death that they will offer us.
Let's run.
You're just frantically trying to do macrame, but you're holding your shields.
And you can see now at the end of the round, Diker and another half dozen soldiers come rushing around the corner, and he sees his brother. You killed my brother. I was going to kill my brother. How dare you? And he draws his sword and yells a battle cry. Let's gonna roll his initiative to see what he does.
It's not over.
Can someone punch that guy's
All right,
breastplate
he's
on his
gonna go on
if we-
15.
Oh, he beats my initiative. Never mind.
What's your dexterity bonus?
+2.
All right, so you will go before him.
Okay, great.
But yeah, so that brings us now to the back to the top of the round. So he's shown up with 6 more guards,
guards.
and that will
That's
bring
so
us
many
back over to here.
guards.
I was told to come back through the door, so I go back through the door.
All right, and they are just around the corner, so they aren't within melee range, so you can just head back through the door.
There is that zombie there.
It's like kind of off to the it did rush over, so it does get an
Yeah.
OP attack
Yeah.
against you.
Is Barry next to you, or is he
thought
further
so.
in? Then?
Yeah.
So he is going to use his reaction to oppose disadvantage on this.
Okay, sounds good.
Nice.
So that'll miss.
Cool.
Defender.
Go back through the door,
Should we go back through the mirror?
and then I slam the door shut.
I'll slam the door shut. Don't worry about it. I'll get the door.
Okay.
You got a plan?
Well, I mean, I'm going to cast a spell.
Yeah, that's
Plan.
yeah. I mean, that is the plan.
But in heads, perhaps through the past couple of rounds of combat, like if we get back through the mirror, we could hole up somewhere for the night, or go to the desert, which is maybe not close to
Go
here.
to the desert.
You're
The beach.
really,
The
you're really
beach.
excited
We'll go to
about
the
the
beach.
desert.
Yeah.
I
We'll
don't
go to
know
the beach.
why.
I like the warm.
like
It's
sand.
a dry heat.
I hate sand.
sand. It's
Of course, and it's
makes me want to just kill a bunch of kids.
Yeah. So that's what sand does. You go to the beach and then
I
you kill
agree,
children.
it's
It's
Yeah.
cause and effect, honestly.
exactly.
So should
There is no way that we are fleeing and leaving dark necromantic forces leaking from the negative energy plane into this world.
For
Just
them
for the
to
night.
just smash the mirror
Just for
and
the
us
night.
to get stuck at a beach.
Just for the night.
okay.
Well, but we could go back through the mirror,
Come back through the door.
go up
I fold the
into one of the
fence.
bonus rooms.
And wait
Take the
for
mirror.
the smart people to decide what we're doing.
It's not a matter of where do we rest. It's we've started undoing the things that were letting necromantic energy seep into the world slowly. Right, we opened the hole at the bottom of the balloon, and we can't just leave this.
I hear you.
I cannot just leave this. I must do my ancestors proud.
I'm with you.
My ancestors
Our
Don't
bugbears.
care.
very good
You
at
mean
running.
the giants that raised you and probably built this place?
What is full
to
defensiveness?
contain all
Is
this?
it dodge?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I'm dodging.
Yeah. Fine.
Okay, so you're using the dodge.
Yeah, I'm
dodge
using
action.
the dodge action.
Okay, so that's me. Yep. Okay, great. I'm going to cast Hold Person on Diker.
Okay.
So it's a DC 14 Wisdom save.
All right, let's see if he can do this. I need an 11 or higher. 3, he is
Hey!
held.
all right. Well,
So
let's
it's
not go
I
over
will
then,
admit-
because now I
Unfortunately,
can-
you lose your guidance because I have to now concentrate on this.
That's
That seems
okay,
great.
because now I can sneak attack him. So
Love that.
maybe we'll hang out here for a second.
I guess no, it's okay.
I guess now it's fine.
Know that I can
Now,
roll a bunch of clicky
Does he get a save at the end of his turn? Or at the end of
At the end of each of his turns, he gets to make another Wisdom saving throw, and on success it ends.
All right, so he will, because he is up next. He is going to get another save.
Oh man, you may not.
So
Too bad.
No. He's
no, not one.
Yeah.
So he is
Wow,
still
he's
frozen in
super
place.
I made that happen.
very good.
Yeah, I
He's
have
thinking
skills.
of a number. It
The
was
6
more.
guards, though, are going to come charging. So they come bearing down on. So there's Barry, and only I'm going to say like 4 of them can attack. The other 2 are just kind of hanging out in the back. So I'll do 2 attacks against Barry and 2 attacks against our barbarians. So they'll have disadvantage.
He,
so
since he didn't attack on my turn, he automatically dodges as his action.
Got it.
So,
All right,
he
so
is
lots of
fine.
disadvantage for these.
Yeah, disadvantage on everything.
Yeah.
Disadvantage on you, disadvantage on the cow.
He's a bear.
Right, well, that will miss. So the 2 attacks, well, 1 attack. First attack against
paint
Dave
him.
misses.
Look like a
Second
cow.
attack, I do get a 16 as my low roll on the second attack.
On me?
Yeah.
17.
All right, that'll miss. And then against Barry, with disadvantage, miss with a 3 and a 4.
Nice.
And with disadvantage, that's going to be only an 11. So those will all miss.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Right,
All right.
and so then Diker ends his turn, still frozen in place. So then that
Nice.
brings us over to here.
So, I would like to argue that Diker has not entered the combat yet. So the way the surprise attack stuff works is if they haven't gotten to use their action.
Well, I'll say this. Why don't you give me a stealth check to see, did
Okay.
he spot, because he's kind of yelling, he's distracted by
this
his
is
brother.
this is for the bugbear surprise attack,
Yeah, so I'll say-
would be
Yeah, if you make the surprise, say DC 15, he didn't notice you, and
Okay,
so
cool.
I'll let you get that.
so my stealth roll
And you still have
is
+1 from me.
very high.
Yeah,
T-
so-
25.
Yeah, so I'll say he has because he
Nice.
was focused on the doorway, so I'll say basically you surprised
Okay,
him.
great. So I'm going to make an attack on
And his head
Diker.
roll.
Yeah, remember you have advantage because he's not already.
Correct. That is a 21 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Or is it a
Nat
crit?
20.
It's not. It is higher, but it's not a crit. Okay. I'm going to also use my Strike of the Giants.
Sounds good.
So he's going to need to make a con save, DC 13.
Con save, he is at +4 on this. He does get a 19.
Okay. He still takes the lightning damage. He just does not also have disadvantage on attack rolls.
Sounds good.
Um, 10, 20, 26, 27, 28, 30.
All right, he's not yet quite bloodied, but he is very badly hurt as he's like struggling to break the spell, and your blade rips through him. He would howl in pain if he could move, but he can't. He just has to. You just see tears well up, like
Oh, man.
like yeah, as his face contorts with agony as you
love
almost
that.
bloody him with 1 attack. Not quite, but
All right,
almost.
well, swing again.
I have your slug advantage on this because the.
So that is a hit, but I'll roll for just in case. Nope, still a hit. 17 plus 6. But this is just a regular one of those, which is 4.
4. All right,
Yeah.
he is now bloodied.
Max
He's at less than
damage on
half
it.
his hit
What do
points.
you mean by bloody?
Oh, it's a 4-ism. It means basically that he's at half hit points or less.
I
So,
see.
so it just
Certain
makes
things
it
would
simpler.
activate and it was really cool.
I see.
You little put a token on things. Like, oh, you bloody sucker.
So that was over
had to say
there. Oh,
that.
yes, that was your attack there.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right,
didn't
because these guys went on 15. So then we come over to our artificer.
Okie dokie.
Artichoke.
Artichoke. No.
You did what you
It was
could.
very close.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, since he is still held, I'm gonna shoot him with my crossbow.
Right, you'll have advantage. Yeah, he's still in place.
Yeah. Oh, that super hits. Great. I mean, those are base 19, so that's probably good, right? Oh, 17
17 will hit.
also hits. Oh, great. Okay. So then I will roll some damage about it. Okay. Well, 10.
All right, still.
Yeah, I did roll 2 ones, which I just don't love for me. And then I command Barry to heal himself again.
Got it. All right, sounds good. All right. So that brings us to the end of the round. Could someone roll a d20 for me?
I'll do it this time, Mr. 2.
Clearly, I'm not going to roll another 2.
I got a 19.
Okay, that's good.
19,
That's
all
good,
right.
that's good.
So it seems like they are getting closer, but now they've stopped making progress. That anxiety that's rising in the back of your mind
this is
abates a little bit.
stressful.
Right.
You just get the sense like something awful is trying to it came by and it just missed arriving, but now it's starting to turn and come back and look. And at the end of the round, you see a secret door
Nope.
on the north side.
my
Look down
God.
the hallway, like Diker and his men came from like to the left, to the south. Opposite that, a secret door slides open, and you see Thrak step through. Brothers, It has been too long since we have fought together. Perhaps in the end, though these awful intruders have turned against us, that it was our parents all along who were the greatest threat. And you see Diker, like, frozen, like, kind of looks over at him. And he looks at all of you and says, feel the horrid magic of Tyson Thane. And he raises his clawed hands. Okay, so let's roll his initiative.
Super excited for a minute.
Oh, and that's going to be a 16 on the die.
Beats me
We'll
too.
have to give him some more points.
I don't think I can swing that cheat
All right, he's going to
again.
go on 18, which means what's your bonus to initiative?
2.
Okay, you will go first, then him. Yes. So, top of the round, we go over to our barbarian. Dave, you are up.
Okay.
It's so many chances to kill them one at a time.
I know. I know.
I believe I put forward that we should kill them, but
Yeah, this is 100% my fault.
you know what? I respect that.
I was trying to be the good guy, but
In my head, I'm like, beach, 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 beach.
I am, I think, just gonna stand in the doorway again, because this seems to be working pretty well.
All right.
So I'm gonna stand here and dodge.
All right, sounds good.
make sure they
Barbarians
can't
can
get
be
through me.
Yeah.
very tanky, so that sounds good.
Chink, chink, chink.
So then he gets to go, and that means we get to use the wild magic table, which is always fun.
Nice.
but of course.
So, oops, that's the wrong one. All right,
I need to get up next to him and then start stabbing him for all of these things.
Need to show him what a kidney pie tastes like.
We could also remind him that, like, you know, it was his
Yeah,
brothers that
he's
tried to
being-
kill him.
He's being manipulated.
That's good.
We could also
My,
just like
my charisma's 8, so not me.
put a mirror in his
That's
face
what I was
and
just
make him
gonna
go
say.
insane.
Yeah.
So, Taizun
Should have brought a
Thane,
mirror.
and he begins flailing his arms around and making, like, weird noises. Could someone roll a d20 and then roll percentile dice?
I have a fancy percentile
Oh, yeah,
die for
roll your
this.
cool
you have to roll
percentile.
I want
I
to see
have
a fancy
It's so
percent.
cool.
Oh, I love
It's got a
those.
D10
Oh,
inside
nice.
of the D10. So
cool.
the little D10 is the ones place.
Yeah.
And the
'Cause it's
big
little.
D10 is, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yo, dog, heard you like D10s.
so that's a 10.
Just D10s all the way down.
Yeah.
35.
All right, so the
Oh, you still
35.
rolled it in the box.
Yeah,
I have it on the
jeez.
overhead cam.
Oh,
Wait,
is there one?
yeah. It's 35.
It's 35.
Totally. They can't see the zero.
All right, could you roll a d10?
Oh, I mean, yes. 7.
7, all right. He
Or
suddenly
2,
seems...
whichever's
yeah.
better for us.
No, he seems to age, like his hair, like, clearly this is what I meant to do. But he manages to burp out a spell. Could you give me a wisdom save?
Totally. That'll be great. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. You don't get proficiency bonus if you're not proficient in it. I messed up my
Right
numbers.
there in the name.
Yeah. 4.
You are frozen in place,
Oh, that's all right.
the victim of a hold person spell. And he
he's
seems
blocking the
like
door.
kind of surprised that it worked. Oh, yes, that is what I meant to do.
Well, you're still in the doorway, though.
that was
I'm
an
still in the
18,
doorway. Is there?
And then we come over to here.
Okay, great. I am going to. First, can I use my action to make a charisma check to try and remind Tyson Thane that his brothers turned, or basically tricked his bodyguard into thinking he was being betrayed, and kicked off the whole killing him thing, and basically try and remind him that his brothers are not his friends.
Go for it,
Yeah,
and you
that's
give
great.
yourself advantage on that check.
That's great. I love it.
Well,
I
do you want to
guess
make
two-
it 13?
I guess I get a 13. So a total of 16. Yeah, 16.
Yeah, he stops and is like, no, my brothers killed Thrak. No, wait. They killed Tyson Thane. They killed Thrak. And you see the brothers like, wait, no, I am Tyson Thane. And they plotted against me. That's right, because I was always my parents' favorite. And that's why they killed Tyson Thane, who is me. I am not Thrak, but if I am Thrak, then I hate those two. What jerks. They killed my master. And he sees me now just like pondering in his mind, trying to like work out exactly what's happened. But it's clear rather than being like, he's just taking a step back from the fight and pondering things until his next turn.
Cool. I would also like to spend 2 sorcery points to quicken a chromatic orb
Sounds
and shoot it at Diker.
All right, go for it. Nice.
And he is still held?
Yep, so
correct?
advantage. Yep.
12 and a, was it 18? Great. All right, so that is a 24.
Yep, that'll hit.
All right, so I'm casting this as a second level spell, so I will do 48. So that's 10. Wow, we're rolling a lot of the exact same thing here.
Yeah.
20. Okay, so
bad
20
to 10
points
too.
of, I don't know, he's wearing armor, right?
Yeah.
Lightning damage.
He is down to 1 hit point as he had 21 as your chromatic orb slams
Nice,
into him
nice,
and his
nice.
eyes roll back into his head. So
I
now
teed
it's
him up, guys.
Yeah,
Just
nice.
Get on it.
It's him and his. So he's going to get his saving throw with advantage because I think if the whole person is for damage, you have advantage on the save, is it? Or is it?
I think that's for charm.
Yeah, no, it's
Yep,
just
nope, straight up.
Yeah.
So he is going to be. Oh, he is going to break the
Yep,
spell.
yep.
That's at the end of his turn, though, if I remember right.
Correct.
Great. So now we don't have advantage. He only has the 1 hit point, and he can't move because that's the end of his turn. But meanwhile, his followers are going to attack. Now they're going to have advantage because you're held. So
Barry is going to use his reaction for this round to the first one.
First
It goes
one?
disadvantage,
Right.
so
So we'll cancel out.
regular advantage.
yep.
Regular vantage,
Yay.
standard
Vantage.
looking points.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do the first regular attack, and I'm going to say that only 3 of them can get in close to attack you because you aren't able to block the door as well because you're held, but one of them's going to have to hang out. Okay, so it's just the regular attack. 17.
Hits.
All right, that is going to be 17 points of damage. A lucky hit.
Good. I don't think it does.
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure my rage ended because I
Oh, because
dodged.
you're.
Oh, that's right.
and,
Yeah.
and because you're held too, can't you?
No, it would be if I had attacked or did something.
That's right. That's right.
But
yeah.
did you get hit that turn?
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
right.
right?
That's right. Because they missed because both
Yeah,
are
they
defensive.
both
That's
missed.
right. That's right.
So
Oh,
Do you? Well, now here's the
in
thing.
trouble.
While you are held, you can still use brain bonus
I don't
actions.
think so.
Can you rage while held? It's an
No.
emotion thing, though.
Yeah.
Rage inside
No,
your
you
heart.
so
yeah.
mad
He is. He's
Yeah.
raging
Yeah.
inside his heart.
All right, so I've got 2 attacks with advantage now. First one
to hit
is
the
going
rage
to be
button.
well. This one's going to miss because I rolled a 5, a 3. The second one is going to be a 6 and a 5. So there you go. They both
That's
miss.
good because
Alright.
I was in hurts.
Advantage doesn't always.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So your dice roll 6s and 5s.
Okay.
Okay, so I was on 15. So then Diker broke off the save, the hold effect. So we're back over to you.
Great. So I am going to step up next to you.
to the streets.
Step up to
The
the streets.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stab one.
You will have advantage because you have an ally adjacent to them. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, not advantage. Sneak attack. Sneak attack.
Yes. Natural 20.
oh yeah.
Ooh,
Gross.
Nice.
Flowing like
So-
wine.
And we're just remind me crits for
You could let's take the max of all your dice. This is not the actual rule, but it's the max of all your dice plus
Okay.
roll all your dice again on top of it.
great.
So you probably just turn this guy into exploding.
So max of all my dice is this. Oh, sorry, is this many
24.
dice. So 24 plus, jeez. Another 15 is 24 and 15, 39.
Very
Yeah,
dead. One
39.
very dead guard.
And then for my second trick, I'm going to throw my other side blade at Diker.
Got it.
25 to
That
hit.
will hit. Can you roll more than 1 on a damage die?
1!
Down he
Hey!
goes. Diker is slain.
Nice. So these soldiers still want to keep fighting, or
They seem, like they're kind of losing their thirst for blood now that the second brother has died, and it looks like
guy who
Thrak
paid them.
/ Tyson Thane is having an identity crisis. But as we hit the end, oh wait, that's not the that is the not the end of the round yet because we still have over to you.
oh yeah, I'm the end of the round,
We saved the best for last around here.
and I'm the last guy you want to meet in a busted giant dome at night. I'm like, we still doing this?
Give me a intimidate check with advantage.
Oh, good, because I'm really charismatic. Well, with advantage, you said, not disadvantage. 17.
17. Yeah. Okay. The guards slowly start backing away from the fight. They're looking over at their the slumped form of their slain leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So could someone? Is there anything else in your turn?
I will. I don't know what to do about this Thrax situation. I'm gonna wait and see how this goes.
good.
I will
Let's
duck
let it
back
ride.
around as they turn around and aren't looking at me anymore. I like around the corner.
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. Could someone roll a d20? Let's see if those things.
Yeah.
I'll jump on this one. So again, we can continue to blame me for all the things that go wrong.
To be fair, you blamed you.
Okay, let's
Okay,
be
this
fair.
one was also you.
Yeah. That's,
Yeah. Tight.
I am the root of all of our problems.
Tight.
So let's see if I can remember right. You're in the doorway. You moved up to
moved up.
attack. You sort of looked and then ducked back, and then on your turn you cast a chromatic orb.
Chromatic orb, yeah.
So yeah, you unleash all this violence. Smashing into your enemies, sending some of them fleeing, and you realize, like, as they're like, "Hey, are we gonna do this?" Like they look, and then you realize they kind of look past you.
uh-oh.
And then turned and ran. And looking back, you see like where the writing is. There's like a black mist slowly starting to seep out through it, starting to slowly coagulate into shapes. But it has not yet formed. And then Tyson / Thrax sees this. And could someone roll a d20 to make an intelligence check on his behalf?
On his behalf.
That's a 10.
He seems like he's trying to like make sense of what he's seeing, but maybe doesn't quite get it. But then you can kind of see he's like conflicted, like he's looking down at like his slain brothers, and then he kind of smiles, but then he looks sort of like he just like you could see just the conflict playing on his face. Like, he's just not quite sure what to make of all this.
I should have given him a brain.
So we go back to the top
much
of the
brain
order,
on the floor. So
and we come over to David Barbarian. What would you like to do?
Still-
Did you get a
Oh, you're
save
not
at the
held
end
anymore, right?
of
Oh
your
yeah, sorry. So
last
you can go ahead.
turn?
Yep. So
Yeah.
you would make you make the save now because the spell. Oh no, you would.
You
Yeah.
died, right?
Yeah.
You're good.
You're
good.
The spell's
good.
over.
Dead.
He's not
'Cause you-
concentrating anymore. He's
Yeah.
dead.
No, it was.
No, but you can see. Sorry, he
Thrax.
would have stopped concentrating because he's just like no. What I'm going to say is basically he's torn, so he
He's
lets
dead.
the
Oh,
spell
okay,
go.
cool. He let
Sorry.
spell go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good job, everybody.
You want to see if he wants one of these ground brains? Oh yeah, you do the writing. You do it. Yeah.
Turn around, go do some, like,
Yep.
get on the
Go
writing.
stand up.
Yeah.
Just rapidly take your shirt back off so you can.
All right.
Patrick!
Was just talking about how long it takes armor to get off.
All right, so Tyson isn't going to do anything. He's basically going to delay his action. He's like looking at you, just confused, looking around. So this brings us over to our sorcerer. What would
Right.
you like to do?
I want to run over to this miasma that is seeping out of the statues, and I'm just going to shove my hands into it and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, go ahead and roll the healing that you'd provide on with that cure.
Okay.
Cast gentle hug.
Hug. So that is 7 plus 3 is 10.
All right, so as you reach in and channel the energy into it, you hear like a distant shriek as like the thing is forming, but you're like destroying a part of its form.
Kill him with kindness.
All right, that brings
I was
us.
going to use that Cure Wounds on you, by the way, but
Okay, I got
That's
one.
cool, I guess. Yeah, sorry.
All right, so then over to Teacup. What would you like to do?
All right. Well, I think we are undoing the runes again.
Yes.
That's our plan.
Yep.
All right, so go ahead and give me your check.
And I was doing sleight of hand, right?
Yep.
You were like, this was Sound of Ghost Books.
That is 24.
Whoa. Okay.
Nice.
Wait,
So
I have a +1 on skill checks?
no.
Oh,
Saves.
saves.
Saves. All right. Well, I'm trying to save us all.
Yeah.
you're about halfway through again. Like you're very confident. Like, oh, this is pretty easy. You've erased about half the runes now. So you see that the flow of energy is slowing a bit, but so you're about halfway there to completing it. So that was on 14, and we come back over here on 7.
I would like, if I may, to take you on a strange journey.
Oh, no.
I am going
Let's
to
go.
walk into the hallway, and surely, with everything that's happened here, there's brain matter.
Oh yeah,
around.
there's
Scoop it up, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, buddy, Hey, I'm gonna approach kind of sideways like you would a horse. I'm gonna keep my hand flat. Okay. And I'm like, hey, are you hungry?
He just like almost
Are you,
absent-mindedly is just like he's watching, and he just kind of reaches over and throws it in, and he's like, and he looks down, treachery, and he points at the brothers. You have unclouded my mind. These fools, they hired an assassin and gave him a false story that Tyson Thane had hired the assassin to kill me, knowing that I would devour the assassin's brain and then turn against my master. You must destroy the writing.
Working on it.
Yeah,
All right.
Great, thanks, buddy.
So the
Here,
Well done, Megan.
anything else?
I run back into the
Okay.
room because I'm uncomfortable with this whole situation.
Yeah.
And I send Barley over to you guys because I assume that was my action, but he can take a reaction on his own, and one of his reactions is that he can cast one of my touch spells for me, and he will cast Cure Wounds on me.
Nice.
He will cast Shatter on the floor.
Barley's gone rogue.
Barley, no.
That is 9.
And so,
Nine.
since it's a touch spell, the homunculus is now behind you, reaching around you. It's a triple ghost situation.
It's just like kind of clamped onto like your
right.
trap. Or, like,
The mode of darkness that you cast your spell into lashes out at you to make an attack.
I figured that was going to be the case.
And it gets a 20.
Yeah.
All right, so this is going to be
It's a lot of dice.
that is a lot of dice.
ooh,
some
that's a lot of
barley.
big numbers. So that is going to be 18 psychic damage.
Ah,
And
that's
could
so
you
Right in the
give
brain.
me a wisdom save?
Oh, no.
You are dazed. So on your turn, you can either take an action, move. Or take a bonus action.
Right.
Okay. Well,
So
could be
that
worse.
was its
could be worse,
turn.
yes.
Could be held.
And then could someone roll a d20 for me?
And not me again.
Do it, Megan. You got this.
Why is this happening now? What if I just do it again? That felt like a bad one. It was a 3.
No,
It was a 3. It was a 3.
More energy seeps through, and another one of these motes appears in the chamber. So that's going to be okay. That one took 30, and we're up to here, and then we come back to the top of the order. So 18 to our barbarian.
So what can I do while I'm assisting him with prestidigitation to help clean up this graffiti?
So I'm going to say it'll be a bonus action to help him.
Okay.
And so if you want to use your action to attack or cast, do anything else, you can go ahead and do that. Also, if you want to assist him, that would be your action. So
Okay.
it's a bonus action to like give the basic guidance to do it, and then an action to assist him or an action to do something else.
Okay.
Would that give me advantage?
Yeah. let's
Okay.
do that.
Okay. So then I will do that.
Sounds pretty good.
And then can I also make Flaffy come over here and like I can ghost Flaffy? So we have 4
Go
people
quad
ghosting.
ghost?
We got a quad ghost.
Wow.
We're trying to send channel the love through.
Got it?
That's
Okay.
my thought. We're just like all the things we love, everybody.
Is there like a Guinness Book of World Records in this world?
Most ghosting.
Yeah. They did a quad ghost. We didn't think
All
it could
right,
be
so there you
done.
go. Now you got advantage.
All right, so it's 18. Then we count. So okay, all these people are dead. Oh no, actually, Tyson Thane can go. So he is going to come charging in. Well, now that he's back to being Thrak, he will attempt to
Back in
attack
Thrak.
the spirit that is attacking you. Okay. So
Good job, Thrak.
he's going
I
to
didn't
get.
know what was going to
I know,
happen
I
when
know.
you gestured towards
Oh, but he misses.
He's going to eat you.
He's going to
He's still
attack.
in a weird
All right.
space
Attack.
mentally. That's fair.
Yeah, he's still like he rolled a 1 and a
zombie,
4,
too.
so he's going
Yeah.
to attack both. I missed both times, and he is trying to destroy this spirit.
Yeah.
So that was on 18. Then we come back to our sorcerer. So you are dazed,
Yeah.
and you'll get a save at the end of your turn to try to throw it.
I'm just going to go ahead and cast Cure Wounds again. This time only as a first level spell, unfortunately.
That's good.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's 10. That's actually, I got 10 last time.
Yeah.
So 10 healing into this thing, and then I'll make my save.
Oh, you're casting it on the creature.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, no. So it is now bloodied.
All right, and I'll make my save. 13.
13 will just fail. Do you have anything you can throw on top of that?
I do.
Because you feel
I
as you're trying to
might.
throw it off, you feel like this is an effect that is not only just trying to hold you in place, it is trying to crush your life force as it
No, unfortunately, I don't have any fancy pants.
So with that failed saving throw, you remain dazed, and your maximum hit point total is halved. As it drains your life away.
That's fine. I was below half hit points anyways.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's not so bad.
You're at max now. That's weirdly good.
The bar goes up, and
Yeah, your muscles shrink, but all
yeah.
your wounds close. It's
right.
really weird.
All right, so that was on 15, 14. We come over to here.
Okay, I'm gonna continue removing the things. That is a 15 or. All right, that's pretty cocked.
Yeah,
Like
How
that's,
did that even happen? It was like
It's
perfectly
fine.
on
It's
the
just-
it's just an old. It's got like little fuzzies and stuff on it.
It needs to be shorn down.
Yeah. So I'll take that one. That is an 18.
Total?
Total 18.
Yeah, okay, yep. So you continue to make some progress. The looks like maybe another round or maybe two, depending on your luck,
Okay.
to finish undoing this thing.
Okay,
'Cause
cool.
you've been getting pretty good rolls on your dice.
Can I
that should be-
use a bonus action to hide behind all of the people behind me? No, it's fine. It doesn't. It doesn't. I just don't want to get hit by these weird
Yeah.
fog ghosts.
No,
Well,
Yeah.
I'm in front of you,
and they'll mostly hit me.
and Flaffy's in front of.
All right. I just don't want to get hit.
Great, and it's your turn.
Great.
So now there's two of these things in the room.
Okie
So
dokie.
one of which has been bloodied. So-
I would like to. I mean, I guess seeing that. Have we tried regular attacking them at all?
Thrak tried, but he rolled a one
He
and a 4.
missed,
so he
though. We
just
don't know
missed.
if
Yeah.
it affects it. I'm gonna try and shoot one with my crossbow. I'm just gonna attack separately to see if it even. That's a nat 20.
That's a
pretty
crit.
good.
Now, is this a magical weapon?
It is.
It does seem to have full effect. So
Okay,
that's gonna be a
great.
first hit.
Shoot.
Then
So max out your dice, then roll again.
You got another nat 20.
I know
It's a lot.
it is
It's
weird.
at least 4.
This is weird.
Yeah.
I did roll a 1 a second ago, though. Also,
Yeah,
Real
so
swingy.
Nobody remembers stuff.
I have no. None of the middle numbers are active on my dice.
The middle numbers are overrated. It's really
yeah.
1s and 20s what it comes down to.
So that's 16.
All right.
is-
Ooh, it's pretty badly hurt.
Okay, then I will use my second crossbow attack on it as well. That is 18
18 will hit.
and 9 more points.
Ooh, it is in very bad shape. You have done a lot of
Okay.
damage to it. Anything else on your turn? Come to the end of the round.
Yes.
So they are going to get their chance to attack. So one will attack you.
Oh,
here.
sorry. No, I meant yes. I do have something else.
Got it.
Sorry. I apologize.
By that you meant yes.
Yeah.
By that, I meant yes. Okay, Barry is going to go stand by. Well, you're still over there trying to touch these
Yeah,
things. and
I'm
you guys-
still doing the Palpatine
Okay.
Force Lightning, but it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then Barry's going to come stand next to you in case he needs to try and like
All right.
intervene.
Okay.
Got it.
And then I will have Barley as his reaction. Do another cure wounds on one of the.
Go
things.
for it. Yep. So just go ahead and roll the damage.
Yeah.
Do you want to go for the one that's bloodied or the one that's
Yeah,
fresh?
bloodied one. Oh yeah, nice. That's a lot. That's a lot. Does it do it?
Is it higher than 3?
It is.
That is destroyed.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. that just leaves-
Barley's just.
So then the last one, I'm going to say the NPC went up, Thrak went up to attack, so it is going to try to attack Thrak. And
Thrak
attack.
it is
Seuss.
going to hit 19. Could someone roll a d20 for Thrak's wisdom save, please?
Come on, Frack.
All right, he's okay. He's
very
not
well.
dazed.
Man, Thrak's really good.
We played Thrak on it.
All right, he's going to be down to
none of this was
33 hit
Thrak's
points.
fault.
All right.
Thrak.
So we come back to the bottom of the round. Could someone roll a d20?
Ooh,
I'll do it this time.
Okay.
That way you can blame Damon.
Oh, that was so
Eight.
close to being
it's
really
my
good.
fault.
See that one is starting to form, but it's not fully able to enter the world. So it's not like basically next round if you roll a 10 or lower, it will form, but it's not fully here. It can't attack yet.
Okay.
So just the one left. We come back to the top of the order over to Dave the Barbarian.
Assist, bonus action to help out, squeeze on Flaffy, just make him puff some smoke.
like a bellows.
Yeah.
Nice.
I also want to point out that Thrak did kill his master. Like, he's not completely blood-free
Yeah, but his
here.
master was fully evil.
Yeah, but he still killed him, not because he was evil, but
Yeah.
because he thought he was going to kill him.
No,
Yeah.
so as long as we don't try and kill him, he's not going to try and eat any of
Yeah,
our
we're
brains.
good.
You're just talking
but,
about letting him go. Is
No,
the
I was-
moral issue? You're having a moral issue with letting him go because he killed his master.
I am not having
Just
any
pointing it
morals.
out.
Just pointing it
Love
out.
it. All right, carry on.
All right, so then we come over to
Confirming.
Thrak will go next. Let's see, can he do any damage to this thing? He's gonna hit both times. So I'll just do the
I
damage
have the wolf
here.
pee and him, and I go. Psst.
5, 11, 13, 17, 21. All right, so he does some damage. It's not bloodied yet, but he does rip into it, and then we
Alright.
come over to our sorcerer.
I'm going to run over to Teacup and cast Guidance on you again.
Great.
Once again, bestowing the blessing of my ancestors upon you.
Sounds
Thank you. Thank you.
And it is Teacup's turn. So
All right.
you have advantage.
Advantage and a guidance.
Yep, and the
to kick
guidance.
in. Yeah.
You know what? I actually couldn't do that because I can't move and.
Oh, that's right. 'cause you failed the saving
Yes.
throw against being big.
So
Days.
okay, so instead of that, I guess I'll cast Sacred Flame on the one that is still up.
All right.
Great.
It will make its saving throw, though. I get a 17 on the die.
Oh wait, that's okay. Great. So I rolled a 16 on my days.
Yeah, so you break this effect. Yep, that is a successful saving throw. No longer dazed, and the maximum hit point is you have to rest to get that back to normal.
that's fine.
But yeah, and then that brings us to the.
There's actually 2 Teacup at that point, right?
Yep, 2
Yeah.
teacup. Yep.
2 teacups. So that is.
Oh, you
don't
don't
get
have
that.
that. 'cause
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I don't
I
have that.
couldn't get
Okay.
it, yeah.
I have a 16.
16.
I rolled 2 10s.
The assistance of Dave the Barbarian, you are able to, as you wipe away the last of the writing, the shadowy creature shudders, and without the negative energy coming through to sustain it, it dissipates, turning to mist. As you have sundered the connection between the negative material plane and this place. And Thrax, I always told him this was foolish business.
Very
but
foolish. You were
his
right.
ambition and the pressure from his parents to make something of himself, it didn't matter what he did. It was just never enough. It was just never enough.
We should probably find them.
They've got some
parents,
stuff
They're-
They seem like bad parents.
They do.
Also, their 3 sons are dead, so someone should
Oh,
deliver that,
that too.
news.
Yeah. Not me though.
I'll do it. I'm
did
still
suck.
looking for mine. So I'll add it to my list of parents to find.
Wouldn't it be? Oh, do you think?
I hope not, because they're really bad parents.
What if you're the 4th brother? Oh my
I mean,
My parents didn't with me.
parents who would make children turn out like this seem like the type that would go out for milk and never return. Go out together for milk and never return.
That's
They
fair.
walked out on you.
And my sisters.
Sounds like maybe you guys got the better deal, if that's the case here,
If
which I'm
that's the
going to
case.
assume
I don't
it is.
Yeah.
Are any of your sisters necromancers?
One is possibly a monkey.
I don't know that those are the same thing. I'm not.
The other one
We'll
is...
circle back. We'll circle back.
Okay. Hey, great job, everyone.
Yes.
Good job
So
today.
we'll now help Thrak get back to his home dimension and take
Yeah.
over the custodianship of our new palace.
We have a new house.
Well done. Yes, and you are the reigning guards. The goblins, when you meet, they're all just like really lazy. Like that's the entire boulder to the head thing.
I'll whip 'em into
Like,
shape.
they're like, yeah, they kind of,
Yeah.
they're ready to like, they just go to work and start cleaning up the place a bit. They're basically like the gardening staff that would sometimes be told to go out and try to kill people.
They can go
So,
back to gardening.
I
That's
will
great.
help them with the gardening
Yeah.
so hard.
All they needed was leadership, right?
Yeah, and some like positive
So we
reinforcement
had
about the gardening.
a question from Undertone DJ asking, like, how did you find this adventure? I mean, I know it's in White. You mentioned it's in White Dwarf number 18. Have you run it before?
Oh, I've run it before, yeah, and I changed it quite a bit to make it a little more role playing. Like it's an old school adventure, so it's kind of
Yeah.
this big dungeon crawl. So I kind of pare away some of the more extraneous encounters. Like there's a lot of random monsters. But I've run it before at conventions. It's just a fun, like, compact scenario because you have some interesting NPCs, and if you just want to fight, you can just go ahead and fight. But if you want to talk to them, and there is a thing like an adventure that they're brothers, and I kind of like playing up the entire trauma and expressing it. It always seems to go well. So yeah, so based on the characters you send over, we're like, okay, like maybe add some fight, but some talkiness, and it does lend itself. Like I like for limited adventure like, with a short time frame to like have like one big fight rather than lots of small fights.
Yeah.
So it does kind of lend itself. The brothers will start showing up, and so yeah. And then kind of using like a 4th edition style skill challenge for trying to cut off the energy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
That's cool.
that was great.
No, I like that.
Thank you. Thanks for running it.
Yeah.
yeah, my pleasure.
Well
Great group of players. It was really easy. I just had to like set emotion, and all of you ran with it. So that was a ton of fun. Thank you.
That was fun.
Fabulous. Fabulous job. Fabulous job for all of you, too. Yes, I can
Thank
hear everybody's
everyone.
cheering on
Everyone.
chat, I'm sure.
The real question, though, is what
yeah.
did Nightbot think of it?
Yeah, Nightbot.
Nightbot says, check us out.
Well, Nightbot would remind us that a week from today, next Saturday, here at on Gen Con TV at 10 a.m. Pacific time, Thirsty Sword Lesbians will be run as a charity event for the Trevor Project.
For the Trevor Project. Yeah.
Trevor Project.
Yeah.
Right. And Sarah is running this?
She is.
Sarah Moore. Yes, that Sarah Moore from Sarah's Table is going to be running this game. So, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, she's famous. You got to make sure.
That Sarah
it's
Moore.
That Sarah Moore.
That
Yes.
Sarah Moore.
The Sarah Moore you've heard of is the same Sarah Moore that will be running Thirsty Sword Lesbians next week. But I really want to say thank you to Mike for DMing, Rodney, Mike, both of you for coming in as designers, people who worked on such an important edition. Yeah. And I really appreciate it. And Megan, Bryce, and Damon for coming in and showing these guys what cool gamers they can hang out with.
awesome.
Oh, I think you know.
Yeah.
Showing us how it's done.
Yeah.
We immediately got stupid about it. Yeah.
And I want to thank our
Any
crew.
chance I
We
can.
got Sean Shelton back there. And usually we have Damon Van Heep, but he's not back there today. He's here.
He's here.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
And we have Joseph Arocto back there in tech.
Thank you.
And is Leo or Johnny still here? No. Well, they were here.
Well,
they were here.
Nuts
They're
to
still
them.
thinking. I mean,
Yeah.
Quitters.
The chat doesn't have to know whether they're still there or not.
Now they
We're
do.
just
You said
really
that.
thankful.
Bye,
that they were there
Leo. Have
as
a good
well.
night.
There he goes. Scam.
I am thankful that we have also gotten so many great comments. I've done a lot of shows on Check on TV in the last 2 years since I started managing it, and nothing we've done has gotten as much positive feedback from people, just saying, wow, we really like this idea, and so that feels really good. We're just very excited to and happy to be celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons, a game that has had such an impact on all of our lives. It's great. We will be running more 50th anniversary events at Gen Con Indy, like in person at the actual convention. This is all a warm up. At the convention, Mike and Rodney will be there. We will have a good collection of panelists for each. We're going to do like a series of panels going through the editions, just like we did here, but without the gameplay. There are other people doing gameplay. So, but we will have slightly different, kind of an overlapping set of panelists because we'll have like for the 5th edition, John Peterson will join us on stage to talk about it, and like the 3rd edition panel, we'll have Skip Williams there,
Nice.
and so on and so forth. So we're just blah 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 blah. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a good evening.
Bye, everyone.